Brooks rocks in, still rallying through this one. The 16-year-old, Lucky Madonna, taking the #1 position on the Challenger Series ranks.
The journey for qualification continues as the WSL Challenger Series hits Sydney's northern beaches, the second stop of the 2024 season. The iconic North Narrabeen returns to the spotlight. Grinding left-handers and rippable alley rights provide the perfect canvas for surfing's future stars.
Wow, that was squared up.
And hangs on for the finish. Competitors converge with a singular ambition to inch closer to the coveted championship tour.
This is what you've trained for. These are the situations that you think of when you go to sleep at night. Come on!
You had to be on your game or you were done in 30 minutes.
For these hopeful surfers, the pursuit continues here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Day 3 of the Sydney Surf Pro. Annie DeSantos getting ready for her heat 2. Nikki Van Dyke, we'll see her coming up in the first heat. Yeah, Bonsoy athlete area, Lahini Fierro. There's Alyssa Spencer coming out of the rainy North Narrabeen surf this morning. Bonsoy team rider Cal Robson, Isabella Nichols, she's got her morning coffee, she's stoked. Luana Silva. See her coming up, the Brazilian surfer, living on the North Shore of Oahu, makes her way back to Sydney after being relegated to the cut. I'm Matt Chinosky, joining you for Heat 1 of round of 32 of the women. We're back. It's a bit rainy this morning. Richie love it. And Jessie Starling, the local girl. How are you guys this morning?
Great. A little bit rained on this morning, but I've had my morning coffee as well as Isabella, and I'm ready to go.
And Richie?
Yeah. Excited for day 3, mate. 2 days of competition down. We've seen some amazing surfing. That level has really lifted. We've seen a lot of progressive stuff, which we expected here at North Narrabeen. Perfect beach break set up for it. So I think we're in for another good day of action. The waves are pretty fun.
Yeah, well, let's go catch up with Laura. She's down on the beach for the report.
Yes, guys, no complaining about getting wet in the booth today because we're out here amongst it. Pretty stormy this morning, a bit of sort of morning sickness out there, but the waves are fun. Talk us through it. You've just been out there.
Yeah, it's probably better than what it looks. Like, it looks a little bit gross from the beach, but the faces are still pretty clean, and I think there'll be plenty of opportunity for everyone.
Amazing. What do you think throughout the day? The tides, mid-high tide around mid-morning, and then, dropping throughout the Arvo and your last heat of the day. So what's your plan?
Yeah, I'm going to go put my feet up, but I think it should stay fun throughout the day. It's been a little bit of a lucky dip the last few days, depending on what the wind kind of swelling around, especially with this little stormy cell hanging off the coast. But I think there'll be waves all day, and hopefully the wind doesn't pick up too much and everyone gets some opportunities out there.
Amazing. So we're starting off with the women's round of 32 into the men's round of 32. Full day of competition, probably a full day of rain, but hopefully that wind buggers off and it'll be nice and clean for the competitors.
Thanks, Laura. Great to hear some insight there from Dylan Moffat, who's on an absolute heater through this event so far. We'll be kicking this heat off. Just a stacked one to get things started. Some little tubes out there today, and that did sneak into the criteria. Did you have a look at any of the updates today?
Yeah, I think the criteria is really suited to, I feel like, the evolutionary of what we've seen the surfing be the last few days. We've seen barrels come into play, we've seen airs come into play. It just keeps getting better and better as we see both the men and women compete out there.
We've got a blustery bit of nor'east wind on it this morning, but that rain's keeping the chop down a little bit. There's some white caps out there, but it's super rippable, really consistent. Not as much of that south influence with the swell that we've had in the last few days, where it's that converging section. So maybe some typical North Narrabeen running lefts today. What do you think, Jess?
Oh, absolutely. I spent a bit of time watching the surf this morning. I just wanted to get a feel of what we were going to see today for competition, and it just looks so fun. definitely still a lot of push out there. I think there's a lot of sections that if you don't get out in front of the foam, you're probably going to find yourself getting a bit of a beating this morning, but definitely still really contestable. I saw so many of the free surfers get great waves. Alyssa Spencer was a real standout for me in the free surf this morning. She found a bunch of 2-3 turners that were really impressive, and that was even on the board that she's not going to ride in the heat. So I'm excited to see how she'll be on her best equipment.
Yeah, she'll be coming up in the middle of the draw there for the round of 32. We'll see her later this morning. But in this heat, Luana Silva, the Brazilian surfer living on the North Shore, Zoe Benedetto. She's had a good run at the World Junior titles. Nikki Van Dijk, the veteran, she'll be representing Australia. And Maud Lacar, the French woman, she's out there now. She had a fantastic heat to get through to this round. It was a clutch performance and looking really... I mean, I think this heat's on paper. This is a really tricky one.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, yesterday I was having a look at this round of 32 and even talking to Ellie Harrison's mum, Meg, this morning. She was saying, you know, all the heats are really hard, but I don't think there's any heat you actually want to be in, and they're all just stacked.
Here goes Maud up and riding, get things started on this peaky wind swell North Narrabeen this morning. It does appreciate a little bit of east in the swell, lower period today, so there'll be lots of opportunity for competitors under priority. It'll just be those that maybe capitalise on those more critical sections that will get the big scores.
Yeah, I think we saw a lot of competitors turn a lot of waves yesterday. I think we'll see a similar approach today in competition. However, I do think a little bit more wave selection has to come into it today. There are a few closeouts coming through, or maybe not so much closeouts, but ones that taper quite quickly or hit a weird second section where there are a few gems out there that if you can pick those waves that come through with that little bit more east in it, hopefully a tad of north, you can find a 2 or 3 turner easily, but you can see some of the women paddling up towards the pool, paddling north. There's definitely a bit of a current out there this morning, bringing the ladies down, but they've found themselves in a pretty good position right now, probably out in front of that walkway, and there's a good looking set coming through right now. It looks like Luana.
The peaky one here, so Silva gets started on this wave. Nice opening carve there, and she'll get back into the power source again. And 2 carves on this. She's lining up the end section. A nice hit off the inside. This one will feel good for her first wave. And you can see the current really ripping through the inside of North Narrabeen there. We had a bit of rain overnight. Might be factoring into the conditions this morning too, Rich.
Yeah, definitely, Matty. It's we've actually had a lot of weather overnight. And you can see that residual bump on the wave here, and that's from this wind that was blowing really hard throughout the night. Here we go, Luana Silva up and riding on the backhand. You can see these waves already starting to line up a little bit more like a point break. She comes all the way through to the inside, gets that good hit to finish off. Luana, full of confidence, coming off a great result up there on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, Luana Silva unfortunately didn't make the cut over there in Margaret River and back on the Challenger Series in 2022. She was on the CT and suffered the same fate, narrowly missing out on the cut. And we saw her earlier in the year on the CT, and she's back here on the Challenger. And here we go, Zoe Benedetto, the powerhouse out of the United States. Oh, back foot slips off, but great agility to be able to bounce back from that slip. That can be disastrous.
Oh, absolutely. It can be a little bit painful too, but Zoe, yeah, recovering beautifully. Zoe's down here working with Maddie Cattle, so has a bit of inside knowledge. Maud here.
Maud looking at one of those alley rights going into the rip current. You can see a real crossed up swell right now. Super fun, super peaky, and these waves coming under priority. Rich, what did you see in this one?
Yeah, Zoe sort of hits that first section nice and hard, drives around this one here, and as she goes for that carve, watch the back foot just slip off a little bit, and that can happen in the morning surf, can't it? You know, running down on the sand, you really need to. A lot of the surfers actually, they wax the top of their feet, then they rub it on the bottom of their feet as they're paddling out. Just gives you a little bit of grip on the bottom of your feet there for the early morning surf, but she'll wipe that one off. There's still plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, so Rich, maybe just elaborate on that for those surfers at home. I know what you're talking about, so quite literally waxing the top of your feet.
Yeah, exactly. So, look, you normally do it in sort of point break situations where you're scurrying over rocks to get out in the lineup. Get back to that. Here's Nikki.
Ramping up on the inside, and that one, a little bit of a critical section that she tees off on the inside. That one will also feel good. Those sections are going to be the ones that the judges want to see capitalised on. They want to see you carrying that speed and momentum through with a little bit of drama to finish the wave. Narrabeen notoriously can taper off. And talk us through this one, Jessie.
I really like this second turn here. This is typical Nikki Van Dijk. Big section, attacks it, and gets the ride out so elegantly. She just looks so prepared in herself. She looks really fit. Talking to her this morning, she feels almost as confident as she ever has. I've actually surfed with Nikki a lot out here. She spends a lot of time at Narrabeen, and I just love watching her surf this wave.
And here goes Maud Lacar right now at Saint Martin, France, in the French Caribbean. A lot of the surfers on the Challenger Series are actually on that side of the Caribbean as well. So well-versed. Beach breaks, obviously a lot of reefs over there too. Similar to Zoe Benedetto, she's actually from Florida, but access to the East Coast. Not necessarily a quick hop, skip and a jump to Hawaii like the Californians, but they've got access to they've got Puerto Rico over there, you've got Barbados, you've got a whole list of waves that you can go surf and tropical destinations to go test yourself on. And Zoe's been a real highlight through the NSSAs and the national tours over in America. She's, I guess you could say, coming through a coveted junior career, much like Nikki Van Dijk, the veteran, the 29-year-old Australian. Both of them were really shrouded as, being potential world champions. And Nikki's still vying for that opportunity, and Zoe, in the emergence of her career, just 18 years of age, and her favourite wave back home. She surfs with surfers like Shea Lopez and Fort Pierce North Jetty, which is a beach break situation, lefts and rights. And with this short wind swell, it's not too dissimilar to what you might get on the East Coast.
Yeah, absolutely. Very similar. In one of the storms they get over there, inside section, looks like Nikki Van Dijk.
Up again, keeping really busy. Tees off on the section there, and a nice pace here. This way is bowling up. The 29-year-old Phillip Island, Victoria, looking really strong and solid, using her experience at North Narrabeen, Jess. She would have surfed many days like this out here. This is very typical of, say, not so much autumn, but maybe what you'd find in spring, those variable winds.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Nikki on this wave just showing us that she's ready to go. She wants the win here. This next bowl, I was watching it going, wow, time it, and she timed it beautifully. So much spray went flying, and I just think her backhand is so elegant and lovely to watch. Yeah, as you see this wave here, it really starts to hit the bank and bowl up there, and she just clicks with it perfectly. That's why we see the spray go flying. She hits it with her power, and Nikki looking really comfortable. I feel like she's having a lot more fun in her competitive surfing now.
Yeah, there was times on the CT where she always threw caution to the wind, but at times very reserved. You could see the power in there. You could definitely see the skill, but often the tactics and what happens in man-on-man competition, or I should say woman-on-woman competition. It's a different style of surfing to what you have in the four-person heat, especially with 30 minutes out here in a beach break scenario. Lots of opportunity to roll the dice. And Rich, in a former tour competitor yourself across two-man and four-man formats, how do you structure your heats a little differently?
I think you're just a little bit more selective in the two-surfer heats. You do have that luxury of really waiting for the better waves. In a four-surfer heat, you've got to stay busy. You're obviously it's a numbers game. There's less opportunities because there's more surfers taking waves from you. So I guess the other thing too, it really makes those waves critical in a four-person heat that you need to convert on them because there's less chances. So I feel like there's a little bit more tactics involved perhaps in a four-man heat, getting going, making sure you get an early lead. I always enjoyed that.
And he goes Lacar here, trying to find some clean face, and she gets a little foamy end section. And just with that 0.93 is her high at the moment. That one's hopefully not going to count towards the end of this heat, but Zoe opening up with a strong 5, even with the foot slip off. She was incredibly lucky not to do the splits there, and a great showing of strength to earn that 5-point ride. Nikki Van Dijk with that 5-1. Still some scores to drop though. Lana Silva in third with 4.33. All four surfers have a very strong backhand attack, and they're putting it display here at Narrabeen. Here goes Zoe Floridian looking strong on this wave here, and another gouging turn. And that one's going to score very nice. Found the open face and got the rail engaged there, and a fan of spray, Rich.
Yeah, and that fan of spray represents power. And you can see that Zoe, she really over the last 12 months has really dug into some power. She's found a good technique. So the replay here, you can see just snapping it quick off the top there. The second one, she carves down. And as a result of that, more spray comes off the board. Great technique, staying nice and low, great extension. Compresses again once she gets onto the bottom turn. But a great two-turn combination. So already, you know, looking at the field, Zoe is sort of standing out in terms of the intensity of her turns and how much power and spray she is throwing.
So yeah, working with Maddie Cattle over here, he'll be working with her positioning. Someone of Zoe's caliber, in fact, all these Challenger Series surfers, they're not learning how to surf with these coaches at events. This is a different style of coaching. We'll get into that very shortly. You see Luana paddling for this one, using her priority, and she gets up. And a nice bowl here. She hits it in the pocket with some power and lining up this next section. Goes a little foamy. She does well to maintain some momentum and stay on her feet. And working with Ryan Simmons back in California and across the US, Zoe Benedetto's got a strong influence there in the junior, as we said, in the junior career. What would Maddie Cattle be sharing at this event in North Narrabeen, being a local coach?
Yeah, mostly positioning, I would say. Maddie is pretty big on having a plan and sticking to it. Giving a bit of insight into how to surf the wave too. I guess there's a certain tempo of getting the best out of Narrabeen. Potentially coming from behind at the start of a wave to hit the section steepest. But he's got plenty of little pockets of gold, I think, Maddie Cattle. He's a great coach.
Great insight there from Jess. And Richie, let's go through Luana's wave.
Thought for a second she wasn't going to catch that, but great turn to start things off. Comes around this section and the wave just goes a little bit sleepy, and that can happen out here. We've got this east swell with, it's actually got a bit of north in it, but that was a great turn. But the wave just let her down a little bit. So with this kind of north element in the swell, you really want to find those waves that have a little bit more wall down the line. It's almost like the opposite of yesterday when there was south in it. And you're looking for a wall that doesn't have too much taper, because that south will make it close out. And it's got this north stream in it. You know, it can lay down really quickly unless you find that one that has a good line on it.
And Luana's working with Leandro Dora at times as well. Obviously, Leandro's not here. He's the father of Iago Dora, who just eclipsed his spot on the championship tour. Some dire moments towards the end of that event. And here we have Nikki Van Dyke with a two-turn combo. So that seems to be the order of the day. Out in the lead at the moment, the 5.83 and a 5.10. That one will fall right between those scores, maybe a tad under a smaller wave, Rich.
Yeah, sort of inside wave, but again, she's picking these ones that have got a two-turn combination. It's standing up, allowing her to do that final moment, that final hit on the inside. But Nikki just so dependable in her style. It's really efficient. You know, she very rarely falls.
I think she's identifying really well those waves that allows her to get vertical on that second section. We've seen even Zoe's, that second turn was beautiful, but she did have to carve through it, where Nikki's found those two waves that she can go bottom to top on both of them and get vertical on both sections. So I think that's really well identified on her behalf. I'd love to see the other girls kind of find those sections as well, because I think if we saw, say, Zoe, she's looking switched on this morning and looking really intense. So if she could find a wall like that where she could go vertical twice, I think we'd see some great big surfing from her.
See some waves approaching some peaks. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break, but stay tuned. We're going to come back for the second half of this heat very shortly. Surfline forecast for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. Had a great forecast already. And a fun mix of swell at the moment, Jess.
Yeah, absolutely. We've kind of had a bit of east and south swells mixing throughout the whole event so far, but south typically isn't what you want here at Narrabeen, but it's kind of been working. We've got pretty lucky so far, and today we've seen a little bit more east push in, I feel like, from the other days. 4 to 7 foot faces. It kind of stays pretty similar throughout the day. 6 to 12 knot winds onshore, but it doesn't really look too hard out there. I mean, I was sitting with some of the local boys this morning. They're like, wow, it looks so fun out there. So onshore winds aren't going to phase us.
And Rich, looking pretty good for the next few days as well.
Yeah, next few days is looking great, actually. Sunday all the way through to Tuesday. From what I'm looking on the charts of the pick, and light variable winds, it may tend onshore a little bit, but nothing looks too strong on the charts at the moment. But the good news is that we're going to have super contestable, really fun waves in the kind of head high and maybe head high and above zone. Here we go. This is Nikki Van Dyke. Just hits the check button on that one.
Wow, so extending her lead before the break, 6.5 on that exchange. It looks like she snapped her leash, no doubt a comp leash, really thin leashes that these surfers are using to reduce drag. You see it bouncing in there, so she's out in the lead though with a healthy 5.83 and the 6.5. So a little bit of downtime. Won't be the end of the world. A slightly more challenging paddle out perhaps, but that rip really running out along the alley.
Yeah, we're going to see the competitors really hug the alley right, stay close to the pool so that they can get out there, because like I said earlier, it seems to be a little bit of a sweep, pulling our competitors down to the south, down towards Coleroy. So she will hug the pool and get back out there. And we missed this one while we were in the break. Luana, wow, she really pushed hard through that turn. That was a strong second one, and there was definitely potential for another turn there. So Luana identifying probably her best wave-wise during this heat, but unfortunately just coming unstuck.
So there's Nikki making her way in, swapping leashes, keeping the same board, and she'll make her way out to the northern corner to where that rip you just spoke about before, Jess. And that'll be a bit of a travelator to get her back outside, but this is the fitness that you train for, Rich. These circumstances occur a lot more often than you think.
Yeah, they do actually, and that was just a clean snap on the leash there. But Nikki, she'll run around to the the mouth of the lagoon there, try and get the rip or pull her out back into the lineup. Yeah, perhaps give the wax a little rub with some sand, because when I find that when you lose your board like that, comes in and gets involved with the foam, it gets really slippery. So got to give it a little rough up, that wax. And hopefully she does that before she gets out. But I don't think she needs to panic too hard at this point. She's out in front, and she'll want to get out there and protect that lead. Yeah,
there's all the nutrients coming out of the lagoon from the valleys that are flowing in, that different colour. We have a deep creek, and we have 3 or 4 different creek systems up at Narrabeen Lagoon which pump out the different viscosity of water, different sands that are punching out through the water there, and it's a different temperature sometimes throughout the lineup. You can see there, that'll be really warm, and then you get back out or hit a cold patch, and there's all sorts of moss and different fungi in the water, and all sorts of silt from the lagoon that come out, so it does get on your wax, doesn't it, Jess?
Yeah, absolutely. And I vividly remember growing up a few winter mornings where we've had plenty of rain the night before, and the water that rushes out of the lagoon is really icy cold. So I feel like, we're seeing a lot of the girls wear short legs this morning, but there definitely would be some cold water out there.
Yeah, those sort of deeper trenches in the lagoon get stirred up, and then they run out with the tide. We do have an incoming tide though. We have high tide about 10:30 a.m. this morning. Not a huge fluctuation of tides at the moment, but some fantastic conditions here at North Narrabeen, one of the gems and one of the most important locations in Australian surf history, especially in a competition sense in surfboard design. But winning this heat at the moment is the Australian Nikki Van Dyke. From Floridian, Zoe Benedetto. She backed up her 5 with a 4.87. So a strong start there from the United States surfer. And here goes Luana Silva lining up this section. Oh, hits the lip line and unable to ride out. Critical section there, and would have been a healthy score if she could get that completion, Rich.
Yeah, that would have been a good ride for Luana. She'll be looking to get out of third position here. Pressure starting to build a little bit now that we're under the 10-minute mark.
We saw Mikey Madonna fall out of the competition yesterday after his big win. And Luana Silva, she got a great result as well. So she'll want to convert, just got up a little bit early into that section. Slap down, which will happen here on this end section at Northie.
Better here at Narrabeen. Better here at Narrabeen than Tahiti. She's bound for the Olympics coming up, as is Maud Lecard for France as well. These surfers extremely proficient. Actually, I shouldn't say I don't think Maud's on an Olympic schedule. We've got Vahini Fierro coming up next, who will be representing France over there in Tahiti. And yeah, Luana, she's absolutely no stranger to tubes. She's got some great supporters around her that are some of the best tube riders in the world, and she'll be nurtured from her contingent and trying to earn that gold medal for Brazil. Coming down to 8 minutes in this heat. International affair with the Australian looking strong, the veteran, Nikki Van Dyke. This is her 15th year competing at professional levels, starting off through the Pro Juniors and into the QSs. And she's had a great run on the CT for a number of years. Her best finish was a 7th. And put in some phenomenal shows. I just remember her giving it all at one wave in particular, Bells Beach on the inside rocks there. I remember her finishing on the ledge, just giving it everything on that inside slab. Great technician of the rail, and she can free the fins up too with a progressive approach. We're going to go catch up with Laura Enever, who's out and about around the North Narrabeen beach.
Yes, guys, down on the beach, I found a break in the rain to give you a Oakberry surf conditions update. As you can see, it's about 4 foot. We're going to see the swell keep pushing in throughout the day when that tide fills in around mid-morning. The wind right now, cross shore, light, about north-northeast at the moment, but we're hoping that stays like that. We've got that morning sickness bump, but we're already seeing it clean up a lot throughout the morning. So super excited to see what the day holds, and I think it's going to get better and better.
Thanks, Laura. Fantastic update there from the Queen of North Narrabeen. The Guinness World Records for the largest paddled wave from a female, and she born and bred here at Northie. She was on the championship tour for many years, and she's just a local identity. Super happy and a great ambassador for surfing, and I'm sure the Northie board riders are stoked to have her. But live action here, this is Maud lining up this section. A nice snap to get things started, and hits the lip there. Rio, third turn to this way, providing the goods. The Frenchwoman working her way through to the inside. She gets the completion too. That one will feel good. 6 minutes 20 remaining, making her way back to the outside. You can see a bit more urgency in the paddle. And that current taking her from north to south. Let's go through the replay, Rich.
Yeah, this couldn't have come at a better time for Maud Lecard. Nice clean carve off the top to start off. Patient on this second turn, hits it right in the money spot and gets a little bit more work done down the line. So really hadn't had anything of any substance up until this point. Tricky section there, all that foam and turbulence on the face, but Maud, she just, you can tell, just relaxed into that wave a little bit more, looking more confident now.
Maud's doing some great stuff as well back home and over in Europe. She has a fantastic initiative, Save Le Mermaid. You can check it out on Instagram, where she's, it's her initiative, her environmentalist initiative to protect the ocean. I mean, surfers, we have a connection to the ocean that it's really hard to measure. It's something that we don't often appreciate until we don't have it in front of us, or we are surfing in pollution or dirty water, or we see injustices that really affect us. But it's one of the core reasons why we surf. We're present, we're in nature, and it's really important we look after the ocean, Jess.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's our home, and we wouldn't be here without it. None of us would be sitting here without the ocean today. So I've always been super grateful. It's always been my little escape from the world too. So there's so many great initiatives out there that are there to protect our oceans, and yeah, Maud doing her part over there in Europe. So that's really cool to hear. I actually haven't heard of that before, so I'm definitely going to have to go and check that out. And yeah, Maud getting her best score of the heat of 4.97 for that last wave.
Yeah, as you said, Richie, before, great timing. Now needing a 4.91 to move up into the placings. The pressure on Luana Silva. She actually has the low of this heat, a 4.87. She needs to get rid of that. She needs a 5 to move into the placing. So this is going to come right down to the wire. 4:20 left on the clock. I'm really thinking we're going to see a spice up of these positions as we see a flurry of waves that will come through. You see more to the right-hand side of the screen off in the Surf Club peak straight out the front. And these surfers, well, we have Nikki, Zoe and Luana up to the north on the classic alley left, Rich.
Yeah, they're deep up on the peak there. See a little bit of movement here, but this heat is wide open with just under 4 minutes to go. Anyone could steal this. And Nikki with the high number at the moment, the 6.5. She's also second in the priority order, so she's in a really good position here. Ton of experience. You'd have to say that you know, she will she'll do enough here to hold this one out, you would think. But this is going to be an interesting finish to this one. Still plenty of waves out there. It is broken up a little bit. It's a difficult lineup. I was talking to George Pitter this morning after his warm-up. He said, yeah, it is tricky. It's hard to find your lineup this morning, especially with this broken up swell, but it will improve throughout the day.
Yeah, I also want to add too, like 30 minutes out there is, especially in heat surfing, these ladies are going to be tired by the time they come in. There's a lot of water moving out there. There's a rip that they're paddling against. If they fall, I can guarantee you that they're probably getting a bit of a working. So I feel like these last kind of dying stages of the heat where we are going to see competitors needing scores is probably going to be survival of the fittest. You know, the women and men today have put in the time, got their fitness up. It's going to be a long heat, 30 minutes out there, but I'm excited to see who exactly has put in the hard yards, because I think whoever's put in the most work will probably find themselves getting through the heats.
Great insight there. I mean, this is what they're training for, right? And this is the duress that comes. They're moving the whole time. You can see that current moving around, as you said, Rich. A tricky lineup, a tricky field, and not only are they thinking of the tactics, the priority there with Zoe currently in the driver's seat. She's in second, needing a 7.33, but they're having a look around at their marking points. They're looking at the changing lineup. First heat of the day, traditionally always a tricky one as we hit the NRMA 2-minute warning. You can see Maud the car hunting a right-hander a little bit down the beach. If she could chip into something like that, you'd have to say some scoring on offer of those waves. But difficult. They're a bit random, Jess.
Super random. And I think, you know, we touched on it earlier. You want to find those waves that allow you to get vertical twice, as we see Luana now.
Here she goes, currently in third place, needing a 5. She hits the section, comes down, the convergence, and unable to ride out. And that was looking fantastic at the beginning of that ride, and unable to get the completion. Great work up until that point. She'll make her way back out. There's still enough time, you'd think, to maybe grab one last wave and give it an opportunity. And Zoe protecting her second place. Powerful natural footer, the 18-year-old, looking really good on this one. 3 turns, looking to drop a low of a 4.87. Here goes Nikki, heat leader. Wow, fan of spray. A mature approach, strong lip line attack there for Nikki Van Dyke. And she's going to be feeling relieved that she was able to ride out of that one, and maybe even better, her total looking to drop a low of 5.83. One of the best single turns of the heat, Rich.
Yeah, that was a strong turn, without a doubt. You can just see the experience of Nikki Van Dyke. She's going to call it with 30 seconds to go. Obviously won't get out the back in that time, but a bigger wave elongates that bottom turn, clicks with the lip up there on the beautiful backhand turn. So just the one maneuver, but it was a strong one. Timing was perfect. Her front foot actually came off the board, and she was able to reconnect.
DHD looking sharp on her feet. Looking really good. That blue tint as well. We're coming down to the last 5 seconds. It doesn't look like any more waves written for Luana and Maud. A little too late with the veteran, Nikki Van Dyke, taking the win in that heat. We'll wait for these scores to be finalised.
Taking that one out.
A 5.93, so she does improve on her lead. And Zoe cementing second spot. Zoe Benedetto, Nikki Van Dyke progressing through Heat 1 around the 32.
It was Nikki Van Dyke winning that heat.
We have a stacked heat coming up next. We're going to go to a break, but don't go anywhere. More action coming up next.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. And by Destination New South Wales, strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to day 3 of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. I'm sitting here in the booth with Richie Lovett and Jesse Starling, Matt Chinoski on the call here. And we have an international affair in the water this morning. We're up to Heat 2 of the women in the round of 32. Nadia Aristabe, Vahini Fierro, the French woman, Nanaho Suzuki, and Anne Dos Santos, who earned her way through tough conditions, the wild card. Earlier in the week, it was raining, it was windy. It was much more wild than this, Jessie.
Oh, it was chaos. But it was definitely not as fun as this. And Nadia getting this heat started. She's on the DHDs as well. Like we saw Nikki fell on that one, but I'm looking at the scores. A 6-point ride for Vahine on this one. Wow, beautiful opening swoop there. Love the second turn. It's so great to see her competing on her forehand. She is just so strong all round.
We see her making her way back out. A 6-point ride there. Puts her straight out in the lead, and the experience of, but the youngster, 23-year-old Japanese surfer, Nanaho Suzuki, a technician on the rail. She'll like these fast, compact walls. She'll be able to fit those maneuvers in really strong. Nadia, coming from the Basque region, she's absolutely no slouch. We'll be seeing her representing in the Olympics as well. And I tell you what, Anne Dos Santos, the local girl, surprise packet, the goofy footer, the O'Neill team rider. She is competent in 2 to 20 feet plus. We've talked about it already, a natural water woman, Brazilian heritage, growing up in DY on the Northern Beaches, just a hop, skip and a jump down here. She's a regular out at the Bommies, a big Narrabeen here. Whenever it's 10 foot plus, she's out there. She's one of the only women who find a way in the lineup, miraculously too at times. There's people towing out there, and you'll see Lan. She'll just pop out. She'll paddle from 2 kilometers away if she has to get out there. She is a surfer's surfer, and she's up against tough competition here with 3 established professionals. Vahini, she's been I guess you could say a marquee surfer for many years, someone that we've really highlighted as a future world champion, and absolutely one to watch at the Olympics over in Tahiti.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, she's another one who is no stranger to heavy water, and very comfortable. And mate, some surfers, they never get comfortable with it, men and women, in big waves. But you know, it takes a lot of courage to get out there, especially when it's big.
We'll go catch up with Nikki Van Dyke and see what her winning recipe was. She's down the glass with Laura.
Yes, Nikki, first heat of the morning. I feel like, again, you had the first heat the other day, didn't you?
Yeah,
You're loving it. Anyway, you got the job done. Off to a quick start. You look so comfortable in these beach breaks. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time in southwest winds back in Victoria, so surfing beaches in terrible conditions. But not saying that it's terrible, it's lovely this morning. But yeah, it's quite tricky out there this morning. Couple lefts.
Yeah, a bit morning sick rolling up this morning. We know that low was just kind of hitting the coast, so I'm sure it's going to get better for you tomorrow anyway. Yeah. But, you know, anything you switched up this morning or how'd you approach it? Because you're not working with a coach here. You're just out there solo doing your thing.
What did I switch up? No switch ups this morning, but my leggy did snap in that heat, and I actually had a funny feeling about it. I was seeing if there was caddies there this morning, and they weren't here. They were having a sleep-in for my heat. So, yeah, I actually had this weird feeling that something was going to happen, and it did. But stoked to make it through, and what are we up to now? Round of 16. So, yeah, let's go.
Amazing. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye, Laura. Have a good day.
And a frothing Nikki Van Dyke getting the heat done, getting her work done early in the morning. She's up and at 'em. She'll be going home before 8 o'clock. Nice day of work for her. And here goes Suzuki, Japanese competitor, knocks that one off the top, and she rides out with control too. So way down the beach, you can see behind her Vahine paddling back out too after her exchange. That was a strong wave to open up her account for Nanaho.
Oh yeah, Nanaho is just a powerhouse. I mean, she got third in the Taiwan QS 5000 last year in really, really similar conditions to this. And she was actually the only lady in the field popping full air reverses. It was so cool to see. Yeah, she's actually got a really cool air game. She's the regional wildcard for Asia as well, coming in 5th there, and she's just an absolute powerhouse. But so is this lady, so Vahine, wanting to back up her 6, great first turn, gets up there quickly for a second, so she's looking really comfortable. Her board's looking amazing. I saw Brent Power up there this morning supporting his team riders. Did really well to get up over that foam and come out in front of that turn. And then this wave too, and getting started. The local girl, as we were just talking about, she's no stranger to this wave. Gets a big section there, attacks it, but just can't quite hold on. That is Annie for you. She'll attack any section. Nadia gets a bit of a tube time here, but couldn't make it work. And then this wave for Nanaho, I loved it. Really powerful, showing her talent. Sends spray flying on that first wave. That was a hard section to hit. And yeah, her technique just shining through there. She gets a ride out on a tricky section.
Yeah, really similar in the stance to Nikki as well. Just sure-footed, keeps nice and low, comes through this double-up section, and opts to go right up high in the lip. Gets the pivot and the landing. So a great way to start things off. Confidence builder when you can stay on your feet on that first wave.
And she locks in a 6.43 for that commitment for Suzuki. But Vahine furthering her lead to 6.07 to go with the 6. So she's out to an early lead. But here goes Nadia, not to be left out of the equation. A bigger wave. She hits the lip line and carries the momentum into this next turn and absolutely attacking here at North Narrabeen. Nadia looking strong, a committed approach. And those DHDs looking like they're working absolutely perfect for her on the beach breaks here at Narrabeen.
Yeah, absolutely. I can tell by that spray she's on a Utopia. So typically more of a small wave board, but she's making it look pretty good in these like 4-foot bowly sections. This first turn, she really holds on. You can see her eye line go down, so she rides out of that turn, and I can bet you she's probably thinking on that second turn, I need to make this. This is a big score, and yeah, you can see her eye line looking down, making sure she gets the ride out. She compresses, and it feels good for her. So that's going to be a pretty great score for Nadia.
Yeah, I got a feeling that's going to be the best number of the morning so far.
Yeah.
2 big turns. It was a great looking wave.
Yeah, very committed surfing there from Nadia. Scores still dropping, but you know, I think back to Anders Santos for that late hit that she didn't ride out of. If you can make the judges guess if you're going to make that turn, if you're coming into a big section and there's a little bit of doubt there and you ride out, you're always going to get a great score. It's that it's human nature, right? We see that drama and we buy into it, and that's exactly what Nadia put on offer for us just then. We saw some amazing airs yesterday, and we're going to see some more today. This swell, what it can do is create those little peaks and these little cross sections. So we'll see lots of those opportunities for these surfers. And is it a change of format to maybe your heat structure yesterday, Richie, where wave selection didn't really factor a whole heap into it? You saw a lot of surfers keeping really busy.
It's definitely a different looking lineup today. It was fairly straightforward yesterday in terms of where to sit, and lots of opportunity, but there's more work to be done. The ocean, you can see just on your screen, there's more movement in it, more paddling involved. So, you know, so automatically what that does, it eliminates time out of your game. That 30-second block, you know, if you figure you've got to get 2 good waves, and the turnaround time for each of those is, you know, 5 to 7 minutes once you're riding and paddling back out. You know, it's not a lot of time to make a mistake. So really, wave choice is going to be critical today.
Nadia, her patience paying off, an 8-point ride. So the best wave of the morning so far, and well rewarded for some critical surfing, really understanding the conditions here today. And it's wild where she's from, the routes there. They have quick weather systems, they have some fantastic waves at massive tides. This is just bread and butter beach breaks for her, and if you're competing on the Atlantic coast, you have to be used to conditions like this. We heard Nikki Van Dyke growing up with a lot of those south winds from the Southern Ocean, cold, straight out of Antarctica, blasting Victoria and Phillip Island. And not that we have a cold wind today, but it's certainly not as comfortable as the last few days, Jess.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. I rocked up this morning in my big puffer jacket with a jumper on underneath. I was definitely a little bit chilly. I think the rain is also bringing the temperature down too. But yeah, like you're saying, Nikki, Phillip Island, I feel like it's always 4 seasons one day down there, and we might see something similar today, a few rain squalls coming through. But I feel like every time a little rain squall comes through, it happens to clean up the lineup just a little bit. Then we'll see the wind puff up again and probably another little bit of rain come through. So it could be on and off wet weather all day, but it's still a really pretty canvas out there for all of our competitors. I mean, Nadia finding a great 2-turn left. I think if you can continue to find those steep 2-turners, we're going to have plenty of action today. And yeah, I think this wind, it's coming from the south. You can see it making a bit of a ripple on the ocean there, but it is going to make for air sections like you just said, and I'm really hoping we see the ladies take to the air. We've only seen Sierra pull off an air so far in competition, and I mean, I feel like that's a given. Sierra's just so great in the air. I'm hoping Erin probably takes a leaf out of her book too. And Nanaho, hopefully too. I'd love for you guys to see how great she is in the air as well. Annie has a bit of an air game, so yeah, hopefully the ladies are bringing out a few different tricks. Yeah,
they will for sure. Round of 32, some amazing surfing we've seen already. And this heat, Vahini Fierro out in the lead with a 12.07 total, leading from the Basque surfer, Nadia Aristabe. She is looking committed and strong with the best wave of the morning so far. But don't leave out of the chat. Nanaho and Anders Santos, looking forward to seeing Anne finally get some clear water. The first one is the 253, the wild card, leaving absolutely nothing to question. We saw Axel Carota, the other wild card, taking it to the best surfers in the world yesterday. I think we're going to see some more out of Anne. But don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break. We're going to come back with the remainder of this heat, surely.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by NRMA Parks and Resorts, the official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Yes, well, welcome back. A grey, gloomy morning, but stay in bed. No one's working today. It's Saturday. The coffee's brewing. We've had our Bonsoy brew break. We are fired up and ready to go because you know what? We have a stacked heat in the water. Bahini Fierro leading from Nadia Aristabe. We have Suzuki, our Japanese competitor, and the Brazilian Andres Santos, who's got her local contingent down here supporting her, fired up on the Asahi. And in the replay, Rich, Japanese competitor.
Oh, I love that bottom turn, late takeoff. Unfortunately, the wave just not cooperating. But, geez, that was gnarly. Sort of fell out of the lip on that one, right at the takeoff. Should be looking for something more.
For those of you just joining us or waking up, or even having your dinner overseas right now, watching the Europeans go at it. This is a 30-minute heat. We are into heat 2. Down to 32 of the women's and a full day of competition ahead. And there goes Anne. I think it was just catching a rail on that wave.
Yeah, she's surprisingly sitting a little bit wider than what I would anticipate Anne to be sitting. Usually she likes to sit deepest up on the pack. Even in the free surfs, you usually see her right up on the inside. And she had second priority too at that point in time. So maybe a little bit of an error there from Anne, but I mean, she's a competitor. She's definitely not someone you want to draw in a first round heat in the regional series. She is just so tenacious, so ready to make heats. I definitely think we have not seen the best of her so far. She actually just released her first surf film not too long ago, 22, shot by Shannon Hayes, who's one of the cameramen, or camerawoman, I should say, down here. And they traveled all through Indonesia for 2 months last year. And there's like footage of Annie surfing big nias. I'm talking 8-foot backdooring.
Wow.
just pit dogging these barrels. She definitely is a charger. She had her first year in the Vans Pipe Invitational this year. She got a few beatings out there. There's some pretty funny footage on her Instagram. But yeah, Annie is definitely no stranger to these conditions, and compared to what she had to surf the trials in the other day, this is a bit of a luxury.
Yeah, remember that name. Andres Santos. She's had really good effort at Jaws. She surfed that a couple of times, put in time over there at PR here on Maui. A big wave surfer, an aerialist. She's the Brazilian firecracker, but calls Sydney home here on the Northern Beaches. Won through in the local wildcard draw the other day, and she beat some phenomenal surfers. A couple of the Long Reef girls were lining up and putting in a strong performance, but Annie just too strong, as with Norstein's Axel Carrota on the men's side of the draw. And Annie's been at it for quite a while, only 22 years of age. She's been competing professionally since 2016. And we do expect big things from her, but she's a water woman, and I wouldn't be surprised if she has a long, fruitful career in a bunch of different accolades. She actually borrowed a longboard off me the other day. It was 1 foot. And Rich, riding different boards, great for your surfing.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I'm a true believer in expanding your horizons. You know, these competitive surfers, you know, they've got like Ferraris under their feet. You know, these surfboards are so finely tuned, they're refined, but it's actually cool to jump on some other equipment every now and then and just explore different feelings. Understanding what different surf craft does, and you know, draw a different line. It's actually good to do it every now and then.
And Nanaho Suzuki, our Japanese competitor, climbing through the regional rankings, getting that wild card. She's got some phenomenal talent to be competing against over there in some of the events. I was there commentating a few with your sister Jess, and I mean, they can. It's phenomenal the way that they can dissect the waves over there. And here we have another phenomenal surfer, Nadia Aristabe, going for the lip line again. Got that 8-point ride already, looking to drop a low, but 283. I think that 283 is long gone, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. She connected really well with that section. Looks like live action out the back. This is Anne.
lining up this section. She hits the lip line and, wow, goes inverted, unable to ride out of that, but got us on the edge of our seats. Look at that, long time underwater.
Oh, so it was a courageous attempt. Big section loomed up in front of her and she just attacked it.
Wow, she's needing an 8.3 at the moment, and it looks like she's trying to get it in one wave, Jess.
Yeah, I feel like this is, if she wants to do it in one turn, that's a big turn, a big statement if she can pull off that.
Wow.
And I love that she pushes. She could have just tapped it and come down with it, but she pushes hard, wanted to release the tail, and yeah, went down with the lip on that one. But this way from Nadia was really beautifully timed and surf. Just a bit of a check turn, but there she kicks the tail out the back and then gets up there. Looks like she grabs the rail to make sure she comes down with that foam. Tricky section to attack there. Needs a 4.07 to take the lead off Vahine. 4.07, Rich.
Close, definitely close. That one hit, it had some fireworks, connected well, so it will be right there.
Nadia will be looking forward to more of these Narrabeen lefts in the next few days. We're going to have some offshore conditions as well, but getting through this heat, we have conditions that don't look as pretty, but super rippable. 6.8 to go, the 8-point ride. So the Bass surfer, well, 2 European surfers killing it at the moment. Vahine in second, and it's Nanaho Suzuki down in third, needing a 5.64. And Ann Dos Santos now needing a near excellent 10-point ride to eclipse the wind, but still time to break it down into two. Rich, it's a beach break scenario. You've surfed here at North Narrabeen a lot in competition. We've seen some phenomenal duels over the years. What's going through Nanaho and Ann's head right now? What's your advice to them?
Well, Nanaho just needs to hold firm, I think. She just needs to find that that wave. We've seen, you know, shades of what she's capable of, but the canvas that she's chosen so far, she hasn't been able to paint well on it. You know, she needs to get a good wave and needs to get busy. She really needs to find two waves here with just under 6 minutes, or just over 6 minutes to go. You know, she has not converted on her opportunities. So she needs to somehow wrestle a wave off the rest of this field. And whether she needs to duck right up deep, I'd be going right up in there trying to find one of those little inside runners that offers up a couple of good sections.
You've got to applaud her commitment, though, at the very least, coming up at this level. Building a house with a couple of marginal 3s and 4s just won't cut it. We have the two experienced competitors out there with a couple of 6s and an excellent range score for Nadia, but a little different at the QSs, yes.
Oh, not a little, a lot different. I mean, this international field, if you're surfing in a 4-man regional QS, when you look at every round in the round, every heat in the round of 32, that's a final, and in any regional event. So I think it's a massive jump. You do have to lift your game. There's no room for mistakes, especially in these earlier rounds. And with such big points difference between each rounds, you can see that the ladies who probably have competed for a little bit more, like in Nikki Van Dykes or the people who have just come off the tour, say your Alyssa Spencers, Bronte McCaulays, they do go deep in the draw because competitive edge comes into play a lot more, I would say, in the Challenger Series than it would in the Regional Series, rather than just great surfing. I mean, this lady here, she's surfed so many heats now, but still so young, got the first win. And I was watching her this morning, she was looking on point. So Erin Brooks coming up soon. But yeah, I just feel like Annie... Hey, Erin. Yeah, Annie maybe needs to find, like you said, Rich, one of those smaller insides ones that we saw Vahine on earlier in this heat, and she managed to find a 6. Find 2 of those, 5 minutes to go. There's plenty of waves out there. Yeah. She could still get through this heat. I mean, we saw Jet Schilling do a crazy air and get a 9.17. Maybe she could take that strategy too.
Well, being third down on the priority order, she really isn't going to get one of the best waves that comes through, because we know that the two surfers, Vahine and Nanaho, they're going to take the best waves when they come through. So I don't know. The judges have sent a message in these first 2 heats. Because it is so broken up and disjointed, they're willing to pay a really good score off for one big turn. So, you know, there is opportunity out there, but with each second that passes, it's going to be really, really difficult for Ann to get through this heat.
Well, we'd love to see those wild cards shake up things. She made it through the round of 32 already. Can't help but feel that someone of Ann's caliber belongs on this tour. 4 minutes remaining. This is the Challenger Series. These surfers vying for the opportunity to jump onto the Championship Tour. The next stop, these surfers will be getting barreled in the next couple of stops. And left-hand reef breaks. I mean, you look at the surfers leading at the moment, Nadia and Vahini. They're going to be in the Olympics at Chopu. And I tell you what, someone like Anne, she was representing Brazil. I think they'd be up for a pretty good challenge for a gold medal.
Absolutely, she would do really well. She loves a challenge, especially in waves of consequence. I feel like that's where she really shines. So whether she continues down this competitive route, which I really hope that she does because she's a great competitor, or she takes that big wave road, I think she'll be successful in either.
Hey, she might be making a new film, 24.
24.
Well, she filmed during, well, when she was 22, made that film 22, but as we watch, currently in second place, this is Vahini. Beautiful, flowing style, looking for some speed here. Hits the lip line and stays on her feet well, and a little smile there. She's elated, and that's her third wave. She has waited nearly 25 minutes for that wave. She got out to an early lead, pushed back into second. That one's got to feel good, Rich.
Yeah, she clicked with that thing perfectly, and you could see this wave. It was a double up, so 2 waves coming into one, and then it stands up on this inside section and just snaps it so cleanly off the top. Watch this, connects here, pivots off the tail, comes down with the lip. Treacherous wave behind her, just exploding. She's right out in front of it. She knew at that point there, yep, I've just banked another good score. This is live action.
Nanaho hits the lip line, and she goes down dramatically as well. Really wanted to pull that one off. Needing a 5.64 with a score still to drop there from Vahini. She will get out with another opportunity. Things really starting to heat up now within the NRMA 2-minute warning. You can see the swell at Narrabeen. It's chopped up, but there's lots of opportunity, lots of bowls here. This is an average day. It'd still be free surfers out there putting on an absolute clinic. Surfers like yourself, Jess, Laura, Dylan Moffat, Geordie Lawler, and of course, well, we don't have 10 minutes to list off all the ex-pros that have been here, but we will later. And talk us through Nanaho's, Jess.
Yeah, love this first turn. You can see maybe cut it a bit short to get down the line to get to that turn, but yeah, a little bit of an uncharacteristic fall there for Nanaho. She's usually pretty technically sound. Make sure she rides out of that turns, but yeah, like you said, a bit of a dramatic fall. Now Annie.
All right, here she goes, lining up this section. A minute to go, pulls into the tube. Oh, so gets some travel time. Wow. And unable to ride out, but some great signs there, and that'll be probably the end of Anne's heat, but she went out with a bang. Didn't get spat out of the tube as she would have liked, but how cool is that style, the drop leg, the shuffle forward, Rich?
Oh, that was amazing. That was lining up to be a absolute nugget, a huge score. If she had found a little doggy door out of that one, it just ran off on her. Let's check it out here. She lines it up, drags the hand, gets some travel time. And right at that moment there, I thought maybe she could bust out, but that thing just locked her in.
Yeah.
I was just yelling in my head going, go!
Wow. That was, she's put on fireworks today. Not so much a highlight reel, but she's really got us on the edge of our seats. The entertainer, Anda Santos, in 4th place, unable to get out of combination situation, but hope to see more of her in competition in the future, with that score dropping in as a 7.07 for Vahini. So her and Nadia just running away with this heat at the moment, but not out of the question. A 6.72 required for Nanaho. She goes to the air and kicks that one away, and that will be all she wrote for this heat. Right now, I mean, that was a great performance. 30 minutes of action. Heat 2 of the morning. And Nadia Eristabe and Vahini Fierro moving on through the round of 16. High heat total, the highest wave of the day. An 8-point ride belongs to Nadia. That lady there, she'll be competing over in the Olympics, as will Vahini, and these two training the house down, and it's showing in challenging conditions here this morning at Narrabeen. We've got more action coming up next. Heat 3, we're going to bring in Ronnie and Flick Palmatier. Don't go anywhere.
What's up? Welcome back to the show. Day 3 of the event window here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, brings a new swell, and it brings some solid performances in those first couple of heats of the morning. Ronnie Blakey, joined by Felicity Parmentier and Flick. Good to see that extra swell, and it's come just in time for some big heats in this round of 32.
It has. I've had a look this morning as I was drinking my coffee, and definitely that bump and swell is making things a little bit more challenging, but I'm excited to see this round of women get underway. It's the seeded round. We're already seeing that level rise, and yeah, there's still a lot of opportunity out there. What I saw in that last heat at the very end there was Vahine tucking into that barrel, and I absolutely loved it.
Yeah, noticeable shift in performance yesterday when we got into the seeded round of the men's. I mean, those top dogs, those form surfers from last year who also carried some momentum through that first event of the season to maintain their position in the round of 32 was so impressive, and I'm expecting more of the same here as we move into this round for the women. And look at the lineup here. Alyssa Spencer just off the back of the championship tour, getting relegated. She's going to be hard to beat out here. Teresa Bombalot, who has been such a successful campaigner, yet not fully broken through to the championship tour. The surfer from Portugal, getting things started. But Teresa has had great success here on the Northern Beaches before, and really does have a well-rounded approach.
She has a really well-rounded approach, and, you know, I take my hat off to her because she's been going at this for a long time now, and she's become incredibly close for a few years to almost cracking that championship tour level. I think it was a couple of years ago, the last Challenger Series event, it came down to Haleiwa and herself, Sophie McCulloch, and I think it was Alyssa Spencer were all in contention for that last spot on the tour, and Sophie McCulloch ended up getting the job done with a massive win at Haleiwa, but Teresa was all the way there right until the end, and I think it came down to individual heat wins as to who just got that last final spot on tour. But I just take my hat off to her because she's still here, she's still going, and I mean, there's plenty of great examples of guys on the men's side that have done just that. I think about Ramsey, I think about Jacob Wilcox, who have been going at it for years, like over 10 years, and finally made that championship tour. So, just resilient and a great competitor and really well-rounded.
Well, 25 minutes remaining here. Also out in the lineup, Ariana Child of the Basque Country. Love that zone. Used to head over there for the CT event in Mundaka for years. And just such a beautiful little village and so much history in that location. Really unique place, but a lot of great waves as well. And plenty of beach breaks, as we see Teresa there absolutely unload on the first section. And we love to see it because, you know, this is not like the opening round of a championship tour event where you get a second chance if you don't progress. It's all got to happen from the very first heat you surf. So Teresa in attack mode here.
Oh, absolutely loved that first turn. Fins free. Unfortunately, this wave just sort of tapered off a bit there, so she wasn't able to find that second turn, but there's going to be big points come from this section. I mean, look at that. Just so critical, so on edge. I mean, and putting it all on the line on that first turn is you know, that's going to be really rewarding. That was really, really well done. I feel like this is going to fetch a great score.
Yeah, big old fin blow for Teresa Bombalon, and we're waiting for the scores to come through now, but let's quickly get caught up with the winner of the last heat with Laura. Morning, Laura.
Morning, Ron. Nadia, so impressive. Last year you finished 8th on the Challenger Series, but you missed the first 2 events here in Australia. This year you've kicked off your campaign with a 5th on the Goldie and just dropping absolute bomb scores here at Narrabeen. How are you taking it all in, and how confident are you feeling surfing?
I'm really happy to be here, and I'm not that confident in my front side, so I was a little bit scared coming here after surfing like 2 weeks snapper only right. But I came and I felt good. It felt good that I had an 8 and I did a good hit, so happy to make it through and confident for the next one.
And after getting so close to qualification last year, you know, did that change your whole perspective and you know, look towards the Challenger Series? Yeah,
for sure. Like 2 years ago, I did a really bad journey in the Challengers, and last year I wasn't even qualified for the Challengers, and it ended up in the year me almost qualifying. So this year I was like, okay, you can do it. Now you have a good sitting. Now just is the year to try it and hopefully make it.
Well, your DHDs are looking amazing under your feet, but I know one of them did crack you in the neck. And that was a second wave. Talk us through what happened.
Yeah, I got that wave. I did a carve, and then it went like huge, and I tried to kick out, but it looked like I went to the bar, but I went to the bar and in the wash, the ball hit me really hard here. But in the moment, I was like, oh, keep paddling, you can get the pry. And once I got in the lineup, I was like, wow, it hurts so much. And there is a little bit of blood, but I don't think it's nothing serious. I will try to go see what it is, but hopefully it's nothing and I will be better tomorrow.
Well, you still dropped an excellent score after that. Rest up, and yeah, we'll see you into Sunday tomorrow, and it's going to be a lot cleaner. So that's exciting to see you out there.
Yeah, really happy. Like today was really hard, but happy to make it through to the good days that are the next 2 months. So
amazing, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Yeah, Nadia on fire there, and just amazing. Just really performing under duress, getting the board to the back of the neck, but she also dropped an excellent score, a really solid heat score total in a tricky lineup, 14.8. And she'll be watching this next heat with interest as well to see how her fellow bus surfer fares. But Alyssa Spencer had this one during the interview.
Yeah, she's found a great wave here. Beautiful two-turn combo, 2 different turns. I love how she just went straight up into the lip on this first one. And then sort of that seamless transition here. No mucking around in between these turns. And beautiful fin throw there. Threw a lot of spray. So, wow, like Alyssa and Teresa off to a great start in this heat.
It's fun thinking about just that busk area, and they've had some amazing surfers campaigning before on the championship tour. Ritz Aranaburu, he was just such an amazing tube rider, still is. But he represented his region so sensationally on the championship tour, on the big wave scene. Nacho Gonzalez, you would have shared some sessions with him over the years. Just an absolute animal in waves of consequence. But on the women's side, a real push coming through at the moment. Yeah. Nadia well positioned at the top end of the ranks at the moment.
For sure. Last year she really impressed me. I mean, she was right in it, right until the end there at Saquarema in that last Challenger Series event of the year. She was I think she just had to make one more heat, and it was between her and Isabella Nichols, and Isabella Nichols was knocked out of the event and just waiting to see,
oh my God,
you know, is Nadia going to keep advancing? Do I hold on to that 5th spot, which is so scary? But the way the cards fell, Nadia got knocked and Isabella ended up getting that last spot. So, I mean, Nadia's right there. Her surfing's so good. I mean, we saw her up on the Goldie, and it was her and Erin Brooks, the only 2, as we'll get back to that.
Oh, Alyssa, yeah, nice turn to start this one. There's not a lot of Alyssa. She's so compact, but she has incredible timing. And pound for pound has a great output of power that goes up against some of the biggest competitors in the women's field who, you know, you'd think would have that edge when they lay into those major turns. But Alyssa keeps on pace with them.
Yeah, she does. And this is a great example here. Just to speak to your point, it's precision with her and it's timing. And I honestly feel that precision and timing beat power any day, because sometimes you lay into a section and but if it's not timed well, it doesn't look great. It looks a little bit ugly. And I feel that if your timing is on point, it matches the power of someone who might be more physically bigger than you. But yeah, Alyssa just has that down packed completely. I think that's one of her strengths for sure. But I feel, you know, she came onto the championship tour. It was her first year this year. She got to do the 5 events, had a big job at Margaret River if she wanted to keep her dream alive, but obviously relegated to the Challenger Series now. But I feel that she's one of those surfers too that you just put a circle around like, yep, she's going to make it back.
Well, she's a winner, isn't she? She's proven that throughout her career. Had a lot of big wins on the Challenger Series. Irasira last year, Saquarema the year before that, and then notable qualifying series victories, an absolute swag of them. So, you know, Alyssa just has that feeling within. You know, when she puts the jersey on, the expectation is the top of the podium. And, you know, at this level, she's proven she can get there a couple of times.
Yeah, I think too, I'm excited to see her here at Narrabeen, because I think about Alyssa, and for me, her backhand is definitely her strength. It's her trump card. You look at a lot of the waves on the Challenger Series, and a lot of them are rights, and she obviously surfs so well there. But I'm really enjoying seeing her surf here on her forehand. I didn't come to this event and call heats last year. Like, I watched a little bit online, but this is really cool getting to see her put together a couple of lefts out here today and just see that that timing is just as good on her forehand as what it is on her backhand.
Well, quite a bit of time gone off the clock and solid numbers locked in for our top two at the moment. But Rosie Smart, a very exciting young talent from Australia, from Sawtell, surfed in the Coffs Harbour Board Riders up there and often competes in the open division for the men and gets herself big heat wins. Super savvy competitor, extremely talented, and still got so much growth in her performance. So let's see how she fares. Definitely up against a tough field in this heat, but she was impressive on the Gold Coast.
She was, and she's someone that I'd heard about for maybe, you know, the last couple of years, but hadn't seen too much of her surfing. And I've seen a little bit on social media, but I was blown away with just how mature she was. I feel like she was surfing sort of beyond her years, making the sort of the decisions in a few of the heats that I got to witness, but her backhand is so strong. I mean, she was matching it with women, you know. I think she had a heat, could be wrong here, but we've done a lot of events back to back, but with Vahine and Bronte, was it? I think so.
Yeah.
It was, okay, my memory's serving me well, but she, you know, I don't think she advanced out of that heat, but she just,
she was there, wasn't she?
She was right there, and she was dropping big scores, so it's super impressive.
Teresa up at the moment, racing across this one. Just looking to line up a hit at the end there. She's been ditching these fins, obviously very comfortable releasing the tail of that board. I mean, that was a smaller section, not expecting that it's going to get her a huge number. But she's only looking to improve on a 3.83 to get herself a bit further ahead of Ariane and Rosie here.
Yeah, this one here, smaller wave, but yeah, she's just looking for a backup, looking to improve on that 3.83. Not sure where this one's going to go. It's obviously a smaller wave. She does get up into the lip there and get a bit of a release on that last section, so that was really nice. But yeah, they were actually in a heat. I'm just checking it now. In this same round, Rosie surfed against Bronte and Vahine, and she was right there. I mean, Bronte and Vahine obviously were standouts during that event. They're dropping 9s, but Rosie dropping a 7.5 and keeping pace, exactly like you said. So yeah, she's surfing beyond her years, and I'm really impressed because she has a lot more growing to do. She's still so young and learning. I mean, yeah, the world's her oyster, basically. You know, there's a lot there to grow and to learn from, and I'm just, yeah, super impressed already.
You talk to the coaches around these events that are helping youngsters who are having their first real crack at the Challenger Series, and it's not about winning the contest necessarily. It's, you know, they're bite-sized goals, chunks that they can bite off, and the major goal for any new campaigner is to get yourself near excellent or excellent scores in your first run at it, and Rosie's proven that she can do that. Ariana Chai on a good-looking wall here. This one stretches out, though. You want to get into those ones early so you can at least get that one big hit that might just get you the scores you need to get into a qualifying position here. 14 minutes to go, and we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
The Northern Beaches is just extraordinary. It is a stunning place to come to. Every corner there's something new to discover. We call it bush to beach because there is just so much here. We're surrounded by national parks as well.
We have a real long history of surfing with many world champions that come out of the Northern Beaches. Tom Carroll, Damien Hardman, Barton Lynch, Lane Beachley. We've got 21 beaches, from advanced right through to beginners. You come to Northern Beaches, you can catch a wave.
It's like you've stepped out of watching something on TV and you're actually here living it.
Northern Beaches Council, a major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And you've got to get up here and check out this beautiful zone from Manly all the way up to Palm Beach. 21 amazing beaches to explore. Fun little challenge. See if you can surf every beach
in one day. Oh, good luck, mate.
Start
That's
at
what
Manly.
I'll say.
It's only, 21 waves?
Yeah,
Easy.
one wave a beach, you can do it. I feel like it's possible.
Yeah, you might struggle to get one out here at North Narrabeen if the surf's good. But it is a sensational stretch of coastline. You can always find a wave by yourself. And, you know, that's pretty remarkable considering the city's just a stone's throw away. 11 minutes to go and enjoying just some increased energy in this lineup. Sure, it's a little jumbled up at the moment, but the competitors don't mind because there's opportunities to get into some steep sections and throw down some big turns here. And numbers are looking pretty good for Alyssa Spencer at the moment. A 6.23 and a 5.5 has her out in front. Teresa's backed up her 6.33 with a 5.2 as well. So work to be done here for Ariane and Rosie Smart.
Yeah, definitely work to be done. I like to add to that point before, you know, there's so much opportunity out there, and I personally love it when it's bigger. You, as an athlete, you just want opportunity. You don't want to be rocking up and it's small and offshore and you're wondering, you know, am I even going to get enough waves or opportunity in this heat to catch two good ones? Like right now, yeah, sure, it's a bit jumbled up. It's a little bit messy, but there's plenty of opportunity out there. There's plenty of waves. So, you know, I personally would love to rock up and see this every day as opposed to 1 foot and offshore and, yeah, small, less opportunity. But right now, Ariana and Rosie definitely got some work to do, just under 10 minutes, and they're going to be 2 new waves, both of them. So, I mean, yeah, sure, Ariana can still do it in one wave, 8.5, but my thoughts right now with the conditions on hand, you're going to be improving on both of those.
Good thing is with new energy, not a whole lot of wait time usually for opportunities. And we'll see if Rosie and Ariane can tap into something here. A lot happening around the event here on the Northern Beaches this week. And I think all the competitors that have been knocked out have still got some fun to tap into. Up at Mona Vale Parkhouse tonight. Rusty are premiering their new movie. A local band, Le Shiv, one of my mates, Pencil, it plays in that band. He'll be performing. So that'll be worth checking out. And it all kicks off this evening. And yeah, the fun keeps coming here on this Australian leg of events. It's been a magic run. Honestly, it's been amazing performances throughout the last couple of months. You know, dreams have been realised. Still thinking back to just how emotional Mikey Madonna was with his breakthrough victory. I think we'll see more of that here at Narrabeen, because this is the stepping stone to realise your dream and crack the championship tour ranks. Can you remember, Flick, when you found yourself on the CT and what it was like?
Well, the year I actually did, funny, it was, I finished 1 spot short of qualifying, and I did that for a few years in a row. It's painstaking. But the year I finished 1 spot short of qualifying was the year that Chelsea, formerly known as Chelsea Georgeson at the time, got pregnant. And so she took that year off tour, and I automatically got that next spot. So I'd already sort of dealt with the heartbreak. I thought, okay, for a 3rd year in a row, you finished about 1 spot short of qualifying, good one. And then I sort of had to pick myself up and get my head back in the game. And I was like, okay, you've got a year on tour here, and let's go. And it was a funny thing because I didn't have that moment of like, let's celebrate, I've made it. But yeah, I mean, it was still a great year. And I mean, yeah, I loved every bit of it. It was incredible. But the thing that sucked for me is Chelsea decided that she wanted to do snapper and she wanted to do bells because they were in Australia, and then she decided she didn't want to do any other events after that. So I had a condensed year and I was kind of hamstrung. I couldn't, you know, be so far behind and you haven't even begun. But still very grateful that she decided that she would like to have a baby that year because I just got a few events on and yeah, it was, you know, a dream that you can just tick off the list and all right, I'm going to change my tactics now and go surf some big waves.
Go throw myself over the ledge on some absolute death bombs. 7 minutes to go here. And Erin Brooks looking to back up that amazing start and maybe go 3 Challenger Series victories in a row. She did win the last event at Sakurama last year to elevate a position to 9th on the Challenger Series rankings. But the performance on the Gold Coast, it's legendary. We'll be talking about it forever. The 10-point ride in the semis and then just absolutely closing it out in style in that final.
Yeah, she has, I mean, she's impressed me for a really long time. We've seen her coming from way back. All the clips on social media for years and you know, surfing all these amazing destinations from wave pools to the Mentawai Islands to Indonesia and beyond. But she's impressed me because obviously her free surfing is incredible, but she backs it up competing, and we saw that on the Gold Coast, being able to do what she did and get that 10-point ride. I mean, that for me was the best barrel surf the whole event, men or women, and it was incredible. I mean, she just put on a great performance, and I'm really looking forward to seeing her surf here on a left. Obviously, Snapper being that right-hander. I mean, she said that before Snapper, she was in Fiji, so, I mean, her forehand's probably pretty sharp, knowing that she's come from cloud break. That was an interesting takeoff.
Yeah, that was bizarre. Rosie Smart there. It's like she just ejected out of that ride. Didn't see a lot in it. She's got to make a move here at some point. Running out of time. As we see Teresa now trying to dump a 5.1. Big section, standing up. She absolutely goes for it. But just drifted away from her board halfway through the turn. Yesterday, we saw some remarkable moves laid down in the men's round of 64. Just so impressive. You likened it to, you know, jumping onto a moving treadmill.
Oh, yeah.
And one that's, you know, on an incline.
Yeah.
Because you really are. There's that much water drawing off the sandbar.
Oh.
It almost seems like it's going below sea level here.
Oh, for sure. I mean, look at this. You can see it right here. That water's just sucking so fast up the face of that wave. It's draining out. And, wow, Teresa just absolutely wearing it there. But yeah, it's definitely difficult. But there were guys yesterday doing an amazing job at it. Someone that impressed me was Cody Young. He did an incredible job at getting up there so late. I mean, they're getting these first turns done. And then, you know, in a wave that traditionally you'd think, okay, yep, one turn. It looks like Teresa's just having a look here at her equipment. Just making sure everything's okay. But yeah, I mean, traditionally the guys yesterday, you know, you take off in a free surf. You know, as an everyday surfer, you're only getting one turn there, but these guys were fitting 2 and going up and hitting sections that were pretty much more than broken and riding on out of it with so much speed and control. So super impressive yesterday by a lot of these guys. And I'm sure we're going to see a lot of that from the women today also, as we're in that seeded round now. So things are just leveling up a bit. We're going up a gear.
We sure are. Yeah, it's like the, you know, power slap, that new sport. That's what the competitors are dealing with out there.
Slap?
Just when 2 people are just stand there and take turns slapping each other in the face. That's what it's like falling onto the flats there from that height when you're moving at speed. You just get your bell rung. And Teresa, she got absolutely flogged then. And, you know, she's still in a great position. But there is consequence to those wipeouts, even though it's only a 3-foot day.
No, it's look, for me, except for my last injury, but all my worst injuries have happened when it's been about 2 foot or 3 foot, possibly 4. It's just the pack's a lot of punch here at Narrabeen, and it's super shallow as well. Water's moving fast. And I feel like there's like somewhat of an undertow here too. It keeps you down for a little while longer than expected. But yeah, injuries happen all the time when it's smaller. Doesn't necessarily have to be heaving 20 foot.
Yeah, so it still requires a level of commitment. You know, we talk about commitment up at Snapper Rocks, and you know, you're kind of talking about that section behind the rock, or commitment to a turn, like where you place that manoeuvre. But here, you know, it requires putting your body on the line for some of these end section hits. The bigger, the better. That's what's going to get you the best score. And even Ariana Ochoa here in third position, needing an 8.5. In a heat that's been kind of short on big individual move highlights, she's still a chance at getting an excellent score here if she can stick a move on something like that.
Yeah, it's true. And I think you took the words out of my mouth. You got to put your body on the line. And as scary as that is, that's where the big scores are going to come from. The bigger the section, the better. The gnarlier it looks, the more scores you're going to get, the more points. It's a funny thing, right? But we're asking for it as a viewer, as a commentator, as a spectator, judges. We want to see that. We want to see athletes, you know, it's critical. And, you know, the more critical you go, the more risk is involved. And therefore, if you stick it, the more points you're going to get.
Yeah, yesterday, when the swell was a little bit smaller, it felt like there was surfers, you know, chipping away and stacking up smaller numbers. Not as many of those kind of opportunities out in this lineup today. So Rosie and Ariana have found themselves kind of struggling to stay in this heat. Teresa and Alyssa got the job done early. And with a minute to go, it's going to be so hard for Ariana to chase down this excellent score. But for Rosie Smart, it might be impossible now.
It seems like she's on an impossible streak for sure. It's looking difficult for Rosie. 52 seconds and she needs 2 waves. Ariana, yeah, okay, she can do it in 1 wave. Bad news for her. She's got third priority. So it's not looking very good at the moment, though. I mean, hats off to Alyssa and Teresa. I mean, they really picked the eyes out of it. They really obviously did a great job at identifying, you know, what waves are going to give them 2 turns, as we see Teresa.
Yeah, just maybe their experience shining through. You know, we know that Narrabeen, it's all going to be all about your ability to really adapt. As we see Rosie just, you know, showing us the, you know, the talent level. Sure, she didn't stick it, but willing to drift those fins. She'll be frustrated here. Not a great result for her, but she's got a big, bright future. The surfer from that Coffs Harbour region, mid-north coast. She'll bounce back and get herself some solid results this year. But impressive stuff from Teresa Bombalon, who's going to hang on for second position here. And Alyssa Spencer, who did the work early and was just so casual and cool about it.
Yeah, she was. I feel like there's a few more gears left to click into for surfers like Alyssa and like Teresa. Exactly what you said, Ron. The experience 100% showing here. Alyssa just clicking away, and yeah, I feel like she's got a couple more gears that she can click into.
Well, we got another great heat coming up, and it features the current #1 on the Challenger Series rankings, Erin Brooks. But look how sharp Alyssa Spencer was this morning, powering through to the next round. Taking a look back at stop number 1 on the Challenger Series and the ride of the contest. Erin Brooks locks in behind the rock, gets absolutely vomited out of the tube, and then goes to work with that amazing backhand.
Wow, she got absolutely coned out there, didn't she?
Oh, she sure did. Finished in style as well.
Oh, it was so good to see. Honestly, her backhand was precision, and she, throughout the event, did such a good job at picking the best time to peak. You know, she peaked on the best day possible, finals day, got the win. Just incredible surfing, and yeah, back to back, like you mentioned, from Sakurama the last one of the year to the first one here on the Gold Coast.
She had little highlights on a road through to the final, but at no point were we saying Erin Brooks is the surfer to beat. And then, once she got to finals day, it just seemed like she was destined to take the thing out. She was absolutely ripping, and she is out there now. A tough draw for her, up against Francisca Veselka of Portugal, great young surfer. She'll be in the blue. Kira Pinkerton, just an absolute powerhouse who ripped on the opening day of competition. Kira's going to be out there in the white jersey, and Eve Leula Wong of Hawaii is going to be out there in the green. Love her style. But it's Erin who's going to get things started here. This one during the break flick.
Oh my, already nice first turn out of the lift. She carves around this second section, just surfing with so much speed. Sticks that last turn too. So, well, I'd say she's picked off right where she left off, I think.
Just from what we've seen already today, you'd say that that's near excellent surfing, and it is. 7.83, just the variation in her approach. And you touched on it. You know, we were talking about how well she was surfing on the backhand up there, but she'd actually been in Fiji working on her forehand prior to this Challenger Series kicking off. And, well, she's put it to good use here at North Narrabeen.
Oh, that was just such good surfing. And yeah, I was looking forward to seeing this opening wave here, seeing how she's going to adapt, obviously going left. But for me, instantly, my first takeaway is there's a different speed there that I haven't seen yet this morning from the other women. And great surfing and rewarded for it, 7.83. And I still feel that's not her best surfing. I believe well and truly that there's more left in the tank here.
She had some real moments here last year, getting the call up to compete for the first time on the Challenger Series. And she threw down some big turns, committed turns. But Erin's just going to get off to a flying start here. You know, you think about that victory in Sakurama, and yes, she went 2 Challenger Series wins in a row, but she wasn't backing up the victory a week later. So you know, she's had a lot of time to sort of come down from the cloud she was on after winning the final event last year before getting to the Gold Coast. So didn't carry that emotion into the next event, really. But for Mikey Madonna, it kind of got the better of him. He didn't really have a solid performance down here at Narrabeen. Got bundled out of the contest in his first heat. But the way Erin started here, it's going to take a lot for her to, you know, not just hold on to one of these top 2 spots now.
Definitely. I believe that she's someone who, okay, yes, she's really been focusing on improving her surfing and, you know, going to these wave pools, practicing her airs. She's been going and spending months in Indonesia, and she's really getting, you know, she's really refining her surfing. She's getting better and better. However, I can guarantee you she's looking at these women on tour that are, you know, just that little bit older than her, i.e. Katie Simmers, Caroline Marks, and thinking, hang on a sec, like, that is my destiny and I belong there. And I just feel like she is so hungry. I feel like she's got that belief, as we see here, Kira looking like she's going to get her account open.
I just love Kira's power. And she put on a great display in the earlier rounds, fetching the first excellent score of the contest. Always surfs with a lot of authority, but really enjoying her time here in Australia as well. Road tripping down the East Coast to get to this second stop. After this event, she's heading south and just exploring the coastline. She said, you know, as a competitor, she spent a lot of her time traveling the world and just getting kind of locked into the one location and not really soaking up the experience. And I love that she's doing that. It's a good way to see the world and also improve your surfing.
Yeah, for sure. Let's have a look at this one. Nice crack up there into that first section. Carves around here. This wave has a little bit of a funky ending here, but she does well to stick that last little turn. But I think most points are going to be coming from this first section. She sort of had to pull that turn a little bit early, just there, and here we go. Behind her was Francisca. Let's see what she gets done here. This wave getting a little bit frothy, but she comes through to the inside. She doesn't stick that last turn, so that's a little bit of a mistake there, but that was a hard section to make. As we look at the back, looks like someone is having a dig.
Oh, Eve, let's see what she can do. Just it really impressive surfing on the Gold Coast, magic style, great variation on the forehand. That wave, unfortunately, is going to fade away a little bit on her, but yeah, I'm a huge fan. I just liked that how she took her time on her waves at Snapper Rocks and didn't look rushed, despite the fact she was surfing with a whole lot of speed. 22 minutes remaining here, and we're going to check in with the winner of the last heat with Laura Eneber.
Yes, guys, down here with Alyssa Spencer. How good does it feel to be going left for one? But this morning, tricky conditions, a lot of water moving, but you got the job done. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was definitely pretty tricky out there. I don't know, I feel like I had a hard time just like finding a wave with 2 turns. That was like my goal when I went out there. So I ended up finding 2, and I ended up finding my 6th under priority, which was super nice. So yeah, I was stoked that I was able to at least find a couple sections and get the job done.
And talk us through that 6 under priority. You said that was more of a wave that you caught on the way back out?
Yeah, I was kind of just paddling back out with 4th priority and ended up on the little wide peak, and I just saw a nice little like 2-turn wave coming straight to me. So I was like, I got to turn around and just try, get a little backup score, and it ended up being the best score in my heat.
Amazing. And any board switch-ups coming down here at all?
No, I'm riding the same board that I was riding at Snapper. It's a CI Pro 2.0. That's been my like go-to everyday shortboard, so I've been loving that one.
Amazing. Well, we can't wait to watch you get out there tomorrow. I'm sure it'll be a lot better and not as, you know, victory at sea. So go enjoy the day. You got the whole day ahead of you. What's on the cards?
I don't know yet. Definitely going to try and get dry. I feel like I've been sitting soaking wet since like 6 a.m. this morning, so you gotta get warm, and I don't know, maybe try to get another surf in. We'll see.
Amazing. Well, have a good day. I'll be here in the rain. Think of me.
We will be with you, Law. And yeah, but in the comfort of the booth, obviously. 20 and a half minutes remaining. Kira Pinkerton taking the early lead here, but it's Erin Brooks who's hanging on to the healthiest number of this heat so far, 7.83. Francisca Vaselko yet to really come to life. Eve's had a couple of waves. The best of it, a 5. Here's the replay of her last.
Yeah, this one here, just you could see it had that little bit of a, just hit this inside section, had a little bit of a double up. It was just a funny little funky wave there. Lots of rivets in the face.
You can tell she, you know, really pays attention to the finer details. Just that slight touch on the rail there off the bottom, drawing that turn out. Let's hope she finds some clean wall in this heat. But Francisca Vaselko, great run on the Challenger Series last year, especially through the last 2 contests. Quarter-finaled in Portugal and then got to Saquarema and had herself a semi-final finish to elevate her position to 12th on the rankings. Really strong, and she's been building nicely since she first came on to the Challenger Series. 73rd the first year, 33rd in 2022, and I mentioned that 12th place finish last season. So Vaselko, Kika, she's got a big future.
Yeah, this is a really stacked heat. If you look at all the stats on paper, I mean, obviously Erin Brooks, and then you've got Kira. I mean, we've got, it's just, and Francisca's got that World Junior title. Pretty sure Kira's got an ISA World title. You got Erin Brooks and then Eve Wong as well, who just put in it. I remember the first time I properly ever saw her was Challenger Series event, Haleiwa, and she was just blowing minds. It was big, it was meaty, and I feel like her forehand is like those, you know, her strengths is her big carve and the pace, like you mentioned, that she had up on the Gold Coast. But yeah, this is a super stacked heat right now, so I'm hoping for a few more opportunities because I feel that, yeah, all the women deserve it, but I just want everyone to see just how good they surf, you know. I think Eve on her opening ride, I think it was a bit of a bummer because she got a little bit hung up there and a little bit caught behind. You could see that this wave was just super clean, and she got up to that first section a little bit late, and I think she'll probably know that. But yeah, I feel like there was a few more points left on the board there that, yeah, potentially could have been capitalised on. but it's still only early days. Still got 18 minutes. A lot of time out here on this beach break. There's a lot of waves coming through. But impressed with Erin. Obviously started out with a 7.83 and she's now got priority, so she's in the line for the next good wave. Here we go.
Well, let's see what she can do with that steep drop up into this first section. Blitzes it. It's only going to be the one move, but it's going to see her into the lead easily.
Yeah, that was well done.
Wow, look how psyched she is too.
Let's have a look here. So clean open face on this first manoeuvre, jams it in the lip. She's just so fast and whippy. I mean, slow-mo's going to be hard to see just how far, but she just accelerates out of the lip with so much speed. Does it very easily.
I think just technique-wise, you know, I've always felt just as Erin's come through the ranks that there's so much room for performance growth in just the way she places her body through moves. Just her technique is flawless. And also, it's a very modern style. She can open that stance up for airs really nicely. She disguises that open stance with a drop back knee through her turns. But just a really nice low center of gravity and great extension through her moves. Just sort of sets her up for, you know, when she goes through her growth spurts, you know, her technique is going to really help her just maintain a very high level of performance. A single turn fetches her a 6.17 to extend the lead, and the battle for second spot's really on at the moment.
Oh, definitely. I mean, right now, Kira and Eve, they've both got those 5-point rides. I mean, Kira just with that slight advantage, 5, 6, 7. So she's up there in that second spot. But, I mean, Erin's just doing, here we go. She's having a look at this one, but she's probably going to have to give way. Oh, no one went it. Wow. Okay. That was probably a great little runner as we see that one just peeling off that bit deeper. And I heard Jessie talking about it this morning, but, you know, obviously we've had a lot of rain overnight and there's a lot of water pushing out of that Narrabeen lake. So a lot of water moving, and girls are going to have to continually be paddling to the north to keep position.
Well, Kira finds a bowl to work with and just blasts a beautiful backhand hit in the pocket. That was strong.
So strong. And you just see how much power she possesses there. If she gets the right section, wow. I mean, even just about 2 of those turns, this wave just let her down in the second section. But wow, this manoeuvre right here cracks it. Perfect timing and matched with the power too. I mean, obviously we were speaking about Alyssa Spencer in the previous heat having perfect timing. That was a great example of perfect timing and power. That was really impressive.
Strong stuff. Expecting a good score there for Kira. It's going to make the job harder for those sitting outside the top 2 at the moment. Just on 15 minutes to go. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
One of my favourite parts of the Northern Beaches here in New South Wales is it's got that diversity of the landscape. You have some untouched natural beauty mixed with all the enjoyable parts of living in a city. There's amazing restaurants, great coffee culture. Every time that I'm away, I come back, something new's here. So lucky to call this place home, grow up here, and I'll keep coming back for the rest of my life.
Welcome back. It is day 3 here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, and we are into the round of 32. And we're seeing some of the top seeds, and the winner of the first stop on the Challenger Series out in this lineup, achieving almost an excellent number on her very first wave, was Erin Brooks. 7.83, has already backed it up with a 6.17. But we saw the power of Kira Pinkerton going to break, and she dropped in a 6.6 for that first turn. Spot on judging.
Yeah, great judging. I'm glad that's been reflected the way it has. It was precision and it was power, and probably one of the most, well, in my opinion, is one of the best single turns we've seen this morning. So, I mean, look out if she gets a couple of sections, because it's going to fetch an excellent number easily. So yeah, she's definitely doing a good job at solidifying that second position. She obviously just wants to back up that 5, 6, 7 now, make it a little bit harder, because the two women that are sitting, you know, behind her, Eve and Francisca, they're such good surfers that, and we're in this seeded round now, but this heat in this seeded round is particularly stacked. And I mean, no heat is an easy heat, but this one in particular is hard. And I feel you just can't count out these other competitors, especially when we're seeing big scores scored for one-turn waves. It also makes it difficult when you're sitting out there and you have priority over those two surfers, because whether or not to use it's a harder thing, and it becomes more of a chess game when people are getting big scores on that one section. It's like, oh, I might leave this because I don't know if they're going to get 2 or 3 turns. But on a day like today, there's just that unpredictability where you let one go and they could just do one big turn on a meaty section. And, you know, I'm saying that today, I feel like you can score up to probably an excellent score for just one big turn. I reckon it's possible.
I'd agree with that for sure. Just on 10 minutes, 45 seconds to go here. I like to think of each of the competitors like a computer game avatar or a character. And you know, when you're picking your character and you can see their strengths and weaknesses, and it sort of shows you like speed, it shows their like how much speed they have. And for me, Kira Pinkerton, she'd just be all power. That would be her strength over the field in this heat. And she's got to find those waves that give her the space to unload that kind of power. Erin Brooks, she, you know, across all her strengths, she'd be kind of almost maxing out at each of those little features. But yeah, Kira, it's undeniable. She has a massive power advantage over a lot of surfers in this draw. And as long as she finds waves that give her that opportunity to displace all that water, she moves a whole lot more water than a lot of the competitors in this mix, and if she can keep finding it in each of her heats, she could really go on to win this event.
Oh, for sure. That's what you just look at the forecast too. I mean, there's definitely swell, which suits her brand of surfing. As we look out the back, looks like a wave's coming through, and Francisca.
Oh, this one's standing up pretty nicely. If this double up doesn't get the better of it, I like the option of cutting back for the carve. Now setting up this inside and doing her best to ride out, but that was, you know, 2 hunks of water coming at each other from really different angles. So it was an odd convergence. It wasn't a straight closeout, and as a result, really tricky to read. She did her best.
Yeah, that was a tough wave. As it was coming in, it looked like it was going to be really good, but yeah, let's just have a look here. It looked like it was going to offer this one nice section. She went wide and just had to cut back, and then she had these 2 big walls of water. I like the assertiveness and I like the intensity. She did go for it. Wow. But I mean, that is so incredibly hard to hit. You kind of almost needed to go up there a bit earlier so you could ride out in front of those 2 walls of water. But when you're already throwing in that first turn, she's already put herself in a section where it's almost was a semi-impossible game. I mean, there's definitely surfers that can make it out of that, but man, that's a hard task.
There seems to be 2 approaches, and you can speak to it for sure. You get up early and get the turn done and get out in front of that white water, or it's more of a projecting move to get away from the convergence and not get viced between the 2 white waters.
Yeah, there's definitely 2 approaches. I just think, at this stage in the heat, she got a 5. She could do it with this 7.27 with 1 score. 7-8 minutes on the clock. I mean, she's got the right idea. She's definitely going for it 100%, but I think she needs to find a wave that's going to be a bit cleaner. It just was ugly. It was ugly, that wave. It was hard to read, and it is hard to read today, but I think she needs a cleaner face wave for sure.
7.5 minutes to go here. Just a classy first round performance or first performance here from Erin Brooks. 2 waves, 2 of the best numbers of this heat. And out there just waiting for a turn with priority and just in control of things and just really, again, not trying to just blow the roof off it out there at the moment, just pacing herself, like you said, after a 7.83. It's still not her best surfing, but just so savvy at such a young age. As Kira finds some space, has a look at an insider.
Yeah, well, she here we go. Looks like maybe a good little wave coming through. No, that one just going so funky and.
Must be pretty good feeling for Kira Pinkerton at the moment, and even Erin Brooks, both with individual turns, getting them into that mid 6-point range. Such a confidence builder. It's like, all right, cool. Well, they're loving what I'm doing. I just need a combination, and I'm going excellent.
Yeah, it's definitely a good feeling as an athlete, as a competitor going out there, knowing that, hey, I'm getting the job done with one turn. I mean, it just gives you, you're feeling a little bit cocky, you're feeling confident. It's a great feeling, and that's kind of what you want when you're competing. But right now, just go back, I think Eve, I mean, she only needs she needs a 7.27. She can do it in one way. There's 6 minutes. She's actually sitting out there with priority, and it looks like there's a few sets coming through. So, I mean, it's nervous times for Kira. I mean, she has got, 2 scores on the board. She's holding this second position, but just with the caliber of surfers sitting behind her, as we see, it's hard to get a good read on it. I mean, you got that first good section, but as we're watching that one peel through the lineup, they're really difficult to surf. But yeah, so Kira, she's sitting out there in second, but she's got last priority, so nervous times for her right now. She doesn't really have control. I mean, she can try and better her 5, 6, 7, but with this caliber of surfers like Eve and Francisca sitting below her, I'd be nervous and I'd be worried.
Big shout out to the North Narrabeen Board Riders Club hosting us this week beautifully, offering up this lineup. They don't just give it away for anyone, and they were in force yesterday cheering on the local boys through the opening rounds here, and they really stacked the VIP zone again, the spectators deck this morning in the rain. So it was awesome to see, and they're just getting behind these young campaigners, which is awesome as we see Kira there taking a chance on a throaty insider. 4.5 minutes to go here. Eve's up, lining up this big section on the inside. And you can just see how violent the impacting whitewater is there on that sandbar, making it so hard to ride out of those vertical hits. But this is, this is a place that basically almost, you could say, was partly responsible for giving us that vertical approach. Narrabeen legend Cole Smith, on his single fins, just was able to drive vertically into lip like no one we'd ever seen before.
I think it's also got to do with just the kind of wave it is. I also think about Laura Enova as well and her type of surfing she does out here, and her backhand is so strong, right? But because of the wave and the way it breaks, and it is, depending on where you sit and where you take off, but it really pays to come from behind the section and square up with the lip. And I think about surfers like Davey Cathles as well, and I just feel like they do it so well on their backhand, especially Laura. I mean, you grew up competing with her, but yeah, I feel like it's because of, because of the wave as well itself, and just the kind of surfing it caters to. It's such a good point. Simon Anderson was amazing at it. His backhand barrel riding was also incredible, but you're right, that vertical approach. Nathan Webster had it. Chris Davidson had it. Yes. Davey's got it. You look at Dylan Moffat now on his backhand. Yesterday even we saw shades of it, but cupped out faces that require a certain level of commitment off the bottom, and there's always been
surfers that have had that remarkable ability to square up here. And we're going to see a whole lot of it this week for sure, especially with this increased swell. It's not a better feeling. Just getting the space to really drive hard off the bottom up into the pocket.
I mean, it's great on your forehand. Don't get me wrong. I love going left. I'm a goofy. However, I feel like those vertical backhand belts, I feel like it's better to go vert on the backhand and really time that well than going vertical on the forehand. There's just something about it that feels really good on the backhand.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yeah, it's a little bit easier too.
Yeah, oh, 100% for sure. But yeah, it just feels good. I feel like, and even when you're watching it, it makes you feel good, I think. It does. I feel good watching it.
Let's see if Kira can get one happening for us here. Oh, does her best. Stuffs it into the bowl there. It can't ride out. Just under 2 minutes to go. There's that NRMA Parks and Resorts warning. And the warning is ringing out for Eve and Francisca, who just haven't been able to find a really solid section just yet. Eve's still a chance here. She needs a 7.27. Bit more work for Veselko.
Yeah, right now, Francisca, I mean, got to be thinking that maybe she's been a little bit too selective. I don't know, or wave choice for me, it has to come down to, it's just been super tricky this morning and trying to, I mean, look at Erin. She has really picked the eyes out of it. She's obviously been able to identify exactly what wave she wants. They've been clean. They haven't had that funny little double up. They haven't had that lots of whitewash on the face, but I feel like, yeah, Francisca at the moment really struggling to sort of find those cleaner face waves and just identify that.
As far as single turns go, I think Erin set the pace, obviously, with the 6.17. It was a really sparky little hit out of the lip. But then Kira dropped a big power hook, and that fetched a 6.6. So that the benchmark for the individual turn has been set by Kira. And Eve's got to kind of, I think she's got to find her wave with 2 sections.
Yeah, agreed.
If she's going to be able to turn this one around. Kira just, you know, pushing because she's only going to get the 1 section on offer there. But let's see, Eve just getting a little caught behind here. And the surfer from Portugal, Francisca Veselko, just trying to find some room to move, and it's not going to happen for her on that one. Needs a big score.
Yeah, you can really see she's a bit disinterested then too. A bit over it, looked like. That was the body language.
Oh, Erin's just in cruise mode as this heat comes to a close. The current #1 on the Challenger Series ranks with a super convincing performance here. And it's just reminding the field of what she's capable of. Not just a threat on the backhand, but on the forehand too. And Kira Pinkerton continues her solid run and a bounce back after a bit of a upsetting result, you'd say, at the first stop on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, she spoke to it in that opening round too, and she said, you know what, like, I wasn't happy with that, and I got more to give here. So yeah, good result for her. And I mean, a little power grom, little phenom, just absolutely tearing the bag out of it. 2 waves, it's all she needed.
Well, even these groms down here, these young fans of surfing, are aware of the fact that this could be a very sought-after autograph in years to come. Erin Brooks on fire here in her first effort at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We're going to take a quick break, and we will bring in the Waxhead, Jess, and Rick Love for the call in just a moment. GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Vycobi, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia. And by Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back. GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We're here at the beautiful North Narrabeen, a stalwart on the competitive calendar for 50 years. Northern Beaches of Sydney. We have three locals, the Waxhead, Richie Lovett, Jesse Starling in the booth with us to call this heat. We're up to heat 5. And tell you what, action-packed. How's your morning been, Richie?
Morning's been great, thanks, Matty. Yeah, there's been a lot of action out in the water. Tricky lineup, but our women are doing a great job of finding these little sections, really capitalising on it, putting down some big scores. For a great heat there from Erin Brooks. She's continuing with that role.
And Jesse, who we got lining up in this heat?
This is a really big one. Sally Fitzgibbons, Bella Kenworthy. I mean, she's kind of part of that next crop coming through. Tessa Tyson, she got a massive score for one big turn yesterday. And Leilani McGonigal had a buzzer beater, but I was talking to her earlier. She's ready. She wants to bring a better game to this heat. Working with Maddie Cattle, so another one working with some inside knowledge. And it was Leilani who's getting this heat started. Nice looking bowl there. Gets up there for a first turn, looking for more down the line, hits it, can't get the ride out, explodes on her. 4.5 for that opening turn though, and then here's Sally Fitz. Beautiful first turn there. And she knows what she's doing, gets the finish on that first wave, so scores to still lock in for Sally, but just textbook heat surfing here for Sally. No mistakes so far. Beautiful technique. I love that bottom turn with the hand in the water, and yeah. Sal just kind of showing her experience there.
Yeah, the 33-year-old. She's got a long history of good results here at Narrabeen. The 2012 winner, the Australian Open it was called back then, the QS 3000. She beat Sofia Milanovic in that duel. And I mean, what can we say about Sal other than just one of the greatest ambassadors for Australian surfing that we've ever seen, and not just for surfing, just in women's sport in general, Richie?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, she really is one of Australia's shining lights when it comes to surfing and sport. You know, she's everywhere and one of the fittest surfers you'll see, and one of the most dedicated too, just always working to improve, and that's why she keeps staying so relevant. Live action now with Sal.
Yeah, second wave up and riding now. First one at 5.5, and that one just tapering away, keeping busy under priority. She has some youngsters in Bella Kenworthy out there, and this is the replay, Jesse.
Yeah, Bella just streaking down the line. One big turn there. I love how she kicked the fins out at the top of that wave. Another surfer actually working with Maddie Cattle too. He's got a wide range of female athletes down here at Narrabeen, and he's got two surfers in this heat, Bella and Leilani, so I wonder how he would have approached that. You sit on the deep bank, you sit on the wide bank.
Yeah, we'll have to get some insight on that later on when you're roaming. Perhaps head down there with the microphone. We'll catch up with the guy we've spoken a lot about, and Brent Power down there, CI, Channel Islands team manager. He's also got Leilani and Bella in his corner right now. They're both part of the Channel Islands family. 17-year-old Bella opened up the 4.17. She's come right through the junior ranks. She took out a Pro Junior, the Ron John Pro Junior earlier in the year. She had a great battle there. There's the 1,000 points that she garnered. We saw her at the World Juniors earlier in the year, San Bazon World Juniors in San Diego. San Clemente surfer looked really strong. She had a quarterfinal finish, a great showing. She's just coming and feeling really comfortable on the Challenger Series. This is going to be a second year on the CS, and she'll be looking to jump onto that championship tour in no time. And a huge talent pool from San Clemente, and it's so nice to see them on the men's side of the draw really starting to dominate. It won't be long if we see them taking after Lakey Peterson's footsteps on the championship tour, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. Real strong contingent coming out of that part of the world, and it seems to come in waves, in eras really. And San Clemente has been coming on strong for a while now. Obviously, you think of the Colapinto brothers, Clohandino, who we'll see later on this afternoon in the men's draw. It's just so much talent for so many years coming out of there. Similar situation, really, to here on the Northern Beaches, where with bred world champions. Live action, Leilani McGonigal here. Just a little inside one.
Yeah, just the single turn on that wave to go the 4.5. So pretty evenly matched. We're just waiting for the French woman from the Caribbean, Tessa Thyssen, to open up her account with something of significance. She's holding the priority, and here she goes, pulling the trigger on this one. Having a look at this Narrabeen wall. She goes up and over, and a nice fin throw. So duck diving that one's Leilani, who had a nice hit herself, but Tessa on the answer back, and behind her, not to be left out of the equation, is the veteran, Sally Fitzgibbons. Has been coming to Narrabeen for over 15 years.
Rock solid.
Yeah, the tour veteran, you know that she wants to get back on that championship tour. She's as hungry as anybody. With 21 minutes remaining, we've got some great scores to lock in. What happened on this one, Rich?
Yeah, Sal, just a quick turn off the top. Gets through this inside section and belts that closeout. So another two-turn combination, and then this was Tessa outside. A real flary re-entry off the top. Good power hit there. She'll open up her campaign.
Bit of a wind squall coming through, but that rain keeping a lid on things, keeping the faces a little bit cleaner. So as Dylan Moffat said earlier, the local boy, it is a little bit better out there than what it looks. He was free surfing, and there's still lots of opportunity, Jess.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like we saw on Tessa's last wave and both of Sally's waves, Sally's found two turners. Tessa's last one, it was just such a beautiful section to be able to go up and hit. So really nicely identified there from those two ladies. Leilani's just ever so slightly gone to the lead, but I think Sally's definitely going to drop that 0.5, and Tessa, I have a feeling she's going to lock in a pretty good score for that big one hit.
And here goes Leilani. Oh, she drifts the fins on the bottom turn and almost rides out of that, but just catches a little bit. It was a bowly wave, and the fins really flexing under pressure. And that's a big call, because they're a mixed fanning performance glass fin, Rich, that you know so well. That's a solid glass fin. You know there's a bit of power out there if you start sliding on those things.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, she was just trying to dig in, get that rail leaning over perhaps a little bit more. And then she would have really driven through that bottom turn. But, you know, these waves are so cupped out, so steep. It's sometimes hard to come off the bottom so quick, especially when you have that big, you know, wall of water, that lip looming at you.
I feel like as well, Leilani's probably watched that wave of Tessa in front of her and thought, wow, that was pretty good. And she's probably known that that one turn of Tessa's was probably better than the wave that she just got. So I think she was looking at that section like, well, if that's what the judges want, that's what I'm going to give them. So I'm loving that she's kind of tweaking her strategy there, because that was definitely the biggest turn we've seen her go for.
And someone who performed some of the biggest turns of the day, and she's on a roll. The current ratings leader, Erin Brooks, is on the glass with Laura Annaba.
Yes, about to get blown away. That wind has just kicked up, but Erin Brooks, some of the biggest turns of the day, one of the smallest in the event. You just pack so much power. How was it out there? A lot of water moving, but you got the job done.
Yeah, it was super fun. It reminded me a lot of the finals day last year at Sakurima, so I felt really confident in like bigger, dumpier ways, but I'm just glad that God provided me with some open face ways to get some turns in.
And you're surfing amazing, but I know that there's some incentives going on behind the scene. What do you get if you win each heat?
My dad promised me a jelly cat, and if you don't know what that is, it's a stuffed animal, because I'm obsessed with them.
That is amazing. But also, what did your dad promise you if you make the world tour?
He promised that he would shave off his beard and cut his hair, and if you know him, you know that he's a pretty hairy guy. But that's still pretty far away, and we got to focus heat by heat. But hopefully we get there. I know my mom and I would be super stoked about that.
Well, absolutely. You're on your way. You know, you're going for the three-peat right now, which I don't know if it has ever been done. You know, winning at Sakurima last year, winning the Gold Coast. You're on fire, Erin. Keep it up. What are you going to do the rest of the day?
Right now we're staying at Maddie Granger's house and Chaz, his wife, and hopefully get a good meal and try to stay warm, because it's pretty chilly outside.
Go get warm, girl. Good job. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, Laura. Thanks, Erin. And great insight there. Maddie Granger, running the Surfers Gym, Manly Surf School founder and a surf coach himself, with great company to be in, a fellow goofy footer who knows these peaks and the Narrabeen stretch, Long Reef so well. In fact, the whole northern beaches. Another interesting fact that Erin's getting also as a reward baited with burritos from Kieran there at Mexicano. And the replay, Rich.
Yeah, Sal just gets this little grower down the line here. Beautiful carve. Just the single turn, but we know if it's done well, the judges will pay it off. Outside, this is our surfer in blue, Bella Kentworthy, through to the inside. So total contrast to Sally's wave. One big turn, live action.
And Tessa waited a long time for this one, and she's back up and riding. A couple of turns on that one, so opening up with a wave of significance, a 6-point ride. That one's going to be a nice backup, but it was Sally Fitzgibbons who rockets to the lead with that 7-point ride to go with her opener 5-5. So great strong signs there for the veteran on the tour, Sally Fitzgibbons. She makes her way back out into the North Narrabeen lineup. The conditions changing, but this is what the surfers are aware of. We have to adapt to the ocean, and we see these surfers do it so often, but Narrabeen has thrown a lot at us. Rights, lefts, you see a nice right come through there in between the surf club bank. And how hard is it to pick these waves when you get those rain squalls and the wind in there to kind of looking between the sets?
Yeah, it definitely gets a little bit more difficult. I feel like when the wind comes up and the rain does pour down, you can kind of get a little bit lost at sea. But if I'm being honest, I mean, compared to the conditions that we saw all these ladies in last year, it's still a bit of a dreamboat. It was really uncharacteristic Narrabeen last year. I don't think I've ever seen a comp held at car park rights, especially like that. So we're still seeing a few traditional lefts here at Narrabeen. I'm seeing a pretty good one down to the right of screen. Definitely punchier sections than what we're seeing today, but I don't know about you guys, but when the waves do get a little bit steeper and a little bit punchier, I think it makes for better surfing.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tessa's going to agree. She's got a score to lock in. That was a nice backup. I don't think it'll go near that 6, but just approaching that halfway mark. Leilani McGonigal's only needing a 3 at this point, but that's going to be extended with a 1.5 needed for Tessa. She gets it because it's a 3-2-3, and it's enough to push her up into an advancing position. So it's down to the Costa Rican and the Californian to claw their way back, and they would have competed regionally a lot because Bella, she had a 4th in the regional QS, a 3rd the year before, so she's strong in those QS events, used to the 4-person heats. Leilani, she got a 5th on the regional QS as well. I should say it's a very expansive tour, everything from beach breaks to Barbados there with the reef. They do get tested much like the Australians on the regional QS that you've competed on, Jesse, and that's where we are at the Challenger Series. That's why we've got this international field, and Sally, who's been relegated back here from the CT, but with experience like that, it's not going to be long till she's back on the championship tour with a big arcing turn under the lip bridge.
So confident. She just looks so good at the moment, and you know, equally as comfortable on the championship tour as on the Challenger Series. You know, I feel like Sal just had a full mind adjustment. She went, you know what, I got to go back. I'm going to do the work. And it's almost allowed her to free up a little bit. You know, her surfing is just looking so good right now. The last couple of events, she is totally switched on. Beautiful carve down. Avalanche of whitewash just chasing her down. But she's got the speed. She can outrun it, no problem.
Yeah, that Glen Pang looking great under her feet, riding for the TNC label. Sally had a 2nd here last year. She lost to Isabella Nichols in that challenging finals day contest there, but a 3rd at Snapper. She's looking good on the ratings, carrying a lot of confidence into this, and she has ping-ponged between the CT and the Challenger Series for the last few years, but she actually got the replacement for Steph Gilmore, who had took the year off on the CT. And just Leilani McGonigal going down to Costa Rican, absolutely throwing everything at that, and the judges have been rewarding the risk and the critical sections very handsomely, but that one not going to factor in, Jesse.
Yeah, no, that one's not going to factor into her scoreline, but, you know, Leilani from one of the longest lefts in the world from Pavones over there in Costa Rica, so she was really excited to come here and show us her forehand. I love the fact that she's going for it. I would rather see her go for it and fall than see her pull through that lip there. And that was a bowly section, and I'm sure she probably would have got a bit of a hold down after that wave as well. But it's quite nice to see, you know, I talked to her, she knows that her forehand is her strength. So I'd love to see her on maybe a few more opportunities. I mean, 13 minutes to go. She's definitely going to have time for a few more waves. But priority, I feel like, is really coming into play a lot more today than it did yesterday.
As we wait for scores to drop there for Leilani, Sally Fitz straight out in the lead again. A 7.4 to go with the 7. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break and be back shortly for more action of Heat 5.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. And by Destination New South Wales, strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back. We're here at North Narrabeen for stop number 2 on the Challenger Series. We're joined in the booth Matt Chinoski, Jesse Starling and Richie Lovett. We're here to call a phenomenal heat of the new age and some veterans as well. Sally Fitzgibbons in her 15th year competing professionally. She's out to a whopping lead from the French veteran Tessa Thyssen, the 27-year-old from St. Barth. And in the break, this is Bella Kenworthy.
Wow, great singular hit there from Bella. That was a pretty tricky section to be able to get up there, but she did it and gets out in front of the foam. That was actually a really hard section to navigate. She did really well there.
Yeah, it was really cool. Well, Sally's just dropped 14 points doing 2 turns. So 2 big hammers, and she's way out in front now. So Bella may be going, oh, hang on, okay. That's the riddle here. It's not an easy one to figure out. Pick the wave, just commit to the section. You know, it's risk versus reward. The higher the risk, the more you're going to get. So, you know, Sally really identifying that, and she's got, you know, if you couple the experience of her 3 competitors, double it, and they still don't have as much experience as Sally in this heat.
Well, Tessa's in a bit of a situation here because Bella just dropped a 6.43, but Sally, she's the heat leader, and she just goes up and cuts a turn short a little bit and gets caught up. An unusual fall for Sal, and she'll make her way back to the lineup as she's here kicking her legs, and she'll wipe that one away and clean the slate, and she's feeling good. Doesn't really need a backup score. It's a healthy total. And here she goes. This is Tessa firing back. That one's not going to do it either. Chasing a 4.61. And the 27-year-old on her 4th year in the Challenger Series has a lot of experience competing from the French Caribbean, which has bred a lot of professional surfers flying under the French flag. And there's about 5 of them here on the Challenger Series competing for their chance to represent Europe on the championship tour. And we haven't seen too many Frenchmen. Obviously, Joanne Defay serving a great success into the final 5 there at Trestles. And the powerhouse has started off really good this year on the championship tour. As we look down to the final 8 minutes, a set approaching. Look at this big wonky wall condensing itself here, and the alley, the famous alley, and a beefy right-hander. Look at that section there. I mean, you could perform all sorts of things there, but a very shallow landing.
A very shallow landing, and probably not one of the waves that I would like to go myself. It was just a straight closeout, that one. So very well left by the ladies, I think.
How big was that one?
I reckon that was probably a solid 4 foot, I'd say. Rich?
Depends what scale we're working off.
Yeah, if we're in Hawaii, it might be a little bit different.
You know, it was solid head high, that's for sure. Probably above head high, but yeah, in sort of surfers talk, we tend to talk about the height of the back of the wave. So when we say 4 feet, it's probably got an 8-foot face, which is really confusing for most people.
Yeah, there's Californians out there just shaking their head, going, if we had that at Manhattan Beach right now, that'd be, the Surfline would be saying 6 foot plus. But it's the age-old tale. It's never been settled. It's been like that for many years, and a lot of the Hawaiians just call it in size of the head high, double overhead, triple overhead. That seems to be almost the universal method. There's no lying on that, unless you're talking about grommets or small people like yourself, Jess, and I. The taller frame people like you and Ronnie, Rick, they have a different perspective.
I'm so tall. Just kidding.
How tall do you stand, Jesse?
On a good day, maybe 5'5".
Okay, on a good day, right. Yeah. Well, I don't have any hair to speak of, so I'm happy at the 5'8" with a pair of platform bands on. But 6 minutes remaining. Sally out to a commanding lead. And Bella Kenworthy, a power pocket from California, from San Clemente, building a really nice heat here with the help of Maddie Cattle, the local coach, is helping her, no doubt, lining up couple of features in this testing conditions. He would have coached and surfed hundreds, or if not thousands, of heats out here, from local board riders through to CT events. And we look forward to catching up with him in the event window. And it's Leilani McGonigal needing a 6.11 right now. Stalls on the takeoff, comes off the bottom, hooks into this turn. She's going to look in for the section here, and that one almost a repeat of the wave before, not giving an end section of consequence. Rich, what's Leilani need to get that 6.11? What's up the wave?
Well, she just needs that wave that has that little bit of open face. It feels to me like there's a new swell starting to double up on the old one. We're seeing these big swell lines start to march through, bit more of a longer period interval. So it's getting those nice ones in between all that. You know, the big sets seem to be just walling out, closing out. And Sally has been picking those ones with that open face that just gives her that big smooth canvas where she can do that carve or that critical snap. So that's exactly what Leilani needs to do. Bella's followed suit, and here goes Sal again.
Sally, steep drop there. Oh, that one cupping out. She rides the tube, and that thing spits without her. She gets left behind, but adapting to that wave as it sucked out underneath her and grabbing the rail and pulling into the barrel. Got to be ready for everything here at Narrabeen. And Leilani answering back. Oh, and goes down again on taut. Unfortunately, that's the fourth attempt. And if she can ride out of something like that, it will be a mid-range, maybe even excellent score on a set wave. She's got the right idea, but 4 minutes 20. It's getting down to the end, but still only needing a 6.11.
It's what she's doing exactly what she needs to do. I mean, the 4 highest scores in this heat have all been on 1 turns. So she's doing everything right, but unfortunately, it's just showing how steep these faces are, and she's just clipping her nose each time she comes down. So I really hope she doesn't change her tactic, because I know that if she can ride out of one of those big turns, she's definitely going to be rewarded for it. But maybe a little bit of panic station starting to come in. There's 3 minutes, 55 seconds on the clock. This is really where she's going to have to keep her cool, find herself a nice open section, maybe the ones like Sally's found, or even the one Tessa had. That was a beautiful section that came back at her. So I'm really hoping that Leilani can keep her cool and be able to showcase what we all know she can actually do.
Yeah, well, the good news is it's only a 6. It's not like a big, excellent score that she needs. So it's highly possible.
And Tessa only needing a 4.61. Temporarily moved up into second, but back down into third right now. Second priority. But it's Bella, the one in question right now, who's holding the priority. Sally, she's safe out the front at the moment. But that new swell building, as you said, Rich, a great front on camera angle showing that east swell with some northeast wind swell. I wouldn't really call it that south, but it does feel like you can see the bommy almost capping out there. There is a tad of that south mixing in. So let's just say a variable swell direction right now, which is good for these surfers under priority. We've shown it throughout this event so far. A lot of these heats have come down to the final 2 minutes as we cast our eyes out to Leilani. Some clean face there. There's that snap we're looking for. And again, a 2-turn combo and stays forward to the whitewash. She rides out at a crucial time of the heat. There's Maddie Cattle there, pointing the camera out. That one's going to feel good for her and the coach and the team rider, the team manager, Brent Power. Perfect timing, Rich.
Yeah, that's exactly what she needed. She stayed well clear of her competitors, got this one down on the southern part of the bank, airdrops, comes around, clean slash to start off, gets straight back up for that second turn. For a moment there, we thought, is she going to ride out? Has she got this? And she did. Nice and confident on the finish. She'll try and bust through here.
Similar style there to Alyssa Spencer, who had a terrific heat 2 heats before, and the way that they swivel and move their body and get up into the lip line, it worked really well for Aristabe earlier, the bass surfer, who put on an absolute clinic on the lip line, a difficult heat. And those goofy footers, they I wouldn't say struggled, but it hasn't been an easy event for them. But if they can find the lip line, they get rewarded. And a 4.93 for Leilani. So now needing a 5.68, she moves up into third and she rolls the dice again. No, that one is Tessa Thyssen and winds up the windows. Not quite riding out of that one for Tessa, needing a 4.61 down into fourth. Sally, heat leader, bigger wave, comes off the bottom, pulls out of that. Probably a smart move, Rich.
Yeah, I think so. Just being that far in front. Sal's got this one in the bag. No need to put your body or your board on the line in these final minutes.
The NRMA 2-minute warning was already passed. We're now in that final minute because it's looking good for Sally and Bella. Bella's still holding priority. She's done a great job in that last 5 minutes, just definitely keeping the competitors off the best open-faced waves. Smart surfing there from the Californian to retain that second place. And here she goes, using her priority there. And that one a bit foamy. It's not over yet for the French woman. 20 seconds remaining in this chopped up wind swell at North Narrabeen. There could still be an opportunity. This is a round of 32 is not a great result. So these surfers registering, they need to get moving right now. 5 seconds left. Is there going to be another opportunity for Tessa and Leilani? Going to count this one out. It doesn't look like it. She's up and riding. She hits the foam. She rides out and unable to get clear of the whitewater again for Tessa. All too little, too late. And we'll say goodbye to the Costa Rican and the French woman. And Sally with a convincing victory there, a professional performance there from what we've come to expect from Sally Fitzgibbons. She's on a roll. Semi-final finish up there at Snapper. And Narrabeen second last year, so she'll move on to the round of 16. And Bella Kenworthy, the Californian, she moves on to get some valuable points. And a trademark smile there from the Bonsoy board caddies coming up to greet Sal.
That's little Chloe Granger. She's a little Grom from Avalon, actually. She's got 42 signatures.
Oh, really?
And she wants to try and get to 100.
Wow.
Now, Sally, one of the most popular surfers of all time. A crowd favourite with the Groms. They're all stoked. We're going to go to a break, and we'll be back for Heat 6 coming up shortly. Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. We're into Heat 6 of the round of 32. North Narrabeen, one of the most popular places in the Northern Beaches for consistent surf. We're going to be watching Bronte McCauley, Macy Callan, Laura Rott, and Anon Matsuoka, the Japanese surfer who just opened with a bang. Richie Lovett, Jesse Starling, Matt Chinosky in the booth to call this heat. Richie, rapid fire from Anon to start this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. Some great surfing there.
And here goes Macy in and out.
Yeah, quick one for Macy there. And, well, formidable opponents, Macy and Bronte. for Laura and Anon, you know, they'd be looking at this going, wow, this heat is stacked. And I'm going to have to do some special sort of surfing to get through this one. And Bronte McCauley, definitely a standout up there at Snapper Rocks last week on her backhand, but we know that she's equally competent on these little running lefts. She'll be a threat in this heat for sure.
Here she goes. This is Laura, Brazilian surfer. Nice carve, get things started. A strong rail turn there and another one. So she's worked. This is one of the few rights we've seen. And this is Ali Wrights, and she hits that one off the top. So that's going to be a nice wave, a 3-turn combo. And this is that replay of Anon.
Yeah, beautiful opening slash there. Anon kicks the fins out on the second one. She's a really low center of gravity powerhouse. Anon and Sarah Wakita actually in the regional series, they went back and forth first and seconds the entire way through the rankings. And I think she managed to win about 3 or 4 events over there in Asia. Wow. And you can see with surfing like that.
And Laura's keeping really busy from Florianópolis, Santa Catarina, Brazil. She's 5'4". And she's off to a great start in this heat. She's got her work cut out for her, though. We saw her at the World Junior Championships earlier in the year, put in a nice performance. Losing early, though. Macy on her backside. 2 turns to get things started. Looking lively. The wind just getting underneath her board there, but she rides out and completes, which is what you've got to do to start building your heat totals. Rich, it's a little bit challenging up there at times in between the wind squalls, but they're doing a tremendous job.
Yeah, absolutely. There's these little moments, these little diamonds in the rough out here. And you've just got to stay in it. You've got to stay positive. It'd be so easy as a competitor to come down and just go, oh, you know, it's raining. It's kind of horrible. And, you know, the surf's a little muddled up. But you've got to come at this with a positive attitude. And there are waves out there. And someone's got to get through these heats. And Macy here on the backhand, just rallying a couple of turns. Just comes a little wobble, gets a little wobbly on that final turn. But the first couple, very promising. So strong on the forehand, but you know, her backhand is, I think, overlooked a little bit. You know, I've seen her competing in so many of the team events and often in left-handers representing her club, and she does it so well. Clutch.
And growing up at Avoca Beach on the Central Coast, that next line of beaches north of Broken Bay to the north of Palm Beach, just outside of Sydney. She calls North Shelley Board Riders as her home club, but living up on the Gold Coast now, so obviously getting that 10-point ride up there at Snapper last year. But yeah, honing her skills on beach breaks and reefs around the Central Coast. Of course, no slouch on the backside as well. She's had her time in the championship tour, getting knocked off last year. So on the Challenger Series and putting some great performances as well. And that Central Coast region, it's been home to so many professional surfers in the last decade. Ace Buchan, Micro Hall, Wade Carmichael, just to name a few. And you've had a lot of success up there surfing as well, JJ. You know that area well?
Yeah, I know that area really well, actually. I feel like growing up, we had to be kind of intertwined with all the Central Coast surfers. We had a lot of the same regional events, state title events. I was really lucky. I met Molly when I was about 13, and still to this day we're pretty good friends. And watching her succeed and I guess come through the same region as we and as my sister and I did, it's been really cool. And yeah, the Central Coast, it makes so many incredible surfers. Even you know, the Vaughan brothers, Joel, he got through his heat yesterday. Macy is, like you said, I feel like her backhand is really overlooked. It's actually one of my favorite. And I think that comes from spending a lot of time on beach breaks. She actually won the Avoca 3000 for our regional series this year over at Copacabana. She's like, I feel like I've surfed this wave a million times before. So yeah, the Central Coast, great humans, great surfers, and a pretty great place too.
Yeah, a lot of those board rider clubs are really shining over there. Your Minor and McMaster's. You know, Avoca's got board riders there, and of course North Shelley. Any other beaches that, obviously Nora Head and the entrance up there.
Mate, we got to be careful when we start naming beaches.
You leave one
north of the peninsula here, I tell you.
Talking about board riding clubs, though.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, well, I mean, North Shelley over the last couple of years has established itself as one of the premier clubs in Australia. Really formidable. They're always right up there competing in our club series that we have, the Australian Board Riders Battle. And And yeah, they are almost unstoppable. But of course, North Narrabeen, another incredibly strong club throughout the years, multiple titles. And I've also got to give a notable mention to North Stain, of course, who have had, we've had our share of victories as well. So, look, I think the theme, what we're talking about, is just how strong this club system is at Bridge Champions.
And here we go. This is Matsuoka. Power carve there to get things started. And that one's not going to have the inside section, but a 6.5 and a 4.17. She's out to an early lead. And the wind chopped up Narrabeen, offering lots of opportunity for these surfers. Laura, the Brazilian, she's familiar with beach breaks back there in Brazil. And Macy, we just talked about her. And Bronte Macaulay from Gracetown, Western Australia. That Macaulay name is absolutely no stranger to Narrabeen. Dave Macaulay competing here back in the Coke Classic days. Goofy footer. Bronte's down here with her boyfriend. And and then on the edge of our seats, why do we just gasp just then when Macy caught a rail?
I actually felt like the board came back towards her. That's probably why I gasped. I was like, oh yeah. That could have been a little bit painful, but she seems like she's back on her board, straight back out there. That first turn through heaps of sprays, so yeah, Macy, she's the kind of surfer, I feel like she paces her way through heats. And I actually really like that approach from Macy. Great looking section here. It just tags it. That's that forehand we know so well. But yeah, that board looking like it might have come back at her a little bit, but she seems to have dodged it. So Mace maybe hearing the score of what Laura got and thought, okay, let's see if I can try my luck on those rights. But yeah, really strong forehand, but really strong backhand as well. I remember she got a second place before she even was on tour in France, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, just by going left. So her backhand can get her results. It was definitely one I always watched growing up.
Well, let's not forget that she was the first woman to ever get a 10-point ride on the Challenger Series last week up at Snapper Rocks. Found that incredible drainer behind the rocks and just got pitted off her brain.
And in a heat-by-heat judging scenario, a 10 out here at Narrabeen is going to look very different to what it did at Snapper.
Yeah.
As it would at other spots, but coming off a 5th place finish, and I mean, she was looking like on fire. And let's take a look at this. So stalls it up, and you caught it, Rich. Look at that, deep in the tube. And it was not just once, but it was 2 chandeliering sections, and it spat halfway through the tube. Whenever that happens, it's going to be a big score. And the Gold Coast tube riding cylinders just provided. Look at that phenomenal surfing there, Rich.
Oh, that was amazing. That was a freight train barrel from behind the rock, and you know, Macy was just elated after that. She was like, best heat, best wave. You know, it's probably the best wave she's ever had out at Snapper, and she did it with the jersey on. Yeah. Incredible stuff.
And here goes Laura, eyeing up that section. That one's not going to do anything for her, but Laura just with a pretty early exit up there on the Gold Coast. Same with her on a 17th finish. These surfers need to get to work, and here goes Bronte.
Yeah, great opening swoop there. I just love watching Bronte surf. Gets a second turn in. Wow, she's found one that's given her 3 pretty nice sections, but just, yeah, couldn't quite hold on. But I love her style. It's so technically amazing. Just deep bottom turn, swoops through that opening carve. And she's found one of those waves that's bending back at her, allowing her to push really hard through her turns. It's a real shame that she couldn't get the ride out on this one, because I feel like that would have been a pretty great score for Bronte.
Yeah, what happened on that end turn? Just a little off tilt.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's probably deceiving how much power this wave actually has. And usually you think you can kind of tap one of those end sections and come down with the foam, but it probably came at her maybe with more power than expected. She's definitely no stranger to powerful waves. There is so much grunt over there in WA. So, yeah, maybe just first wave, sat there for a little bit too long, maybe a little bit cold, but yeah, just caught her a little bit off guard, pushed her just onto her outside rail a little bit too much, and she went down.
Great insight, the changing conditions, and it is chilly. I saw Bronte down on the beach a couple of heats ago, just arriving, and that's the first thing she mentioned. It is a little bit cold out there, and it's cold. It's been raining all morning. These surfers, a bit of a change of pace from the last 2 days, having to adapt to the conditions, and waiting about 12 minutes for that wave. It'll be a nice score when it drops. We expect it to go mid-range, perhaps a little higher. But semi-final, quarter-final finish there for Bronte up on the Gold Coast, coming in ranked 5th. She had a 7th on the Challenger last year. She's definitely a force to be reckoned with at all types of waves. around the world. It's a shame we won't see her on the championship tour at places like Fiji and Tahiti, and even Pipeline. It's somewhere that you would expect her to do so well. If you go onto her Instagram, you can see her a mixture of contest results, but also free surfing. And Laura on a late drop here and opting to jump off in that one. It sort of catches her late. The varying peaks of Narrabeen, a little tricky to sit there and wait. And if you can tee off on one, it's going to be great, but at the same time, maybe can't be too dismayed if it closes out. It, after all, is a beach break.
Yeah, I mean, it is a beach break. There are going to be some closeouts out there. That's just a given. But the thing about Narrabeen is it does have beautiful walls, and when they do approach, it does allow you to really tee off a few times, like we saw on that last wave of Bronte's scores coming through now. But yeah, I just think Bronte, even out of the water, is such an amazing role model for the next generation of girls coming through, and I think her and Sally have really taken on that role beautifully.
Yeah.
Not only for competitive, like how well competitive they are, and they probably set the tone for a competitive strategy in the women's division, but on land, you know, like I was talking to you earlier, Sally, she was even before her heat out there in the rain, women were getting knocked out. She was saying, hey, keep your head up, keep going.
Yeah.
You know, both of these ladies are just such incredible attributes to our sport.
And Rob, beautiful top turn carve there. She'll work her way through the foamy section. And disconnects with her equipment. Goes incomplete. A bit frothy on the face. And then in this moment, we're going to go take a Bonsoy brew break. But don't go anywhere. Fire up the kettle. Get a cuppa and come back and join us for the final 15 minutes of Heat 6. And out in the lead and on Matsuoka, Macy Callahan.
Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by NRMA Parks and Resorts, the official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Back at North Narrabeen, one of the most formidable contest zones in the world. It's been home to CT and QS events since 1977. Margot Oberg, the stylish Hawaiian who won the Coca-Cola Surfabout back then, all the way up until Isabella Nichols taking out the Challenger Series last year. A list of champions, and here goes Macy vying for her chance to take out the Sydney Surf Pro, and she's going to do it with nice turns like that, just backing it up, that 6-point ride. She's looking to get rid of a 317. Nice signs there, Richie.
Yeah, that was a great turn. You know, had aggression, but there was an underlying feeling of elegance to it. The placement was fantastic. And Macy really showing some experience here. Nice clean wall. She comes hard off the bottom, pivots off the top, gets down into that safety crouching stance. But so strong and confident off the top of that wave.
That sharp eye looking tremendous under Macy's feet right now. And we have a stoked, smiling, and very happy Sally Fitzgibbon, the 2012 champion, who's on the glass with Laura Enova.
Yes, guys, down here with Sally Fitz. You know, the crowd's loving you down here. We all love you. Back here in Narrabeen, you got second place last year. How good would it be to take the win this year? Firstly, that heat. Talk us through it.
Oh, it's just so good to be here, Lawsy. Good to be here with you too. I'm just reminiscing back 07 where we just want to rip each other's heads off and win the trophy. And yeah, just to think all these years later, like I love it just as much. And just preparing for the heat and watching a lot of good surfing the last 2 days. So I was sort of like really ready to surf. And so I was trying to not have too much adrenaline, but those big end sections were just coming at you and it reminded me of like Portugal and a lot of stuff through Margies. So tours set me up well to really kind of identify big sections I'm looking for.
And your board's looking amazing. You were just saying that this is your board that you actually ride when it gets chunky. Talk us through it.
Yeah, exactly. I work with Glenn a lot on like obviously those tour profiled waves, but on the Challenger as well, dancing between, you know, like a little bit less volume for up there at Snapper, and like you can kind of get really progressive and push the tail out and stuff. But today you kind of want to go back on those boards we were on, sort of like that Portugal beachy, and yeah, just a little bit more volume, and yeah, you just kind of can hook in, feel really stable off the lip, and yeah, it kind of pushes you out when you're all tangled up in all that white water and you're trying to make it.
Well, I feel like the more chaotic the conditions get, the more you come alive. And we're taking note to the wax to the nose here. This is something I've never done in my life because I would never have to put my foot up there, but what's that for?
It's graduation. I like to go to the air, so yeah, as a grom, the more you start sticking, you get to wax further up, and I remember seeing John and Felipe's wax was all the way to the tip, so I've still got like that much to go. Yeah.
So good. Can't wait to see you pull them out. Another lifetime for me, those ones. But see you into the next round.
Can't wait to see you, Lawsy. And thanks to everyone down the beach, all the grommies here at North Narra. That's what keeps me alive, just the energy in the legs, seeing their big faces. And they're all out here in the pouring rain, loving surfing. So it's awesome.
Thanks, Sal.
And we love you, Sal. Just a smile from ear to ear from everybody watching this. And here goes Laura. Oh, the cupping out. North Narrabeen wedge. And unfortunately goes down, but that was well on its way to a great score. And a heartwarming interview there from Sal Fitzgibbons up against her old sparring partner, Laura Enova, who also took the win here back in 2015. Those two, some many battles. But hey, Laura, I know you're tuning in. You can always put your wax all the way up when you're surfing cloud break or backdoor. You can move pretty far up in the tube, can't you, Rich?
Oh, you can. Yeah, Laura's crazy. Those waves she takes off on, oh my goodness. She can have it. But here we go. Bronte McCall, a great looking wave here. Tags the lip, cuts down. Just the one turn hammer, but it was a good one. You saw her really compress off the top of that wave. And that theme of getting down low and sort of minimising the chance of falling off. Great technique there from Bronte. We saw Macy do it as well.
And 5-6-7 of Bronte's first wave. We expect that one to be a great backup. Its early reports show us a 6-1-3. It does go higher than that 5-6-7. The judges really appreciating the form and the control in those maneuvers. And here goes Bronte again in her third wave of the exchange. Punches into that closeout, and as Sally, last heat winner, said, reminding her a bit of Super Tubos in Portugal and parts of Brazil as well. And I mean, it's a hard, compact beach break. It's a river mouth wave, and the bathymetry from the outside section, it's got a bomby reef, a point, and a long sand beach.
Yep.
And it compacts right here, which is why it's such a consistent spot. And it is heavy. It packs a punch, we've been saying. And would you opt for a little step up or a good waveboard? We'll get back to that. He goes on, looking for the tube. She steers away from it, but hits the lip line. Oh, and goes down. We've seen that so many times today. If you can pull it off, you'll get rewarded. And On's already holding on to 6.5. One of the highest single waves of the heat so far, but just yet to back it up in the final 7 minutes. She's going to have to get to work shortly. But really great insight there from Sal, how heavy it is out there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you know, she's talking about her boards, and it's the board she rides when waves get a little bit junkier. I'll get back to that. This is a yeah, you know, she kind of was looking for the tube there and then hits this section, but that foam on the face is just going to make it so hard for her to ride out. Probably wants to find a bit of wall that's a little bit cleaner. But yeah, getting back to it, I think definitely take a board out with a little bit extra length. I would personally be riding a round tail out there today. I just think round tails and Narrabeen go hand in hand. And I saw Sowers on a round tail. Looks like Bronte, she looks like she's on a Utopia, which are more predominantly a squash tail, so I'm interested to see what she's got under her feet. But I just think that's such a beautiful pivot point with a round tail out there with the amount of steepness there is in the wave. Yeah, it's been cool. I've kind of been keeping my eye on everyone's boards and just seeing what the theme is, and I feel like round tails would definitely be the theme.
Yeah, and why would that be, Rich?
It just cuts into the wave a little bit better. You just get that bite on the face, especially when you're putting a lot more pressure on the tail.
And there's Macy right now. And that sharp eye looking great under her feet right now. And a free turn combo just working out through the inside section. This one's tapering away. Not a lot of scoring opportunity there, but she gets some great work on the outside. Looking to drop a low of a 5.67. I should say 5.8. And you see her way down the beach. And yeah, it is the popular tail of choice here, especially for modern day professional surfing. We talk about the adaptation of that criteria, the speed, the power, the flow. And for many years, aerials and progressive surfing has been deemed through releasing the fins. These days, the judges want to see power surfing, keeping the fins engaged like that, with elements of freeing the tail up in control. And a nice finish on this one, Rich, staying on a board.
Yeah, great wave here for Macy. Just really smooth those opening 2 turns. And she sees there's a little bit more work to be done. But really good technique there for Mace. Doesn't overcommit to it because there was this cutback she wanted to fit in as the wave starts to get a little sleepy on her. But then she grovels all the way inside, maybe adding a half a point to it.
No. Back in your day, I mean, you competed here throughout the late 90s. You had a quarter-final finish here, I believe. Back
I did too. I forgot about that.
Might have been 98.
Yeah, it was one of my first couple of years on the tour.
I think you lost to Todd Holland, perhaps, or it was a strong. Anyway, it was a strong performance you put in. It was a good hard-fought victory. Raiding the memory banks there, and I would have been in primary school, but I would have been down here watching, like we're here in the.
Show my age, Matty.
Myself too. And we're sitting in these chairs right now, and this is the best place to be with you viewers at home, in your office, at home by the fireplace in Sydney, or over there where it's starting to get a bit warmer in the Northern Hemisphere. 4 minutes to go in this heat. We've got Laura up chasing a 6.8. Her family, her friends, they're tuning in right now. They're willing her to get beyond this round of 32. And our Japanese contingent from the Asia qualifying region, she's done so well, coming second on the regional QS, battling with Sarah Wakita, the goofy footer, who was certainly not outclassed in that QS, but she's got a lot of real fast and, I should say, just proficient forehand, so natural footers, regular footers on that tour. So she's one of the rare goofy footers who puts up a strong fight, and she's now needing just a 5.3. She's still got that great 6.5. Strong goofy footer, firm stance, similar to Bronte, perhaps even a little more compact, and that's serving them well here at Narrabeen. Some great surfers over the years have taken the win. These surfers, if they can go on to win, are going to go onto the history books with some phenomenal names. Malia Manuel, Carissa Moore, Teresa Bonvalotto won in Manly in 22. You know, Sally Fitz, Laura, Nikki Van Dyke's taken it out before, back in 2016. I think way back to the CT, Caroline Marks, Lane, Wendy Botha, Pauline Mensah. And interestingly enough, I look on there for Pam Burridge, who was an exceptional goofy foot surfer out of the Northern Beaches, who hasn't actually taken a wheel. She did. She won in 92. But that was a smaller year as well. But I think casting back eyes to this heat here off the top is Macy Callahan, a 5.9, looking to drop as her low. She's looking strong and fired up in this heat, Richie.
Yeah, Macy's really looking good out in front at the moment. Close one between. She just goes for the bailout. These waves are pounding on this sandbar here. But yeah, Macy and Bronte, they're looking pretty good, but our other surfers, they're not out of it just yet with 2 minutes to go. And Laura and Anon, they're in the box seat in terms of priority. Look at the replay here of Macy, just tags that lip again. Feeling that one's not going to go into her top two.
And in the cut through to that, or in the NRMA 2-minute warning, Laura Rock, the Brazilian, she's in 4th position, and she is holding prime position, and this is a non, Jessie.
Yeah, Anon just fighting till the end of this heat. Lovely first car, puts it up there for a second. Probably didn't get as much flair as she wanted on that last turn, but still finding a two-turner.
And here goes Macy again. Great wave selection. This one just a single turn, looking stylish and confident out there in the lead. Wait for that score to be locked in for our Japanese competitor, searching for the 5.3, a two-turn combo, but her body language didn't really sell it for me, Rich.
No, it just, you get the feeling it's just not quite there. The first turn was nice, but the second one just let it down a little bit.
Yeah.
It's really difficult to find those two turns. A lot of surfers going down on the converging whitewash from the second one, getting caught in the whitewater, and 50 seconds remaining. Some sets approaching. Another weather front on the outside. You see that boat cruising through on the horizon. That's showing us the conditions are not letting up. So these surfers dealing with the conditions. Fantastic adaptation. And here she goes. This is Laura up and riding. Maybe her last opportunity. 30 seconds remaining. She goes up the re-entry. Fan of spray and carving it back to the pocket. She's looking for more in the end. She gets it. And a fourth turn. And she rides cleanly. Just milking this one through to the inside. Needing a 6.8. It would be the highest. It'd have to be the highest single wave of the heat. But I'm not convinced, Richie.
No, she surfed it really, really well. No doubt about that. But, you know, it was, I don't want to say pedestrian. It was really connected surfing. She placed the manoeuvres really well. Here goes Bronte McCauley. I think she actually maybe got up before the hooter. We'll have to let the judges debate on that one.
And with a non-score still getting locked in, Bronte may have needed that wave. Still yet to get that score from both Laura and Anon.
I feel like Laura's wave shows a lot of similarities to the first wave we saw of Macy, where she tagged that wave 3 or 4 times to shore. First turn was absolutely beautiful. I loved it. Like you said, Rich, surfed this wave beautifully. Managed to surf a C-class wave into a pretty good one.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's the best wave of the heat, I'm really not too sure. But Bronte, I think she got up before the hooter as well. Love that opening slash there for Bronte. She just surfs with so much speed down the line. Brings that one all the way around. She still wanted more, but there was nothing on offer. So scores to lock in for all 4 of the women.
So tense times here. Stop 2 on the Challenger Series. Bronte, she had a quarterfinal finish up there in the Goldie, and Macy surfed well with that 10-point ride. Both of them coming in ranked 5th. And so making way out on that round tail as we talked about earlier. Solid glass fins in that board too, and the DHD under Bronte's hands. Looking fast and spicy for her, swiveling through those turns. Convincing 6 and a 5.9, but score still to drop for all surfers. And Anon's drops it. It wasn't enough. It was a 3.77 for the Japanese competitor. Laura still pending, now needing a 6.8. A great performance, lots of opportunity. And early reports say it's going to be under.
It didn't feel like the best wave of the heat to me.
4.33. It comes in under, nearly almost 2.5 points under the requirement. So it's Macy Callahan and Bronte McCauley continuing on their rampage through into the round of 16. The 2 Australians looking strong. And poised, the Bonsoy board caddies getting some signatures there, and Macy posing for the crowd. We're going to go to Ronnie Blakey and Felicity Parmentier coming up next for Heat 7. Don't go anywhere.
Northern Beaches Council, a major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Bit of weather out there today, but we don't mind because there's also a bit of swell, and we're loving our time here at North Narrabeen, gearing up for another big heat. Ronnie Blakey joined by Felicity Parmentier. Flick, this is going to be a lot of fun. We've got a stacked heat here. India Robinson, who had a magic run through this contest last year, looking to rebound after falling out of the mix a little earlier than she would have liked up there on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, definitely. I think when I think about this next crop of Australian surfers coming up, you know, before her was Molly Picklum, I think Ellie Harrison is that next generation. She's really pushing it, and she's had some great results already this year. And obviously a great showing down at Bells as a wild card as well, where she put in a couple of great performances. But this whole heat is absolutely stacked. We've had a couple of crackers to call this morning.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. India Robinson, she's got that CT experience. Ellie Harrison, a rising star, had one of her big breakthrough results this year. Winning Surfest, obviously, as far as qualifying series events go, probably through all the regions around the world. It doesn't get much bigger prestige-wise than Newcastle's Surfest. So a massive one for Ellie there. Sierra Kerr, you know, not big wins on the qualifying series level this year, but certainly in the juniors has been dominating. The current world junior champion, also collecting a couple of big accolades and getting a victory here at the Sydney Surf Pro Junior just the other day. So Sierra's in good form as always and ready to cause some huge upsets. We've seen her in Challenger Series events doing that in the past. And Kiala, well, she won the Hawaii region qualifying series with surfing like this. Oh, the commitment. Commendable there, just throwing it up into that violent end section.
Wow, that was super critical. I liked that. I liked the intensity there. I liked the intent. It was a good start to the heat there. And but yeah, I think back to what I was saying before. Let's break this one down. Nice bowly cupped out wave here. She goes straight up into the face there and cuts that bottom turn short. She wants to go up into the lip. And this one here looks different. Yeah, this is, so a second attempt. As we see Ellie Harrison just going down and eating a face full of whitewater there.
Wow, it's, you know, it takes a lot to ride out of these end section turns. And it's unset. You know, it's challenging because, you know, there's some of the best surfers not on the championship tour, obviously. And even they're having a hard time sticking those final moves. 4.67 for Kayala Tomoda Bannett on her first ride. Still has another score on the way. And while we wait for those numbers to roll on through, we're going to see Sierra get her campaign started, but that wave just sort of breaks away. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat. Macy Callahan is with Laura.
Yes, Macy, you were saying before a bit of chaos at the end of that heat. You weren't sure what happened, but it must feel good to come in and know that you got the one.
Yeah, I've got the one. Yeah, everyone sucks when you have lost fourth priority and everyone gets wave at the end and you're just sitting there twiddling your thumbs. But yeah, super happy to make it through first heat. Yeah.
And you grew up in North Shelley, so you're no stranger to these beach break conditions. You're also a gun swimmer. If your leggy broke, you'd be totally fine to get in. Talk to us about how it was pretty hard out there. You got sucked down the beach.
Yeah, Sydney packs a punch for sure. It was really hot out there. Conditions are tough, a lot of water moving, but yeah, I actually bailed on one. I was like, oh, there goes my board and my leash, but it all stuck together. That's good. But yeah, it was tricky, but there's a couple of fun ones.
And coming up a solid result of the Goldie, you know, coming down here, what are your goals for the event? Are you just taking it heat by heat, or we know you want to get the win?
Yeah, everyone's here to win, and of course that's what I'd like to do. But no, I'm excited to go left. I love going left, and I grew up just up the road, so it's nice to come back to Sydney and see my friends, and yeah, I love it here.
You're so modest. Love to hear you say you want to rip some heads off. Let's go.
Let's go.
See you soon.
Macy surviving that one. But it's a really close heat, and, you know, third place typically sort of knocking on the door of a top two finish. But, you know, in these kind of conditions, There's definitely an opportunity for some massive turnarounds with big individual turns coming down to the wire. There's been some wind squalls just ripping this lineup apart at different stages throughout the day. Big set rolling through at the moment. No major numbers locked in. Kayala has got the best of it at the moment. Got the two best rides, taking that early lead, getting early control, taking priority on the outside.
Yeah, today it's becoming a little bit of victory at sea. That's the sort of statement and words that come to my mind, and there is a little bit of luck involved. Obviously, you want to be able to identify these really beautiful cupped out bowly waves where you're going to get that open face to place that one or two turns, but there's a lot of heats where it's coming right down to the wire, exactly like you said. Macy mentioned it, that last exchange in her heat where everyone catches a wave and you don't even know if you're in first, if you're still safe. But yeah, that shot before, we could just see that there was a big squall out the back there. It just looked like a big rain squall. And that's also another thing to factor in here too. Like, you know, you could be watching a heat and you think you've got this game plan, but usually what happens when you get that little rain squall that moves through the lineup, it completely changes everything. And if you happen to be out there in one of those heats, I mean, it can be the difference between you getting through and not. And say you get out there, I mean, we can sort of see that rain line out the back there, but you get out in your heat, it starts off like this, there's no rain, and you don't convert in that first 10 minutes, and then all of a sudden the back half of your heat has all this rain. It can be super difficult to find a score and manufacture something when that squall and that system's moving through here at Narrabeen.
So we're into the round of 32 for the women. The men are on standby too, and it's the last round where we have the four surfers out there in the lineup. But it is a completely different tactic required, the four-person heat versus the head-to-head, isn't it?
Oh, completely. I feel like head-to-head matchups, you can afford to be so much more selective. You can really stick to your game plan. You've only got one other person to factor in. These four-person heats with priority, I would say, yeah, okay, it pays to be a great surfer, but if you can surf strategically and if you've got a great head for how this works and you can figure it out, I mean, we say it so much, but it actually is like a chess game out there. You know, wherever you are in the heat, you've got to factor that in, as in first, second, third or fourth, and then you've got to factor in what position of priority you have and where you make your decision based on that, on where you're going to sit. And one of the best people I've ever worked with in this circumstance is Jake Patterson. I don't think I've ever worked with someone who just has such a comp brain and someone who's so strategic with this four-person priority. It's incredible to hear his insights. As we see Ellie Harrison.
Hang on to that. Oh, what a shame.
That would have been big.
Ellie's given it a good nudge a couple of times now.
Oof.
Just sucking in the big ones there after just getting ragdolled across that sandbar. Throwaway score for her. 19.5 minutes to go. But yet there is sort of a high percentage play that you can take, and it's, you know, no one wants to shoot for second. It's not a motto that any of these competitors are hanging on to, but you know, you can afford to build on your numbers a little bit more, it seems, and when there's four people in the lineup as opposed to being all out aggressive. Of course, if you pull it out and you throw all the risk at it and you can pull that off, you give yourself an awesome shot at winning the heat. But
yeah,
in tricky conditions, it just feels like right now banking a couple of scores early. Like Kayala's got such an advantage already with a 4.67 in next to her name without really doing anything too mind-blowing. She's kind of set herself up pretty well here.
Yeah, she definitely has. I think the 4.67, that's a good number. However, I just think back to those other earlier heats that we were calling with, you know, Kira Pinkerton and Erin Brooks just dropping, you know, 6 and above for one turn. I think you're still in it right to the end, especially in conditions like this, because beach breaks, and especially today when you can find space, you can move down the line, you can get an open section away from someone who might have priority over you. You're in it right to the end, and it's a relatively, I know there's a lot of water moving, we've heard Macy just talk about it in her post-heat interview, but it's a relatively quick paddle back out the back, as opposed to somewhere like Snapper, where you've obviously got that long paddle out. But I think, as here we go, Kiala.
Well, looking to get rid of a 3 here. Add to that heat score total, bit of foam on the face. Just a bit more measured, just doing some chip away work, really, adding any little points that she can at this point in time. And it'll be job done. Won't be a huge score, but again, she's building each time she gets to her feet here.
Yeah, it's just interesting, back to the point, you know, this round right here for the women, this is the round that you just really, I mean, every heat you want to get through, right? But this is pivotal because after this, it goes to, you know, person on person. So you're only out there with one other person in the lineup. Let's break this one down. This is Kiala. This is her third wave. It's got a bit of froth on the face here, a lot of whitewash. So I don't know if this one will go into her top two. But, potentially going to improve on that 3, but it was just smaller. You could see that intensity wasn't there with those turns. As we look to Ellie Harrison.
Big drop, that's all she gets out of it though. So a couple of attempts from Ellie to rip into something, but nothing paying off just yet.
You can sort of see her strategy, right, is one big turn.
On the outside, India. She finds a bit of wall to work with, a little runner across the sandbar here. Just gets a little swamped with that white water on the face. Unable to set that rail.
Yeah, I think it's interesting when you see, they're just the differences in approaches here. Ellie, for me, it's clear she's going for those bigger waves with just the one turn, right? She just wants one big turn. It's being super obvious. But, obviously India, on the other hand, different approach. She's looking for those more tapered walls. She waited a while for that second wave. So it's going to be interesting when we see these scores come through, especially the third one for Kiala and the second one for India, just to see where the judges' brains are at. But I personally love Ellie's approach. I like that she's putting it all on the line. It's one big turn, and I feel like, you know, she sticks one of those, she's easily going to throw a 6. That first attempt we saw her go for, I mean, I think that could have potentially even pushed higher than that. That was probably one of the biggest sections that we've really seen her go for.
So we do have a score to come through yet for the Hawaiian, and we're going to see just how high the judges go with it. But your feeling is it's probably going to be pretty comparable or somewhere in between a 4.67 and that 3. As we see Sierra, who's been pretty patient so far. A tricky section to read, but she did throw up a bit of water, and there hasn't been a lot of highlight moments. So this actually might be pretty comparable to what we saw from Kiala earlier on.
Yeah, I think so. It was a big section, but it was more of sort of a horizontal approach. And I mean, let's have a look. Big meaty wave here, big drop, big bottom turn. She goes up into the lip, but she didn't quite bring it all the way back around. The section was a bit hard, you know. I'm being hypercritical if she couldn't really bring it around even more than that. It was kind of like she was going with the momentum of the wave. Quick in and out there for Kiala, but what I noticed at the start of this heat is that Sierra actually positioned herself a lot wider off the bank as opposed to the other 3 women. So I'd be interested to see where she's sitting as we see Ellie.
Ellie again has just maintained this sort of a charging approach, if you will, trying to find some big sections. Unfortunately there, didn't get out in front of that whitewater, didn't show the judges she was in control of that final manoeuvre. So again, it's, you know, a 4th attempt from her at a pretty solid section, and she's failed to convert, which is, you know, not too much of a worry with 14 minutes on the clock, but she'll want to make a move pretty soon. India Robinson up at the moment, working this one over, chipping away, and India's going to hang on for the finish here. So a tricky heat so far. Big rain squall coming down at the moment. You don't really see that on screen, but the competitors would even be having a hard time in the wind and rain to place those turns correctly.
For sure. And this was that big rain squall we could see out to sea before we were talking about. And I mean, yeah, it's really hard to see right now, but it's absolutely pissing down. It's actually quite loud here in the host set. It's crazy. But yeah, a lot to contend with. And let's just have a look at this one of India. Sort of a bit of a transitional move there. Another carving manoeuvre. And she gets it up there for one last turn. So it's pretty good, really, considering just how challenging it is right now. She's going to get back out the back, and in terms of the context of this heat, probably, I'd say, the best wave, really, ridden. I mean, Sierra's one big turn. I'm interested to see where they go with that. It was a big section, it was a big wave, but like I said, she went up and then sort of couldn't bring it around probably as much as what she wanted to, just because of the section that she was hitting.
Just over 12 and a half minutes to go. We're waiting on numbers to drop. We'll get updated on the situation in just a moment.
One of my favourite parts of the northern beaches here in New South Wales is it's got that diversity of the landscape. You have some untouched natural beauty mixed with all the enjoyable parts of living in a city. There's amazing restaurants, great coffee culture. Every time that I'm away, I come back, something new's here. So lucky to call this place home, grow up here, and I'll keep coming back for the rest of my life.
The show continues here at North Narrabeen, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And we have Heat 7, the round of 32. It's the last round where we're going to see 4 competitors in each heat. It goes head-to-head from the round of 16 on. And everyone wants to get into that round because that's when the chess match continues. That's when you can, fixate on your rival and what their moves are in the water, and a little less stressful, I think, for the competitors. As we see Sierra now, who is in 3rd spot at this stage after a 3.81, trying to gather some speed to get a final hit in here. And she does hang on for the finish, working for it. I mean, it's off the back of a section where she didn't have a lot of speed to dig into a huge hit, but a completion at the moment might be enough to see her up in the 2nd spot. It's been a heat short on performance highlights. But during the break, it looked like Kaiola Tomoto-Bennett might have got herself a pretty decent wave because she dropped a 6.17.
Yeah, so right now, that's a great score. Let's have a look at it. Here it is. Takes off. Looks like, to me, a bit of clean face.
Nice.
Best turn of the heat so far. Backs it up with another.
Solid.
Really good. I mean, those waves are a dime a dozen. They're really hard to come by out here today. I mean, you compare it just to this one, that was an absolute dog's breakfast, but Sierra doing so well to stick that last turn. It's incredibly difficult, and I mean, we were just speaking about it before, but I think it's a lot harder than what it looks. This webcast making it look a lot better as Kiala finding some open face again.
Well, Kiala is making it look like she's surfing a completely different break on a different day. She's finding waves that are giving her space to open up these backhand hits, draw out her bottom turns a little bit more than her rivals, trying to improve on a 4.67 here.
Yeah, she's doing really, really well. Exactly what you said. Looks like a different day, but I think the webcast it does a great job at really masking how hard and difficult it is, and especially when these rain squalls come through. I mean, I look outside right now and that rain has stopped, which means things might get a little bit easier, but it looks like there's another one just out there on the horizon.
Well, Ellie has just struggled to really find a wave with any clean face. This has probably been the best, and you can see the talent on show straight away. Great flow as she gets through to the inside, gets some good work done on this wave. Only had a couple of 2-point rides prior to this and was really struggling to get anything on the board. Looks back at the beach here and just probably seeing where she's at in this lineup. 7.5 minutes to go. Ellie's going to be back in it here as we see Sierra contemplating a bit of a run around, maybe back to Ali Wrights to find the rip and get an easier entry back into the lineup here.
Yeah, this wave, you can just see that she is a great surfer. I mean, the technique's there. It was a smaller wave, but really good surfing and well-paced for what she had in front of her. I mean, she couldn't really have pushed much harder. It's a tricky wave to surf. You look at all the whitewash on the face of this wave, it was difficult. But she just placed these turns really well. So good surfing, really good surfing.
Well, we saw at Bells Beach, Ellie Harrison's amazing forehand. Incredible frontside surfer, really nice carving work, solid hits in the pocket, but the extension through those backhand hits there on a wave that wasn't really providing a whole lot of energy was impressive. And I think she's going to drop a pretty reasonable number. Ellie, 18 years of age, travelled up to Sydney with her mum Meg and her good luck charm, her grandmother Dabba, who was down there at Bells to cheer her on through her heats. Didn't seem like Dabba was passing on the good luck at the start of this heat, but she's going to come through here in the final 10 minutes. Ellie's going to get a decent score, chip away at the requirement. She actually only needs a 5, 6, 7 to get up into second place. So it is one of those interesting heats. Sierra Kerr also poised to make a run at those top 2 spots.
Yeah, this is getting really tight here in these last stages of this heat, and it's still wide open. I know it's challenging. I know it's hard to get good scores, but...
this isn't good for Ellie. Sierra, sorry.
Yeah.
She hasn't been able to punch through
You can see her looking in, and I'm assuming her dad, Josh, is on the beach, and she's probably trying to get some direction of what to do, it looks like.
It is such a trademark of Sydney on a junky day with a shallow sandbar. It'll almost hold you on the edge of that sandbar, right on the edge of the gutter there, and the waves just keep coming and you find yourself almost trapped. You can't punch through the waves that are just relentless and keep pushing you back onto that sandbar.
Yeah, the amount of when I used to spend a bit of time up at Whale Beach, I'd be surfing there, the amount of times I'd be on the wrong side of that and just be held in that one section. I mean, I'm feeling for Sierra. You can see her looking to the beach. She's looking for some direction and, you know, what do I do here? But look, there's just waves just do not stop.
You almost have to surrender to the sweep and angle your board toward Long Reef to the southern end of the beach and kind of get some momentum. If you're fighting that sweep that is pretty strong across the sandbar, if you're trying to angle your way to the takeoff zone and also deal with all that incoming swell, you will kind of get stuck there. You know, it's like trying to run in a nightmare. You just can't get that momentum or throw a punch. You know, that's the worst.
Oh, they're just terrible.
4.5 minutes to go. Sierra needs to get back out there. She needs a number. Ellie Harrison gets herself in the heat. 5.33, but still isn't in a qualifying position. She needs a 2.84 now. Nervous times for India Robinson, who want to improve on this 3.7 very quickly. And it's still very much in the control of the Hawaiian, who's out there with that powerful 6.17.
Yeah, right now India is not feeling safe. Good news for her is she has got that number 2 next to her name, which means she has priority over Ellie right now. So first choice of waves over Ellie, which is good. But with 3 minutes 50 on the clock, the consistency of these waves, I feel like Ellie's going to sell her into one at least. She's going to get another roll of the dice here. And here we go. It looks like Ellie's up and riding.
Taking off on a medium-sized wave, looking to get that score just to jump up into that second spot. Still needs a quality turn here. So chipped away, couple of little hits, that's all she's going to get out of it. She's now got to turn around, quickly get that board and hope she can punch back into the lineup in the event that she doesn't get the number she needs.
Today it's becoming a real test of endurance and fitness and strength and conditioning. I mean, this is where you've got to fall back on the pre-season you've put in, because their athletes are sucking in the big ones right now when they're going down on these big sections. Let's have a look at this. It was a smaller wave, She did surf it well. She got a bit of work done there. She's searching for a 2.84. I think it's touch and go. I think it could be right there. But yeah, back to that point before, I feel like this is where you have to rely on your endurance, your cardio. You're in that undertow for a long time. Let's have a look here. India Robinson.
Well, India's going to rely on that strong forehand that's fetched us some big finishes in Challenger Series events before, including a victory at Snapper Rocks. And there just hasn't been too many rights out there today. But India, she knows that she's got that incredible power she can unload just in one turn. And she's banking on that to get her the score she needs. On the outside, a good-sized wall. And again, Keala is absolutely tapping into a different kind of wave out here at the moment. She's going to easily get rid of the 4.67 and dump another big score on her opponents here. And in the last 2 minutes, it's going to be a fight for second spot.
Wow, her ability to identify these three waves of hers that she's got is incredible. The read on these sort of conditions.
Okay, number in for Ellie. She's got just enough to climb up in the second spot. India still with a number on the way.
Whoa, okay, that's big, but I feel like India's going to get this number.
Well, India needs a 3.84.
That was a really, really well-timed hit on her forehand. She didn't get too much work done after that, a couple little foam taps, but
Touch
it's right.
and go for me.
You reckon?
Oh, it's almost a 4. It was a medium-sized wave, and it was actually a left. She went right on.
Yeah, this wave here, wow, great surfing. I feel like she just wanted to stick that last turn to really cement it.
Well, I don't think it's going to matter, hey?
No,
the quality of that wave.
It just was beautiful. Night and day compared to what we're looking at right now. It's crazy. I don't know how she's finding these. She's doing such a good job. But no, I think India's wave, I mean...
Yeah, I guess it's only got to be, a point better than Ellie's. And Ellie didn't really do anything on hers. So, yeah, I think you're probably right.
Yeah, I think she's going to get it.
Just that the ability to get a powerful hit in is going to work in her favour here. Easily gets the number she needs, 4.97. But it's 40 seconds to go. And look, Ellie's requirement only a 4.11. But yeah, spot on flick for India. I forgot that she got the second little hook in as well, which I think helped her get the number she needed. Well, nerve-wracking times for her, though.
Oh, I mean, you can see India, she's no dummy right now. She's just moving straight down to Ellie. She's going to put that pressure on.
Oh, it's done.
Yeah, it is.
India's going to really play it smart here in these final 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's definitely all she wrote for Ellie right now. It's just so difficult out there. It's challenging.
Ellie had a couple of waves early on in this heat where she attacked sections and just failed to get control of her board and ride it out of that whitewater. And that's what's really cost her that second spot. But props to India Robinson, a smart decision to swing right, rely on that front side weapon. But it is all about Keala Tamotabana in heat 7 here. Have a look at the numbers, 7.5, 617. She also threw away another solid score as well. Impressive performance. And she is easily moving through to that next round.
Can't believe the quality of waves that she was finding out there. They were like butter, smooth as they get.
Competitors in upcoming heats just picking her brain, saying, well, how'd you do it? Where were they? And, we're going to take a quick break here. We've got some super talented competitors out there in Heat 8, so stick around.
guys, I'm down here at Vycobi, the official merchandise of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. You guys have an amazing story. Tell me about your company and how it came to be.
Yeah, thanks, Jessie. My husband and I started the business about 11 years ago. We're local. Our warehouse is here in Warriewood. Our background, our pedigree is ocean sports. Most of our gear is technical apparel. And then obviously all this really cool merch as modelled by you, Jessie. Have these little stubby holders, gift with purchase. There you go.
You guys heard it here first. Come get some clothes and get a little free gift with purchase and come hang out with Mrs. Vycobi.
Yeah, good gear. Tech wear and keeping us very well covered up in the elements here at North Narrabeen today. And the elements we'll deal with because they brought a bit of a swell our way. But the lineup's as tricky as we've seen it. We saw that in the last heat. Everyone, bar Kayala Tomoto Bannett, was struggling to connect with quality waves out there. We'll see if these surfers make a bit more sense of it. Isabella Nichols, who won the event last year, out there in the red jersey. Sarah Baum, the South African superstar, is out there in the blue. Yolanda Hopkins, hard-charging surfer from Portugal, out there in the white. Nomura Suzuki, an Olympic medalist, is out there in the green, representing Japan. And it's going to be Isabella getting started this one during the break.
Yeah, big crack off the top there, and just the one turn, but getting that account open. And here goes Sarah Baum on the forehand. I just love to watch her style. She's just got so much flair.
Baumy.
She was on the way to a great score there. Her style on her backhand is sensational, but on the forehand, it's just, yeah, it's so beautiful to watch. Aesthetically pleasing.
It is. Amura Suzuki here, up into it. Nice little backhand hit, just the one turn. And on the outside, Yolanda Hopkins is going to tap into a wall. She loves chunky sections and giving it a good crack. And she does just that, drifting that tail over that final section, make good sense of it.
Wow, everyone's got a wave. Really early stages in this heat.
Much better opening exchange between all four competitors too. It's going to be pretty close, but Yolanda Hopkins probably with the cleanest combination there. So likely she'll get the best number in the opening stages here, but it is a fantastic heat. Great things to be said about all four competitors, and all with something unique about them. You mentioned Sarah Baum. For me, on the forehand, you know, on the men's side of the draw, we were talking about Geordie Lawler earlier in the event. Just the freedom that he has just looks so fluid as he makes his way across the face of a left-hander. Isabella already tapped into a left. Now looking at this right and gets a nice combination done.
Two-turn combo. Look at her finding a little right out there on a predominant left. That was great. That was really well done. And this is her opening wave. Just the one big backhand belt there. That's your bread and butter, those sort of turns. She makes that, and then behind her, Yolanda really having to scratch into this one. This wave cups out. She probably would have liked to have been into that a little bit earlier. I mean, we could see her scratching into that. She did well to get that second turn on it. But this wave, for me, this is going to be the best wave of the heat so far. This is Isabella Nichols. Big crack in that opening section. She timed it really well. Moves through onto the inside, gets the finish, and rides out with control. So for me right now, Bella's in a great position. She started off with the four, just that one big belt on the backhand. Went to the forehand, and yeah, it served her well.
Yeah, she did. So a quick two rides there for Isabella. He's going to put her in front of the pack here. We're still waiting on some scores to drop as we see Sarah now lining up a ride of her own. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat with Jessie.
Guys, we're battling the elements down here, but Kiala, we can't go past the fact that you identified some amazing waves out there. How was that heat for you?
Yeah, I mean, the conditions were really tricky out there. I feel like within the last hour they changed. I feel like the swells like coming in more. Definitely got pounded in that heat, but yeah, just stoked to make it through.
And we're just talking, you took the year off last year. What was the year off looking like for you? Was it training, getting ready for this year?
Yeah, the year off was good. A lot of training. I did the QS to get back on this year, but it was a good break. But I'm stoked to be back.
And you were the sole Hawaiian in that heat, coming up against 3 Aussies in their home country. Any nerves filtering for you?
Yeah, I know that all 3 of them surf amazing, but it was ultimately just me and the ocean out there, and my decisions, and yeah, just, you know, try to catch the best waves.
Well, it seemed like you're making amazing decisions. Is there anyone you want to say hi to back home?
Yeah, I just want to say hi to my friends and family back at home. Thanks for tuning in. Love you guys.
Amazing. Best of luck in the next round, and go and get warm and get dry. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. It just hardly seemed like it was Kayla versus the ocean. It felt like the ocean loved her, and it just absolutely hated the 3 Aussies. They just couldn't make sense of it. It just was so difficult for them out there. But Kayla, you know, that's obviously a surfer who's got a fantastic feel and intuition for where the best waves are going to come, and also her patience was, you know, something that we should celebrate, because when she had priority, she didn't waste it. She converted beautifully. She had faith that there was going to be some good-sized waves, and when they came, she was right where she needed to be. So I look forward to seeing her again in the round of 16. But right now, Muro Suzuki just having a look at one that fades away, unfortunately. She had a 4 on her first wave. Sarah Baum dropped the 3.33. The 4-point ride for Isabella on ride 1 is going to be coupled with something in the 6-point range, it feels like, for Isabella, 6.17. And as we pointed out, Yolanda Hopkins is going to win the opening exchange and drop a 6.33. And she's up again, deep bottom turn, and whips a nice carve out of the top, gets back up there for a combination, crouches down nice and low to maintain control and get ahead of the closeout section. And it's going to be another score, maybe better than her first. And she's going to rocket into the lead in a moment.
That's definitely going to be better than her first. Those 2 turns, it was just better. Well, it was better time. She got into this wave nice and early as opposed to that first one. She really set up and drive deep off the bottom here. She threw so much spray. She went straight up into that second section. When I compare it to her first, this turn was better timed. It threw more spray, and then here, this section didn't dissipate in size. It was meaty. It was big. In my eyes, it has to be, you know, probably another point better, at least, than her 6.33. I think she's got this heat on lock at the moment.
Yeah, it's interesting too, just the dismount there. Obviously trying to punch through under the whitewater, but I think what Yolanda's definitely trying to do is just demonstrate quickly that she's got control and that it's a choice to get off the wave and get off her board, as opposed to being knocked off by the whitewater and leaving any kind of question mark over control of her equipment, you know. So I don't mind it, and I think sometimes when we see competitors stomp big sections out here, before that whitewater catches up to you and you've stomped that move, show control and then dismount, and, you know, do it in a way that demonstrates to the judges that you're electing to jump off your board as opposed to being knocked off it.
Yeah, I agree. I do. But I saw someone get crucified for this. Margaret River, Caroline Marks, when we moved to Southsides that one day. Oh, these scores just come through. Okay.
That's a funny one, Margaret's, too, because what are you going to do? You're ultimately just staying on the wave to ride on the dry rock. So I always have question marks over that, but no question marks over the first turn from Amuro Suzuki here. And a real shame for her. She didn't get the opportunity to throw a second move there. As Sarah Baum, again, just shows that magic flow as she moves down the line here. It's a reeling wave, a running ride, but she would have loved to have had a more committed effort somewhere along the line there.
It was a hard wave to... Yeah. Look, I clearly don't know what I'm talking about there. Yolanda's last wave came through to 6.17, so not what I was thinking. I thought that might have gone a bit higher. Judges obviously seeing something different there to me.
Well, when I can see what the judges are thinking, but the flow was so nice between Yolanda's first turn and she got back up there for the second. But you look at the first turn, bit of a carve out of the pocket and then cut her bottom turn short to get her board back up there, but it was just placed on the section, whereas on her first ride, even though it was a much smaller wave with less impact, she kind of hit the section as opposed to just riding up over foam. But yeah, it just felt like what I loved about Yolanda's 617 was the driving bottom turn.
That was great.
That's the best turn of this heat.
Agreed, 100%. Look how much vertical she got, how much speed and projection she got out of that turn. Yeah, completely agree with you, Ronnie. That was the best single turn of this heat. This was a great wave. It was just, I just would have loved to have seen her go a bit harder on that end section. I understand that it was a down the line wave. It was, when you're going with one of those waves with that momentum down the bank with so much water pushing down the bank, they are difficult to surf, and you have to really be strong if you're going to wrench it around on a section like that. I understand it's difficult, but it was a really good wave.
Yeah.
I think there was some points left on the board there.
There's some interesting comparisons to be made. Yolanda Hopkins at the moment is washing off just a little bit too much speed, and as a result, with her, the depth of those big bottom turns, doesn't have as much speed as she moves through her turns. And then Sarah Baum, on the other hand, was moving down the line with so much speed there and didn't drive off the bottom.
I'm going to throw something at you.
Herself enough time to rip a big carve there.
You reckon that, I feel, get back into it, that on your forehand trying to wash speed off on a left that has got so much water moving down the beach is harder than doing it on your backhand. Yeah. On your backhand, I feel like it's easier to wash speed off today when it's pushing so much. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, I think probably the big thing is, you know, Sarah's looking down the line and thinking, this wave's going to keep going. Yeah. It's going to keep going. Well, investing in any of these waves, reeling off perfectly across this sandbar is a dangerous game. You're way better off just loading up and going for one, and if you're lucky, 2 good turns on the wave, as opposed to chipping away. And
yeah, it was just a bit too looking down the line. But you know what I'm saying, on your forehand it can be harder to wash that speed off, whereas on your backhand I feel, well, my personal opinion is, even when I'm surfing, that it is a lot easier to wash it off on your backhand. I mean, but this type of wave she did take off on was that down the line approach.
Yeah.
But wow, I mean, that single turn of Amuru, great score right there. Like we said, we thought it was the best turn of the heat, and rewarded for it.
6.83, and with the 4 has her in second place at the moment. Yolanda Hopkins, a couple of 6-point rides for her. A feeling like her second wave is going to be better than her first here in the booth. But yeah, when you dive into it, very comparable rides, and the judges have been doing a great job of picking the scores apart today, and I think that they're right in putting Yolanda on top of the pack at the moment, but that might not be the case in a little bit, because Isabella Nichols had a 6.17, and that's definitely better than her 4 she's hanging on to, and she won't need a whole lot to get herself up into the lead here.
That was good. She liked it too. Little tap of the board. Thank you. That was so well done. Really well timed. She did good at getting to that section early. I feel like that's what you got to kind of do. Let's have a look here. So she goes straight up there into the lip, really well timed. And here she projects out and gets that section early. Here we go.
Really well placed, that final move.
Pivots in the pocket there beautifully. But this section here, this is what you've got to do. You've got to get out onto it first, project out, get there early so you can get out in front of those 2 converging bits of white water. And yeah, a little tap of the board.
Yeah, it was solid.
That's a good dog.
The board. 7.23. And we have a new heat leader here. Isabella Nichols, she's had a head on a swivel out there. She's looking for opportunity all over the place. She's not particularly fixated on the lefts. She's had a score on the right. And as strong as her forehand is, you've got to think back to her performance in this event last year in solid conditions on finals day. She got herself a victory on the backhand.
Yeah, she did, and it was solid, and it was a bit warbly. It was a little bit victory at sea. It was a lot bigger than this, I'd say. It was almost double the size. But yeah, it was similar in terms of storm at sea, and just a bit victory at sea, just trying to pick the eyes out of it. But she was on her backhand. She strung together a couple of really nice turns, And what we just saw then was some really good surfing, that 7.23. I mean, right now, though, Yolanda's sitting in second. I wouldn't be feeling safe because Amura, who's just underneath her in that third position, she got the second highest scoring wave of this heat. She's got that 6.83, and she's not needing much to jump up into that advancing position. And wow, I mean, the surfing that we've seen from her for that single manoeuvre was incredible. So, yeah, I mean, look out, Yolanda, that's what I'm going to say.
Some good performances being put together now. You can tell that after the rain that weather's just settled this lineup down a little bit. And hopefully we see some more big scores and big turns dropped here. 12 minutes to go, and it looks like we have a rider.
My name is Matt Chinosky, also known as the Waxhead. Called me that because I knew nothing else but surfing. It's all I did when I was a kid, and it's still pretty much all I do as an adult as well. Classic cars were always a part of my interest growing up, restoring them with my dad, bringing those classics back to life. One of my favourite parts of the northern beaches here in New South Wales is it's got that diversity of the landscape. You have some untouched natural beauty mixed with all the enjoyable parts of living in a city. Aside from surfing, there's amazing restaurants, great coffee culture. Every time that I'm away, I come back, something new's here, whether it's a wine bar, a brewery. Northern beaches get pretty cool. So lucky to call this place home, grow up here, and I'll keep coming back for the rest of my life.
Just on 9 minutes remaining here in Heat 8, the round of 32. All these competitors chasing big results on the Challenger Series, looking to get one step closer to the Championship Tour for 2025. And right now, Isabella Nichols, last year's Sydney Surf Pro champion, is putting it together, a 7.23 and a 6.17. Has Yolanda Hopkins looking for a 7.08, but Yolanda's got some pretty good numbers too out there at the moment. Amuro Suzuki in a good spot, but here goes Yolanda, good looking wall. Goes for the layback jam, doesn't quite engage that tail and just gets swallowed by the monster.
Oh. Just one thing you know for sure when you see her take off and there's a big section presenting itself, you know you're in for a treat because she's either going to get a 10 or she's going to get a 2. She just goes hard every single time, and I love to watch it. It's good.
It's good, and you know there is some big sections out there, and we've seen the surfers attacking those throughout this round of 32. Still 8 minutes to enjoy here before we dive into the round of 32 for the men. And from what we saw yesterday when that tide was dropping and those sections started really dumping on that sandbar, you know, the individual turns that were laid down were exceptional, and there was a whole lot of commitment to project out onto those flats and stomp some pretty impressive airs. I think we're going to see more of the same this afternoon.
Oh, couldn't agree more. I mean, yesterday, I think back to that afternoon, and Alistair Reginato comes to mind, 9-point ride, Jet Schilling with that buzzer beater moment, 9-1-7. That just super clutch performances and big rotations on the backhand. And today it's even bigger. So it's going to be more of the same, putting your body on the line, just even bigger than yesterday. So it really takes some serious guts to go at a section like that and project up and over the lip. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that next round coming up.
No shortage of guts on the Challenger Series.
Some serious guts, Ronnie.
Mate, it's a gut fest. 7 minutes to go here. And I am looking forward to seeing what Amuro Suzuki can put together on her next ride. In line for priority, second in line behind Isabella. And done a couple of big turns, but just hasn't had any space for a combo yet.
I mean, right now, she's got second priority. She's sitting very close to Isabella, who has first. If it was me, I would maybe get a little bit of distance away from Isabella, just so that, you know, if a wave comes through, you have first right away. I know there's obviously the takeoff point on the bank where most waves are coming through, but just from a strategic point of view, with 6.5 minutes remaining, you know, maybe just to get a little bit of space might not be a bad option, but she's probably going to prove me wrong, I'd say. That's generally what happens in the booth, but I'm just thinking here just outside the box of, you know, what would be best and how to get a bit of space here.
For the heat leader now with priority, it's not a defensive mindset at this stage, is it? She would be thinking, well, Yolanda Hopkins is the current threat in second spot. Amuro might knock me down into second place, but
I'm thinking from Amuro's perspective.
From Amuro's perspective, for sure.
Because if a wave comes through, Isabella's going to go it if it looks good. Whereas if you get a bit of space in a lineup like today where it's jumbled, there is moments for opportunity, you're going to have that first priority, essentially, even though you're only sitting there with second.
So true. And just maybe Amuro's just saying, hey, Isabella's finding the waves with combinations in them. I'm going to hang off her shoulder and see if I can tap into one of those as well. Quiet heat for Sarah Baum, and you can't say that she hasn't had her opportunities.
No.
She's had some okay waves, but just hasn't really put it together. And she's one of the veteran campaigners on this Challenger Series, and she has had big wins in major events before. But she's desperate to get herself onto the championship tour. She is, to me, one of those competitors that could flourish if she gets onto the CT. She's, you know, very well-rounded.
Yeah.
Good tube rider.
Yeah, agreed. I think so. Right now, I mean, Sarah, she's got in third priority. She has actually put a bit of space between herself and those three other women right now. So what that means is if a wave does come, and because it is jumbled, because it is broken up and wedgier today, she will have that first sort of, you know, right to go, because these women have got that distance between her. But I mean, things are going to probably change. Things are going to tighten up, I'm sure. You know, in these dying minutes of these heats, you know, Yolanda is going to be wanting to put that pressure on Amuro. Things are going to tighten up, but it's all about, if you're in that third or fourth position, trying to find that space and trying to find a wave that, you know, obviously you can get advance. But I mean, right now, Amuro's only chasing a 5.67 for her right now. That's easy. The good thing for her is she knows she can do that in one turn.
Definitely. Sarah Baum, and she's had a lot to celebrate recently. Married at the end of March to her partner Georgia, so congratulations. And let's see if she can pull it out of the bag here and save herself in this draw. It's going to be difficult to find an 8.27 out there, so, you know, with 3.5 minutes to go, if she's going to chip away at the requirement, she'll need to get a wave soon. She's still got to get back out there then. These are the situations that are so hard to turn around with three other competitors in the lineup. You know, you might be able to do it if it's just two of you out there, but to get a wave and then become recognised as a threat to those above you in this lineup, and then you're covered, you know, it becomes very difficult, somewhat.
Well, the other two are going to shut you out, aren't they? I mean, if you're in first and second, you're looking at first and second, you know, second's looking at you thinking, okay, let's shut this out. let's do a good job at this because, yeah, it just seems it's harder in a 4-person heat for sure to even find that space, especially when you're chasing such a big number like Bormy is right now. It's not to say it's not doable, and she can also do it in one way if she can. She has the skills.
You gotta pick the threat though, don't you? As a qualifying surfer, you with your priority, you've got to make a decision. You can't cover everyone.
Yeah.
So at the moment, no one's concerned about Sarah because an 8.27, you know, that there's quite a bit of performance involved in hunting that down. But Yolanda Hopkins has got to be nervous about Amura Suzuki here. Here goes Sarah making a move, but this wave is fading. Doesn't even have a wall. She's going to kick out of it. And Yolanda's not going to wait around to see if Amuro is taking rides. She's going to try and drop the 6-point ride.
That's a little grinder.
It was. I like a big closeout section, though, for Yolanda Hopkins.
Yes, same. I like it for anyone. I think it's way more exciting than a tapered wall. Like, it just doesn't really give that same feeling, does it? When
a minute and a half to go here. Really nervous times for Yolanda, just based on the fact that Amuro Suzuki has got a better number than her, so the requirement's just not that big.
No, and you can see, I think, a bit of that urgency in Yolanda right now. She's paddling around. She lost that priority before that she had as well, paddling for that wave and missing it. So here she looks, yeah, there's urgency there.
I like it when someone, though, you know, if you can't control things, if someone's got priority over you, just stay busy right next to them and just keep asking questions of them. Amuro, she'd be doing her best to stay really focused on trying to get herself a quality wave here, but I think Amuro has succumbed to Yolanda's busy approach there because she just gave away priority.
I know, I agree with that because, look, the other option is you give Amura distance and time to think about all her decisions and all the time in the world. Or you get up in her space and you exactly what you said. You ask questions of her. You give her something else to think about. You're jotting around. I believe that is the right decision, 100%. But here we go. Oh my!
Amuro's going to find some space and fall into the maw of an absolute North Narrabeen monster. Couldn't stick it, but that was a chunky section.
That thing was an absolute beast. It was so big, it was so heavy. I actually think it kind of ran off. Hard to tell. Oh my.
Well, how did she find the space to even get into this wave? If she got into it early, she potentially could have snuck out of the barrel there and got herself a really impressive ride, but it wasn't to be. Amuro Suzuki doesn't get the number she needs. Yolanda Hopkins, her great work in the early stages of that heat is going to pay off. And Hopkins hangs on for second place. Last year's champion, Isabella Nichols, a very strong performance here.
Oh, super strong. That 7.23, it was great surfing. She's got to that end section. She projected out over it. And, yeah, Yolanda as well. Super pumped for her. She hit some big oncoming sections just like we thought she would.
Well, stay with us because after the break, we'll get the men's round of 32 underway. And it is a heavily stacked first heat. We're going to bring in Matt Janoski, Laura Anaver and Richie Lovett for the call. The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Vycobi, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia. And by Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. I'm Matt Chinosky, joined in the booth here with Laura Enever and tour veteran Richie Lovett, and a beautiful day at North Narrabeen. It's a little wet, it's a little soggy, but it hasn't deterred the crowd from flocking down here at North Narrabeen, a staple on the competitive circuit for over 50 years. Laura Enever, you won here in 2015. Richie, you've made a round 4, we discovered back in 1997, defeated by Mark Okalupo.
Yeah.
So great performances today. We're straight into the men's round.
I don't know, actually. I'm trying to think back to that heat with Ock. I think I beat Jeff Booth maybe in the round before that, and a couple other people. But yeah, no, I've competed out here for a long time. So have you, but me way longer. But yeah, it is one of the best.
97 is probably when I started board riders, though.
Oh, okay.
No, actually,
I thought you were about to say it was when I was born. Okay, hang on a minute.
Out there on the water at the moment, Ian Gouveia, whose father competed here back in the 80s and the 90s. George Pitar from North Stain, Owen Moss from North Carolina, and Kalohe Andino. But we're going to catch up with a power carve there from Ian Gouveia, who's on a roll in this event and the Challenger Series so far. A great performance up there on the Gold Coast and a terrific way to kick off his performance. And this is George Pitar right now. Beach break surfing galore there from George Pitar, and if you're going to tee off on your first wave on a closeout, that's exactly how you want to start it up.
Oh, what an amazing hit to open things up there for George Pitar from just down the road at North Stain at Manly. But this is a stacked heat. Kalohe Andino, you saw the passion from him in the opening round. He was absolutely fizzing to get through his heat. After an average result up on the Gold Coast, he wanted to bounce back. And I really think these conditions will be suited to Kalohe, but George obviously surfs up here all the time, just gets the angles all twisted up on that one. And great way to open up. So that was, this is Ian Gouveia, big swooping cutback to start off, and again, big wrapping turn, but nothing happening down the line. This is Ian's second ride. So up into the hook, tags it, big open face, grab rail, cutback. Comes onto the inside section, completely loses contact with the wave, blows the fins. And then this was Owen Moss. And now, oh my gosh. Just about sticks it.
And brother going to town, his intentions are set, and Kalohe Andino rides out of that one after falling on that massive air reverse. He's throwing fireworks in the round of 32. And everybody starting off this heat with an absolute bang. 30 minutes, 5 minutes already gone. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. What are you making of this, Laura?
Yeah, you can feel that Kalohe's just coming out to this heat with aggression, just going, I'm not going to leave anything behind. I'm going to go all out. He's got everything in, you know, the tool belt to go to the air, do these big, you know, progressive turns and maneuvers. And I think he's feeling like it's my turn to get some excellent scores. Let's go. And that first attempt, that air attempt would have been excellent for sure. Let's look at this. A big floater up on top of the lip, comes down with speed into that next section. So just finishing that off, he liked it.
Wow, strong surfing there from the CT veteran, clawing his way back through the Challenger Series. He made his way onto this series, not through regional qualification, but Jet Schilling double qualified. He won the World Junior titles and qualified regionally. So he's San Clemente buddy, actually making way for the veteran on the tour, which you'd expect it almost to be the other way around with the experience that Kalohe has had here. He took a win back in 2015. It was at Manly Beach back then, same year that you took the win as well, Laura.
Yeah, yep. That was some fun waves at Manly, I think.
Oh, of course it was.
Yeah, Richie, we were on your peak.
With Wilmington, North Carolina, this is Owen Moss on his lucky favourite board. This board's been under his feet for 2 years and hasn't snapped. That Xanadu looking fresh in that 3-turn combo. And he's got his work cut out for him in this heat, but wow, all surfers locking in some great scores. As we see, Ian Gouveia still with, he's got a 3.67 and a 3.17, so he's out to an early lead, but still waiting on a backup there from George Batar. He's set it up with a 6, and Kolohe will eagerly awaiting that dual floater score, but if he's right, so we've got this new swell. We talked about it earlier, Richie. East-northeast wind swell with this ground swell coming along. It's making for some amazing peaks.
Yeah, it's really breaking the lineup up, but it's creating these little fun moments on the wave, these opportunities where our competitors can really, you know, stamp that one big giant move. And we saw Kolohe go to the air, good signs. I like what I see there. And George, well, he clicked with that one big open section on the backhand. And he is on an absolute heat up. He's had the best 2 months of his life competitively.
Yeah, wow.
2 big results on the championship tour via the wild card. Let's have another look here at Kolohe's wave. Almost gets a bit of air before he reconnects with the roof. Gets a lot of projection off the floater and then slams that final section. I'm wondering, I know we just got caught up in the excitement of it. I'm wondering whether the judges have deemed that second turn a make or not.
Well, they're taking a while to put their scores in, so I think that they'll be looking at that over and over. I mean, it wasn't, I guess those airs have been the controversial turns. There have been a couple of turns this event as well, but usually where someone's done their air out into the flats and then the whitewash has caught up to them and then they haven't been able to project through the whitewash, I think that the judges will call that a complete.
Yeah, I think they will too.
Yeah, well, it was great surfing. It was a tremendous wave, and that speed float to start it did have that airdrop, and I feel like the judges have given in the completion, but maybe not as convincingly as we thought. I was expecting that maybe to go into the 6s or 7s if it was a clear make maybe, but just given the extravagance of the last manoeuvre. Here goes George right now. He opened up with a 6, and he's trying to eclipse the 3.47 here. Oh! And I mean, quite clearly that one's not a make, but great setup on that turn, looking in rhythm. And that board's been under his feet for quite a number of events now, or maybe just the same watercoloured black spray on top of the glass. Richie?
Yeah, I think he got the textures out, I think, mate. So I think it was, I'll get confirmation. I'm pretty sure it's the CI 2.0 Pro. He's been working really closely with Britt and obviously Brent Power as well. Kolohe's calling for it. Yeah. He thought it was undercooked a little bit, so just letting the judges know that he wasn't happy with that score. And do you know what? I actually like to see the passion.
Yeah.
You know, Kolohe is generally, you know, fairly reserved. He goes about his business. He doesn't like to be too vocal. But I like this outpouring of emotion. You know, it really gives us an insight as to where he is in his competitive career. He's not done yet. There's unfinished business, and you know he wants to make it back onto the tour.
And Laura, this is George's wave.
Yeah, up into the lip there, and then unfortunately just gets a bit wobbly here. Pushes through that section, but this is the turn he couldn't hold on to.
And that emotion, that passion, it served his fellow countrymen well. We've seen Griffin Colapinto carry that success along with Cole Houshman riding the highs and lows of the CT. Cole got the win here last year, and it's proven to be a fairly good stop for the surfers here from California. They're all traveling together, and they've got that crew that they've assembled, and it's been a really nice collaboration of the Americans, the Australians, of course the Brazilian Storm leading the way in the last decade with a fiery passion, not just from the surfers but from the competitors, fans, their families, all gathering on the beaches.
And speaking of storms, this is an absolute squall coming through right now.
Great foray into that one. And
I'm glad I've finally come into the booth, guys.
I know, we're high and dry here.
Sorry,
absolutely.
Jesse.
Big shout out to our cameramen and our staff at the event. They are just doing the hard yards today.
And the coaches and teams that are sitting on the beach all morning. There they are right there. Everyone working at the event site. I know North Narrabeen board riders at the barbecue. There's all the groms down there just cooking up the best bacon and egg roll you'll ever have.
Yeah, this is the worst of it. Today on the weather chart, it'll start to clear overnight, and as of I'm going to say mid-morning tomorrow, we'll start to see the sun pop its head back out again, and then we've got some clear air after that.
There's our Bonsoy board caddies down there at the moment. And they're sitting there, 2 boards on the arms. Can't tell whose they are, but what an opportunity for some of the local groms from the local board rider clubs to have the opportunity to meet and mingle with the stars of the Challenger Series.
and play a part of their success with their board caddies.
It's always so good seeing the Bonsoy board caddies. It's a bit of a mouthful. But at Bells Beach as well, running up and down the stairs, we know India Robinson used to be a board caddy back in the day, and now she's on the world tour. It's so cool to see. It's the days of their lives, and they got the day off school yesterday too, so they're absolutely frothing.
We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break, but don't go anywhere. Fire up the kettle, get that hot coffee or the cuppa, and we're going to be back shortly for the remainder of this heat.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. And by Destination New South Wales, strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Yes, the halfway mark of this heat. This is the heat one of round of 32 of the men's. Stop 2 on the Challenger Series. At the moment, it's Northstain local George Patar from just a couple of beaches south, and Owen Moss from North Carolina out in the lead, but score still to drop for Ian Gouveia, who got a wave in the break, and Kalohe Andino with the second highest wave score of this heat so far. Fireworks to get this one started. Some passion shown from Kalohe, and he's got priority. We'll see him up next, but here goes Owen. He goes up third and rides out. Low center of gravity. I wouldn't want to call him the most relaxed surfer in the draw at the moment. He's cruising. He's got no stress, and he's got something to prove. With turns like that, he's going to go deep in his competition, Rich.
Yeah, he really will. This guy's surprised me a lot. Really talented, but let's have a look at Ian Gouveia first. Tags that first section there, comes around up and over the lip again. So really grinding away at this wave. 2-turn combination. And then this was Owen Moss up and over the roof of that one. That was a fun little maneuver there.
Wow, the projection, that would have felt really good.
Bit of a roller coaster there, up and over the foam. That was the traditional name for a floater, funnily enough, even though that's a vertical attack. But these modern shortboard blades really able to capitalize on these conditions. And Isabella Nichols is somebody who's got a great connection to her equipment. She's on the glass down there with Jessie.
Yeah, Bella, our reigning event champ, looking like you never left. You're looking so comfortable out there.
Yeah, I feel like finals day last year was exactly like this, just like 3 times bigger. And yeah, you know, I've got all the Groms from North Avalon down here supporting me like they were last time. And yeah, to come in and see their smiling faces, it's like kind of deja vu, really.
Having that support from a local community that isn't your home has to feel really special too.
It's wild, actually, like linking up with Matty Granger and then the whole crew here at Narrabeen, North Ave. Like, I feel the love here and it feels like home, and over the years, like, I've gotten more and more comfortable here. The first time I came, I was a little bit out of my depth, and then as you grow like connections and yeah, the groms start coming down to support you. They're wearing your jersey, like you start to feel at home. And yeah, I just love this place so much. It's nice to actually have a contest on your backhand too. I feel like I've worked a lot on my backhand the past couple of years, and it's nice to like finally show it in a contest.
Yeah, you're looking really sharp on your backhand and your forehand too. It was pretty shifty out there just then. How do you adapt to the changing conditions?
I just think having an open mind, and like obviously that right came, and the whole last few heats I haven't really seen too many rights, and my plan was to go left, but just being able to adapt quickly. And yeah, I mean, when it's like this, I actually really like it. It reminds me of home up on the Sunshine Coast at Coolum. It's like very peaky, and you kind of have to like learn to not be too rigid in the way you do things. And yeah, so these are like really fun conditions for a contest for me, so I'm stoked.
Well, we've got the groms out here in the rain, so we'll wrap this one up, but best of luck in the next round, Bella. We're really stoked you made it through.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Thanks, guys.
Unreal scenes there from North Ave Groms. I see one of my friends, the Nolan sisters down there. She's hanging out with the NASA crew. NASA's one of the traditionally more dominant board rider clubs along the Northern Beaches, North Narrabeen. One of the best, if not the best. North Stain.
Oh, yeah, sparring partners. It's like NASA, North Stain, North Narra.
Yeah, long race in the talk as well. They've come good in the last couple of years. 11 minutes 20 on the clock. And Ian Gouveia, 5.93 to 3.67. He's in second. But George Batar, he's got the second priority, needing a 3.6. And all eyes are on Kolohe Andino, the former tour professional. He's won here before. He's had good experience. He likes Narrabeen. He likes the peaks here. And it's showing good signs in that 5, 6, 7. The judges are really in the middle of the road there. They enjoyed that last turn, but perhaps just wiping off a few points for a lack of flow. They deemed it complete. And that passion, that fiery passion that he showed, it's actually what his fellow countryman Jet Schilling showed yesterday on the highest single wave score of the day with that massive clutch aerial in the last minute. And we'd love to see it, Rich.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, it means that the surfer's invested, and Jet Schilling, that air, that Hail Mary air was incredible. Just a crazy spin. He was in complete control the whole time. So, yeah, different conditions today. We haven't really seen too many airs as yet, but I'm sure we will as the day rolls on. But super close heat. You know, there's less than a point when you actually look at all these competitors, their top scoring ride. But 5.07 just up to a flat 6. So it really is anyone's ball game here, and it's really going to come down to the backup score and who can find that little nugget.
And Ian Gouveia has been on an absolute tear as well. He's had some excellent range scores up there on the Gold Coast, and yesterday a 7.5 for his air earlier in the day. And you'd have to say, in the scale of the heat, it was a phenomenal air. And if that was at the end of the day, you'd have to have seen that going into the excellent range. And that's how we balance those scores. The judges have got a heat-by-heat scale in 30 minutes. You can't compare what happened in the morning to what happened in the night. Different conditions, Laura.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely amazing seeing Ian Gouveia just take on this year and just really grab the bull by the horns and just go, you know what, I'm leaving nothing, you know, nothing behind. He's been going to the air up on the Gold Coast. He got that 5th place up there, breakthrough result, and then to bring that same form down here on his forehand at Northie and get some epic scores and do some amazing airs the last couple of days has been really rad.
I feel sorry, did keep going?
No, it'll be just you know, today's like a lot bigger than the last couple of days, and those end sections, they're not very air friendly, but it'll be interesting to see what he can find out there, because that has been one of his major weapons, and he's just going to probably have to stick to turns and power surfing. So yeah,
which completely is in his wheelhouse as well. His father was a strong power surfer as well. And any heat battles with his dad over the years?
Yeah, I had a couple, had many actually. Yeah, Fabio Gouveia, one of the most stylish surfers to come out of Brazil. And this is Kolohe, gets a full roll in here.
Wow, here he goes. Little chip shot into this one. He goes to the air. Oh, far out. And that tail following him down into the trough of the wave. And a huge section there. And 8 minutes remaining. This heat's really getting away from us. And hopefully Kolohe's not feeling the same way. Hopefully he's still got some some love bet in the tank there. 1.23, he's holding on in his scoreline, only needing a 3.94 and gliding into this. Great wave IQ, identifying this section, and it kind of backed off at the last minute, Rich.
Yeah, and Kolohe was in two minds for sure as he took off on that thing. But you can see the intention. He's going, I want to get this done with one gigantic air. And we can only guess what happened on that left as it ran down, perhaps. But Kolohe choosing to go for the right, opting for the air attempt. But geez, he got onto that. It was like he had an outboard motor on. He took off on that wave.
He's on the 8.6.
One thing too, though, you know, I just want to like assess Kolohe's mindset, you know, the outburst of emotion, just to see whether he can keep that contained and settled in the remainder of this heat.
Well, he used priority on that wave, so, you know, I think once he got onto it, was like, I've already lost priority, got to give this...
Give it a go.
You know, a big shot, and it was that risk versus reward. He, you know, that could have been an amazing score if he'd been able to pull it off, but unfortunately not, and he's just going to have to reset now and really try to find something under priority.
Here we have some action on the outside section. This is Ian Gouveia tucking into the tube. He gets some cover, stalling a little more, and he straightens out. That's the first make tube ride we've seen this morning. We've seen a few attempts, more of them on the accidental scale. But that one, shoving the hand in, and Kolohe answering back. This is a meaty wave, but all eyes on Ian. And it didn't set out to be a super deep tube ride, but he made it work.
Yeah, you could see that wave just really standing up and just threw out really far over the bank, and Ian really didn't have too much choice but to just park it and sit in the barrel. You can see he's kind of fading from the takeoff, sticks his arm in, slows down, then heads for that little doggy door section. Great vision there, just perfectly slotted. And now he hits the accelerator, takes off. You can see that wall of water just collapsing in front of him.
There's some cool vision there from Ian Gouveia. Great camera angles showing the inside of the tube ride. Unexpected too today, although it's in the scoring criteria today. The judges have noted that there is barrels out there. But that one, we always knew he was going to come out. And that's, you know, if the other events are anything to go by, it's those ones that don't score too highly. But he's looking to eclipse the 3.67. And every surfer loves to get tubed, and even better if it can count into your scoreline, Laura.
Yeah, I think it'll better is 3.67, but it won't go too high. So it was, you know, it was just a kind of like novelty, you know, just it didn't really reel off anywhere. Just, you know, it feels like today with that rip running out, we've had so much rain the last week that the Narrabeen Lagoon is just pushing out so hard, and I feel like it's just causing havoc in the lineup. It's making so much water move. There's obviously been that storm overnight, but you can just see, you know, when they've had that pulled back shot before, Kolohe sucked way down the beach, and it's just tricky at the moment with all these elements.
And some action. This is George Pitar. He's waited a long time for this, looking for a wave better than a 3.47. He needs a 3.6. He hammers the inside section, and he rides out too. 4 minutes 50 on the clock. This is really coming down to the business end of the heat, Rich.
Yeah, pretty smart surfing there from George. Just, you know, he would be well aware that no one's really running away with this one. No one's putting big numbers on. So just get another backup score and just lean back into those maneuvers that he knows how to execute so well. So a sleepy snap off the top, but then he comes into this section, double up, and just a beautiful pivoting snap off the lip here. Just in the space of like 1.5 meters, George is able to just fully rotate, and most importantly, completes the manoeuvre.
Yeah. Sorry, Laura.
So he only needed a 3.96, so 3.9, sorry. So you got to think that that's going to be close. But Ian Gouveia has just dropped to 4.93, so tightening the screws. But you know, Kolohe down in fourth, still only needing a 4.23 at this point. So totally in this, it's anyone's game still.
It's Owen Moss, who's currently in second, but he's in the danger spot. He's got the lowest keeper score. If you look in that first row of scores, he's got the 5.07, and he needs to get rid of that 4.83 and make the next wave count. He really needs to consolidate with this priority at the moment, as we see a lot of peaks coming in through at North Narrabeen, but it has been tricky to make those end sections. Even the most experienced pros are struggling with the heavy beach breaks here today. There's a lot of waves on offer, Laura, but it's tricky to pick the eyes out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I was expecting to turn up this morning and to see sort of that east swell really be defined on the bank, but I think just because there's a lot of deep water out past the bank at the moment. It's all just unloading really heavy on this shallow sandbank. You can see at the front of the screen, and it's just making it real tricky to surf. And these guys are doing amazing, you know, throwing themselves into some crazy end sections. But hopefully the lineup can clean itself up into tomorrow.
So I was going to say, Matty, you can see here that the two competitors in first and second, they've sort of split the business here. One's heading for Kolohe, the other one's staying really close to George. And
George didn't get the score.
Yeah,
hey?
no, George came up short, only the 3.33, so he's still down there in third position. And way down there in the fourth priority on the order.
Wow.
Here he goes, under priority, that one not materialising, so the rain is still bucketing down. You see the umbrellas out on the beach, the raincoats are littering the shore break, and everyone's down here, including the fan base of George Patar from Northstein Board Riders, friends and family, and we're in that NRMA 2-minute warning right now. Tense times. George Patar, a quarterfinal, a semi-final, and a championship tour. He's here trying to claw his way back for a permanent position. He had some wildcard opportunities there into those events. Rip Curl team rider and some action here. This is Ian Gouveia. He gets it, third priority. He goes for the air. He doesn't need the score, currently in first place.
Well, that's exactly what George needed to do. Needed to fake him into that wave, and he's done it. So now he's got some clear space to try and pick up a ride. Looks like he's going to have a crack at this one.
Goes George off the bottom, hits a lip line, and he airdrops down to another carving turn. The whitewash gobbles him up, so all scoring onto that airdrop floater, critical in nature.
Wow, I don't know where the judge is going to go with that. I mean, he got a 6-point ride for that first single turn wave, and that was really, really critical. You've got to say the judges will be loving that and looking back to see just how critical it is. As we see up on the left of the screen, let's see what Kolohe and Owen Moss are up to. Kolohe's got priority at the moment, so he's got 50 seconds to try to make something happen.
The veteran only needing a 4.23. He's got priority. George Patar's lost his priority, but it's Owen Moss in second position, second priority as well. White's paddling, that's Owen. Kolohe splitting the peak, he's got priority green. And he takes off. This is it, last wave for the exchange for Kolohe. It's a big single turn, and that's all it's going to be. It's mixed emotions there for Kolohe. He does complete though, needing a 4.23. And George Patar gets the score in the last 10 seconds, but he's up and riding, leaving Owen Moss out back in third. George, on a clutch moment at the last minute exchange, he hears the scores come in, and some elation there for George Patar as he sneaks into the qualifying position in the dying seconds of that. He loves it. And Owen Moss didn't get that opportunity to fire any shots. Kolohe with a score still to drop. Exciting times, Richie.
Yeah, a 4.67. That's what Kolohe needs. And he does have a score owing.
Get it right!
He's appealing right now, appealing to the judges. He wants them to get it right.
And George Patar on the shore, he's stoked. And Ian Gouveia, there's one guy who surfed a clean and polished heat.
But we know he got through.
Yeah. Waiting for those scores to be finalised, but George knows he got the requirement, and it does come in. He retains second spot. Kolohe, it wasn't enough. A 3.7, and Owen Moss falling short towards the end. So it's the Brazilian and the Australian who progressed through heat number 1 of the men's. Don't go anywhere, we're back for heat 2 very shortly.
The Northern Beaches is just extraordinary. It is a stunning place to come to. Every corner there's something new to discover. We call it bush to beach because there is just so much here. We're surrounded by national parks as well.
We have a real long history of surfing with many world champions that come out of the Northern Beaches. Tom Carroll, Damien Hardman, Barton Lynch, Lane Beachley. We've got 21 beaches. From advanced right through to beginners, you come to Northern Beaches, you can catch a wave.
It's like you've stepped out of watching something on TV and you're actually here living it.
A magical place, the Northern Beaches of Sydney. Rain, hail or shine, there's so much to do here. This is our hometown. Richie Lovett in the booth. I'm Matt Chinosky, joined by the Queen of North Narrabeen, Laura Enever, a big wave surfing royalty, but also she's won here in 2015 at this event. Calling us into this round of 32, Heat 2. Who have we got lining up, Laura?
Yes, we got a good heat on our hands. Aiden Mason-Camp, Geordie Marie, Reef Hazelwood and Miguel Pupo. So, you know, you look at all these guys, their rankings at the moment, they want to be climbing up that ladder, all looking for big results here at the Sydney Surf Pro, and looks like Geordie Marie, first blood.
Yeah, smooth surfing there from the goofy footer from South Africa. We have two of them lining up against each other. They compete against each other on their regional qualifying series. Aiden Mason-Camp as well. And another smooth goofy footer, Reef Hazelwood and Miguel Pupo. This is a really slick heat on paper. But that was a nice opening wave there for Geordie.
Yeah, nice starter for him. You know, nothing too crazy, but just it'll come in at a good range. You know, nice starter, especially looking at that last heat. Everyone was searching for threes and low fours at the end there. So you've got to pay attention to that and just say, I don't want to be in that position. I want to get those scores early. So up into the lip there, then straight back into that. Looked like he caught that wave sort of maybe wide inside as we see Reef Hazelwood.
Wow, Reef Hazelwood flaring the fins. Just a single manoeuvre on that wave. And here goes Miguel Pupo. Nice clean lines through a bumpy wall there of this foamy wave. And some clean transitions to get things started, but no section of substance. So he's out of there in a 4.5 for our surfer in blue, the 25-year-old Geordie Marie. He paddles back out, leaving Aiden, his fellow countryman, with first priority. A nice exchange there to get things started, Rich.
Yeah, that wave from Reef Hazelwood, that was a remarkable manoeuvre. You know, he went up, he hit it hard, and it was almost sort of a mistake halfway through, and he cleaned it up and somehow regained control. So a very radical element to it. But yeah, each surfer's up and running now. Miguel Pupo, just a quick one. But Geordie Marie, you'd have to think, probably got the opening blow there and got the advantage.
You know, we talked about the conditions with that bit of, there's no sand really far out there, Laura, which is unloading this east swell into like a shore break style wave.
Totally.
It's making for some really cool viewing, from dramatic scenes. It's making for a pretty sketchy end section. So I think for the fans at home, it's pretty entertaining for us.
Totally, it is. I mean, it's hard for the surfers right now. It reminds me of, you know, like those French beaches when it comes and breaks really close to the shore, but just no barrels today, unfortunately.
Well,
Ian Gavay got one, but, you
Sally pulled into a thick one, didn't come out, but, yeah, perhaps a little unorganised. Maybe not quite the period of swell to unload on this Narrabeen beach, which we know so well. And Miggy, up and riding, smooth, hit, carrying his momentum into the second. Nice, flowing, structured turns there for Miguel Pupo, just reading that wave, ruler edge perfect. Great style and technique from the Brazilian, Rich.
Beautiful little runner, and if anyone can iron out all the bumps on a pretty broken up wave, barrel.
Reef Hazelwood comes out of the barrel and a sweeping carve back into the foam. Unfortunately can't ride out, but that was a sweet little tube section, Laura.
It's like Northie just heard me just ripping on it, so it's like, I'll show you a barrel.
And another one. Look at this thing.
Well, the tide's dropping. What do I know?
We're coming off a high tide at 10:30 a.m. and North Narrabeen starting to show Laura who's boss. The ocean is, of course, something we can't control. We have to work with it. And Reef did a great job to find that little tube. Is it replay, Rich?
Yeah, just faded off the takeoff. Now he drives. He wasn't dragging a hand or anything, which shows you that he was just going through this tube with so much speed. Oh. Just a little nugget, as we'd call it, and a big rapid cutback to finish off. Doesn't quite stick that. There's a few points in that barrel for sure.
Yeah, just intuitive there, just reading that. That's certainly not something you look for when you paddle out at North Narrabeen on a day like today. Just adapting the conditions for a backup score. He opened with a 4.67. Wait for that one to drop. Same with Miguel Pupo. Just 2.5 on his first calves, but still got that wave. Last one to drop and swell. Peaking up here right now. Tide starting to drop. And we see Ada Massenkamp holding priority, moving to the south. And this peak swamping the lineup. This is a wide peak. And a big foamy wash through. While we wait for this one to pass through, we're going to catch up with Ian Gouveia, who's on the glass with Jesse Starling.
Ian, you're coming off 5th place up there at Snapper, now rolling through to the round of 16. Everything seems to be working out for you right now.
Yes, I know. Feels great, you know, when you're feeling good like that, you gotta keep going. And yes, I just went there, and with these storms, it's too easy to don't catch wave, and the waves get weird really quick, so I tried to get many waves as I can, and it worked out with that little tube.
Let's talk about that, because there was so much going on in that heat just then. There were so many waves coming through, so many scores. How did you stay optimistic with this rain coming through and the waves being so, I guess, everywhere?
Yes, as I said, I knew it was going to be tricky, but at the same time, there's a lot of water moving, a lot of waves coming, so there's a lot of opportunity, just a little mess, but yes, just keep going, catching waves and trying to change the scores, and stoked.
And let's talk about your equipment a little bit. I mean, did you make any changes from yesterday? I was talking about it earlier. I think round tails are the way to go today.
Yes, I'm on a round tail. Same equipment as yesterday. Felt great yesterday, and today I thought I was able to use the same, and yeah, it was good.
Amazing. And you have anything you want to say back home to anyone?
Yes, just want to say in English as well, big shout out to every people that is dealing with the flood in Brazil, South Brazil, Rio Grande do Sul. There's so many people that lost their house, and just sending good energy for them, you know, em português. Só realmente mandando aí boas vibrações e toda a força aí para todo o pessoal do Rio Grande do Sul, que está passando por esse momento difícil. E grandes surfistas, grandes pessoas ajudando aí, fazendo um ótimo trabalho. Estamos aqui, todos os brasileiros aqui direto da Austrália, mandando energias positivas aí para todo mundo, e que essa água possa baixar e fique tudo bem. Valeu.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Ian. Congratulations. We're all sending love to Brazil. Back to you guys.
Yeah, heavy scenes over there in Brazil at the moment, and our heartfelt condolences to those affected by the floods. And all the Australians tuning in definitely know what that feels like as well, and it doesn't make it any better. Or, yeah, heavy hearts for people that are losing everything in their life as well over there. So we hope the recovery efforts get wrapped up, and no more loss of life and property can occur. But in this heat, flying the flag for Brazil, Miguel Pupo, he's scoring himself a 5.67, so he's in a safe second spot at the moment. The South Africans, a 3.68 required for Geordie Murray, and Aiden yet to open up his account. We saw that wash through before the interview, and not much action in between now and then. And the swell just trying to find itself right now. It's the biggest of the period so far, but it's tricky out there for these surfers to find those ones. And here he goes, opening out first wave after 12 minutes. Here he goes, Ada Massenkamp. First nice turn, and he finishes that one. Rides out clean of the whitewash. That's going to fit right into a keeper score for this heat.
Yeah, waiting for 12 minutes, that's the way you want to turn in a score. Aiden Massenkamp, that wave, you could see it wedging up as he paddled into it, and I was thinking for a second, I wonder if it's going to hold up, and it did along that bank. Two big cracks in the pocket. Yeah, just taking off here and getting nice and tight here. That little bit of foam on the lip, just giving him something to work with, and then finishing off nice there. Almost a bit of a sort of two-stage snap down, but the bottom dropping out and making it have a little bit of an exciting finish.
Yeah, 5th on the regional QS, and this is his 4th year on the Challenger Series. Surfer out of Cape Town, South Africa. He's got a cool style and a mix of progression and power surfing, but Miguel Pupo, one of the smoothest. Oh, as I just said that, the commentator's curse gets him, and he goes coffin riding on his board. But that, unfortunately, won't be a scoring manoeuvre, a keeper score for him.
Wow, Miguel, it's so good to see him on his forehand, just looking so sharp at the moment, so fast. Those boards are looking amazing under his feet. Maybe just the wax job that might be lacking a bit of support.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that fresh water, or a lot of that fresh water coming out of the lagoon.
It feels like it's been raining for a month here.
I know, but it was a long dry summer before that. But yeah, plenty of algae and silt and all sorts of stuff coming out, but it can affect the slipperiness of your wax. We're talking about the little trick to wax the top of your feet, and as you're paddling out, just rub them on the bottom of your feet. Get a little extra grip there.
Look at this one.
Geordie Marie, beautiful arcing turn to get things started. Off the bottom, swinging into this bowl. He had some nice tempo to start, but he has to play catch up here, and that wave's not going to give him anything else.
That was such a cool looking rip bowl wave, you know, just almost like a stationary wave when he took off.
Great poise and great style, good timing on that wave. It's just the ending didn't come at him like his body language was sort of hoping for, but that'll be a good backup. He's searching right now for a 368. Where do you think that'll go, Rick?
It's just the one big carve down. A beautiful looking wave though. It'll stay relatively low. Let's have a look at it again. Just sets up this big section here. Beautiful carving wrap. But then unfortunately the wave just lets him down a little bit. He's looking good though. I'm enjoying what this kid is bringing to the table here. And Aiden Mason-Camp, he's dropped in a pretty good number, 5.70, and I like where the judges went on that opening spread for all our surfers. It's close, but yeah, I did feel like Aiden's wave, after that long wait, was the best of the opening exchange.
And Geordie moves up temporarily into second place, you'd have to say, with a 4.5 and 3.9 for that last effort. Good signs here with the halfway mark just approaching. It's the other goofy footer, Reef Hazelwood. A 5.10 for his tube ride. Going with that 4.67. It's going to be a great ending to this heat. We've already seen a beautiful little show reel there. We've got a tube, we've got some good backside surfing and the smooth carving of Miguel Pupo. I feel like we're going to be poised for a lot more in this heat. Here he goes. Aiden Mason-Camp. Oh, flares the fins, and that one blows it out the back. We talked about slipping off your board, Laura, and that Narrabeen Creek, Deep Creek and Middle Creek got a lot of sediment that comes out through the lagoon. We'll get to that in a moment. And live action, Geordie Marie, vertical attack, and he goes down.
Love seeing what these guys are doing, you know, as they paddle back out, sitting slightly wider. You just never know what's going to pop up down that end, and that's where George Pitar got his wave in the last heat. A lot of closeouts down there, but then there's also a lot of really good sections that can hold up. So Aiden Mason-Camp trying to just take advantage of that, not working out that time, but I think it's a good option in these four-man heats to be sharking around down that end of the bank.
Sorry, Matty, I was just going to say, you can see Mesa. Aiden is just, hang on, here we go, live action. Whoa!
Projection floater there for Reef Hazelwood. Just leaving absolutely nothing to chance. Just going for the lip line and getting air projecting forward, and late drop here for Miguel Pupo. He nails it off the bottom himself. A nice fan of spray in the pocket, and this wave's letting him carve in the open face, and he eyes up this end section and gets a great time finish. So that's one of the better finishing combination waves that we've seen in this heat. They're pretty unique in the scale of this heat. I think that's going to be a keeper score, Richie.
Oh, absolutely.
That's going right up there. That's going to possibly nudge the excellent range. It was a bigger wave. Big set, late drop, outside. Miggy gets straight to work here. Just clicks with that first section. Beautiful snap and a big wrapping carve to back it up. And then connects again beautifully with that final closeout section. But smooth as silk. As I was saying before, you know, it's sort of bumpy, treacherous condition. It's like Miggy's just got an iron out and he's just making all these lines look so smooth with so much flow and speed. And just pounds that final section.
Just love the way the transitions were so smooth, you know. Just didn't have to hop down line or anything, just had to wait for that wave. And this is Reeve Hazelwood here, just big floater into the flats. But I was just going to say, I feel like the last couple of heats we haven't seen anything push above that sort of 6-point range. So I feel like Miguel Pupo will be up into the, maybe even close to excellent with that, because that was an absolute beauty of a wave.
Yeah, it was a real nice surprise at this moment in the heat, and he'll be feeling good about that because he already has that, well, he's got that 5, 6, 7 sitting in his scoreline already. Couple that with this score that's about to drop, and he's going to rocket up to the lead.
The judges reviewing that replay, but in the meantime, we're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back for the remainder of this heat very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. I found myself a little bit of coverage from the rain down here today so I can give you guys an Oakberry surf conditions update. Waves have definitely come up in size today. It's about 4 to 5 foot. We have winds blowing from the northeast, which is pretty dreamy for Narrabeen. But yeah, really punchy faces today. The men are out there, and we've actually found a few little barrels so far, so hopefully a bit more action with that today. And I'm hoping to see a few more airs, quite like Jet Shillings yesterday. So plenty of waves, guys, and plenty more action to come.
Thanks so much, Jess. Wind dying off, and it's allowing for some tubes, and as Jess said, let's hope some air sections very shortly. The wind swinging around to the true northeast, and look at this one, a barrel for Geordie Marie, and he finishes with an end section, not quite riding out of the whitewash with that tube ride. Maybe not as deep as we saw earlier from Reeve Hazelwood, but some good timing as we see some scores be locked in. He had a 7.83 in his scoreline with a score still to pen, Laura.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we've seen that 7.83 yet. Bloody excited to see what he did, because Miguel Pupo dropped to 7.5 for his effort on that 3-turn left, and seems like Geordie must have done something pretty special to get close to the excellent range, but tightening the screws on this heat.
Got that one under priority as well.
Yeah, wow.
This is the replay of the 7.83.
Big carving manoeuvre here, and this thing bowls out, and he just manages to hold on through that gnarly end section. Beautiful silky transition here, and that was such a throaty, thick section that he just punched through, held on through this wash. So much drama.
Wow. See that? The board came out with momentum in the tube ride, Richie.
Yeah, just gets a nice inside little barrel here. Bit untidy on the exit, but he gets a nice hit, so I don't think that is going to go up into his top two. Would have been a fun wave to ride, but that wave before it, that had fireworks, and that margin of error was probably maybe 6 inches either side of where he completed that final manoeuvre.
Totally.
If he had been, half a second off, he would have been toast. So absolutely perfect placement on that turn from Geordie.
I want to dive into the completions. You two are two experienced CT surfers and big wave surfers too, Laura. Now, we just saw him ride clear of the whitewash, yet the wave after half the size and didn't ride out, didn't get the score, obviously. And that's just showing how difficult it is compared to, say, yesterday's highest heat wave score, Jet Shilling. Projection air, smaller wave, but like a helicopter landing hard on the flats. It's a low percentage rate to make those, and that's why those scores are going there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like Richie said, it's precision and it's just timing, really, like to get up there to that lip the way he did and time it so perfectly. That was such a gnarly section, and it pays off if you can make those. And we've seen a lot of those combos today, but not on such intense sections like that. And I think when you'd be rubbing your hands together when you took on that wave, because you know that if you can complete that sort of a turn, that you're going to go near excellent. And there's obviously waves that are in the 6-point range that you can do that same combo, but the section isn't as, like you said, Richie just doesn't have those fireworks.
Well, Geordie was already thinking about that final manoeuvre as he was doing that first carve, because you could see he cut it right at the perfect time. And again, if he had been off by half a second on the opening carve, he wouldn't have got to the second one. So it all was just working so succinctly for him on that wave.
And we really saw the nose, the momentum of the board trimming out of the whitewash with projection, and that's a sign that you make it with control. And there he asked for a time update. We're in that final 6 minutes ourselves, and we're tuning in. He can't hear us, but the fans at home can, and they're on the edge of their seats because Geordie Marie and Miguel Pupo, the two goofy footers, beautiful, smooth styles of both of them, and he's chipping away under priority now, full of confidence, and a big backhand whack to start this wave off. And he gets back into the power source, looking for something on the bonus. It's tapering away. Gets a little finishing maneuver there. Great signs there for the South African. Just getting busy under priority, and holding priority is the Sunshine Coast surfer, Reef Hazelwood. Now netting a 7.24 to progress.
I think this is pretty exciting. I feel like, both Reef and Aiden, they're surfers that can lift to the task of getting a 7.24 or a 6.64, and I feel like with what we know Reef is able to do, he might try to do something absolutely crazy, go to the air, fly out into the flats. So hoping he gets the opportunity to just show us something crazy.
Coming into the final 5 minutes, stop number 2 in the Challenger Series. These surfers carrying momentum in from the Gold Coast. We're feeling good, but South Africans, they're heading home in July for the 3rd stop to Toledo. And from there, they'll make their way over to the US Open in August for stop number 4, where the beach breaks are notoriously underhead high, and it's super stacked draw of surfers over there, and progression is the element that we see over at Huntington. But we've got a great combo of punchy beach breaks here at Narrabeen. We've got tubes, we've got lefts, we've got rights, air sections. I think the surfers will be reveling in this, right, Richie?
Oh, absolutely. This is a great event for all the competitors. All you really want is the opportunity and enough waves for everyone to put their surfing on display, and that's what Narrabeen is delivering, and it has done for a couple of years now. So, these are the sort of waves that you'd surf on any given day out here. It's really fun, super contestable, and I think you can really put your best surfing forward, but it's also a little test. You've got to figure this thing out. You've got to figure this wave out.
One of the most consistent spots in Sydney, providing the goods today. A lot of beaches just be closed out and just a mess, but Narrabeen holding some form. There's been some excellent scores today. And across the men's and the women's division, this is heat 2. We've got a great day of surfing ahead. We've got the rest of the round of 32 of the men's, and this heat's far from over. Reef Hazelwood in white looking for the score, and there's the heat leader at the moment, Miguel Pupo. He's got that great 7.5. He's looking to drop a low of a 5, 6, 7. Making their way over to the alley. They're surfing to the northern end of North Narrabeen Beach here. It's the longest stretch in the northern beaches. Smack bang in between Manly and Palm Beach. Rivermouth surf spots crowned many world champions in the past. You had the World Juniors here.
we've had, which you've won. We had the championship tour here, and you won a QS here, Laura. From 1974 onwards, this place has been a home for competitive surfing and yourself.
Yeah, some of my earliest memories are coming down to the World Juniors as a little grom, and it was in the middle of summer, but they would always score such fun waves. I remember one year it was just a pumping Nori swells, but 8 foot, perfect left hand, you know, just dreamy left-handers running across the bank, and I just remember we loved it as kids coming down here. The beach is packed, and there used to be this big, I think it was a Coca-Cola blow-up slide on the beach that was absolutely great for us kids. The parents loved it. We just stay there all day.
Yeah, Coke Classic for many years, and Ocean and Earth, and Hot Buttered, the Pro Junior, that was here as well, Rich. Surf About 2SM, the radio network sponsored it, but we're into the NRMA 2-minute warning, just about to come up. These surfers are really vying for the opportunity to gain valuable points. Not many points on offer here in the round of 32. The surfers will really hunt for the quarterfinal finish, Rich, and finish here with a 5th place.
Yeah, this is a throwaway score if you don't make it out of this round. And there's work to do. Looks like we've got a paddle down here from Geordie, still staying busy.
Yeah, currently in 2nd place, looking to drop that 4.5. That one's not going to be it. But really keeping busy, taking the attention away from the other athletes, keeping the judges occupied. It's also a really good tactic. A lot of coaches employ under priority, stay really busy. And Red, Ace and Massacam, see him moving down the beach, separating himself, having a paddle for this. This is it. The alley right. It's a punchy one. Off the bottom, sears the top. He's carrying power through this one. Flares the fins, looking for a 664, and he goes down.
I feel like he needed to take to the air on that second turn. It was setting up well, the ramp possibly there.
And Geordie Marie, another wave under priority, and he goes up, flares the fins himself, and incomplete again.
You can tell Geordie's just having so much fun, wave after wave. He's loving those inside left-handers, just trying to chip away at that 4.5. I'm not sure he might have done it that last wave coming in at 3.1, so just trying to do what he can to get on the offense, defense, offense.
All the fences.
All the fences.
And Reef Hazelwood on the other side of the fence. He's in priority, looking for a 724. He's got his team manager down there, Brent Power from CI, Channel Islands. They're going to be absolutely chewing their fingernails off. He's got Kieran down there from Mexicano, who he's staying with, just brewing up a burrito for him right now, but he needs to get through. And there's a wave coming. He's going to have 5 seconds here. He's scratching into it, and he doesn't get it. In 3rd spot, he's going to bow out of this, and it's a throwaway result for Reef Hazelwood and Aidan Massenkamp. But it's Miguel Pupo, the silky smooth, goofy footer, who progresses through with a convincing performance against Geordie Marie. Looking great, looking polished, and those guys, we'll be seeing them at round of 16. And great heat there, Rich. Smooth surfing between them all.
Yeah, really exciting heat, that one. And that man there, just a seasoned competitor, picking a couple of gems, really identifying those ways where he could put that smooth flowing style on display. And Miguel Pupo, just one little step closer.
Back to the championship tour. He's going to need to get through the Challenger Series, though. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a break. Back for Heat 3 shortly.
The round of 32 continues here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, getting stuck into Heat 3 now. And as you can see, we've got some weather out there at the moment, but I'm expecting to see some big scores laid down by some surfers who've given us real highlight moments through these first two events of the Challenger Series so far.
Yeah, this is a really stacked heat again. I mean, Sammy Pupo was in incredible form up on the Gold Coast, got a second place there. But then, yeah, looking great the other day. And then Alistair Regginato, I mean, he was in fine form in his last heat. 9-point ride, big air rotation on the backhand, but Edgard getting things underway.
Edgard Grogia, the Brazilian, he was really strong in the opening round down here. A really solid, planted competitor. And he threaded together a couple of big combos on his backhand to get some solid scores. He's going to start with a ripper backhand hit there, out there in the red. Alistair Regginato in the blue. Ryaru Itu, the Japanese competitor, in the white, who is really loves charging and ripping into big chunky sections. And then Sammy Pupo, the brilliant Sammy Pupo, will be in the green, and he's the guy that I think performance-wise everyone's looking at, because he set the pace on the Gold Coast. He looks sharp here in his opening round. But Edgard's going to get things started.
Yeah, big backhand belt there, and did really well to come out in front of that section. So important today to really just cement that in the judges' minds. Like, hey, I've rode out of this with control. That was a good start to this heat right now, and I'd say great start, but just with the caliber of surfer in these heats right now, I feel like he's probably going to need to, you know, start putting more on the board. It's obviously early days, but he's looking in great form. But yeah, back to your point, I mean, Sammy Pupo has definitely set the pace. I feel like everyone is mentioning him as the most informed surfer. I think the other morning we had Laura talking to Erin for the call, and you know, she asked Erin, "Oh, who you're really looking forward to watching today?" And her first surfer that she spoke about was Sammy.
Yeah, just next blinding speed. You know, honestly, looks twice as fast as every other competitor on the Challenger Series at the moment. But this is a different break. It's a different lineup, and it's going to require a different approach. 7 points for Edgard as he just gets off to a powerful start here. You know, he went upside down on a really hollow section and stomped it.
Wow, great opening score, especially up against all these guys. It's a really solid, healthy score. And you got to be thinking that that's going to be a keeper.
Yeah, you'd think so. Edgar's been at it a while. 27 years of age. He snuck in 7th position on the South America regional ranks. And he's had a few runs at the Challenger Series now. Highest he's been on the rankings, 21st. But he's had a number of 5th place finishes, never broken into the quarters. He might change that at Narrabeen if he can keep dropping big numbers the way he has so far in these first couple of rounds. Unsuccessful there in backing up the 7. But priority neutral between his opponents, who are still jockeying for position on that outside. And we know that holding your position at the takeoff has been a little difficult to do here with all that rain just spewing out of the Narrabeen Lake here. And there's been a little bit of a trickier sweep to kind of get your head around, and on the lower tide, that rip current has caused a little bit of disruption to the texture of the face of some of these waves as well. But certainly cleaned up a bit from what we saw in the last few heats of the women's round of 32.
Yeah, definitely. I think right now is a great shot. You can really see where all that river water is, like, you know, there's a clear distinction between that brown water and that more blue sort of teal colour today. But yeah, that's all absolutely spewing out of that Narrabeen River. Yeah, creating a little bit of brown water there, but it's also creating a really good bank as well. So lots of sand there. It's responsible for this left-hander.
There we go. Gregia again up, just willing to take some chances on the inside, wants to add to that number, but unable to really do it there. Another throwaway score for him. On the outside, Alistair Regginato. He had a slow start to his last heat and obviously wants to get a number on the board early here. Whip sharp turn out of the top to start this ride, and he was on his way to a decent combo, but just got a little unbalanced coming off the roof there. You could see him just letting the frustration out.
Wow, he was on his way to a good score there. I feel like he just overcooked it, went a little bit too hard. and sort of just overcompensated. Yeah, just got a little bit off balance, but that first turn, it was looking so good. It was so sharp. And yeah, exactly what you said, Ron. I mean, he left it right down to the dying minutes of his last heat to get that 9-point ride. So definitely wanting to change things up here and put a couple of scores on the board. Wow. He's going to be spewing he didn't make that.
Yeah, just whipped out of that first carve so nicely, moving through so much water. As we see Edgar down the line.
Wow.
Does really well with the finish there. That's going to be a solid backup to the 7-point ride. He'll extend here.
You've got to be thinking, I just think back to when we had Laura in the booth yesterday and she mentioned the word wide and inside, and I feel like that's where he was. He'd obviously got that 7, had another attempt, a couple of attempts after that, but yeah, wide and inside. Laura's saying that, you know, sitting wider on the bank, there can be those ones that swing wide. They give that couple of good sections, and you're away from everyone else, so you've got choice of wave.
Sammy Pupo making his move. Drives up into the pocket here. Nice turn. Lines up another here. And we'll look for a finish here on the inside. Whips that board up there again. Not bad. 3 decent turns. We know he's capable of so much more, though.
Yeah, I think it's just a good start to the heat. It's not a major score for sure, and especially when I put it up against Edgar's 7. I mean, there wasn't one major manoeuvre here, but he did well to find a wave with so much open face and get these 3 turns off. It was still great surfing. And he gets the finish here on the inside. Just good pace and really waited for that last section. Let's have a look at this first turn. So this was pretty critical. I mean, you couldn't have been any more in the pocket than what he was here. Drives up into this second section. It's a little bit of a release on the fins there, and then this is that final turn. So 3 turns. I feel like this is Sammy Pupo in gear 1 or 2. I feel like he's got a few more to click into. And yeah, I think that there's a lot more left in the tank.
He'll be inspired by Big Bro Miguel, who wore the same colour in that previous heat, to get himself a victory. Interesting to note, too, that Sammy Pupo, Miguel Pupo on the same side of the draw. So a chance if they both keep moving through heats that they will potentially meet in the finals. Let's hear what Miguel's got to say. It was a solid performance. He's down there with Jesse.
Yeah, Miggy, matching colours with your brother now. He's in green as well. That was a really strong heat win. How was it out there?
It was pretty hard, you know. It's a pretty rainy day, and the wind's kind of picked up right now, and the tide is kind of full, so there's waves everywhere. Actually, some barrels I saw a lot, but I couldn't get any, so I was just happy to get a wave that I could open up 3 turns and get a bigger score. And at the end, I was trying to manage priority and trying to be in another good wave, but they didn't show up, so I was happy with the win for sure.
You travel around the world, you surf so many amazing waves. How do you stay, I guess, surf fit enough to surf conditions like this?
Actually, it's similar to home, so I've been on the road for 60 days now, so it's just to surf a wave like this, it feels like home. And yeah, just trying to get a good result before going back to Brazil and keep making a few more heats, and hopefully Sammy can make his too, and we keep going one more day.
So is it about time that you switch out of competitor mode and into Big Brother mode watching your brother?
Yeah, it's a tough job for me, you know, but I'm humble enough to kind of take some advice from him as well before my heat. So it's kind of this exchange. We're always exchanging knowledge of the ocean and the turns and the boards too. So yeah, shout out to JS for the boards, and thank you. This is a magic one. It's working really well, and yeah, that's it.
Amazing. Well, we'll let you get warm and go watch your brother. He started off pretty well, so yeah, best luck in the next round. Hopefully Sammy gets through too.
Yeah, thank you. Just a shout out to Brazil. We're being through a tough time right now with the floods and stuff, so shout out to Rio Grande do Sul, and all the best.
Awesome. Thanks, Miggy. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jess. And yeah, Miggy keeps the dream alive with that magic board. Sammy opens up with a 6.17, so pretty well rewarded for that nice sequence of 3 hits. But we do know he's got more, still wearing the booty, protecting the foot that he cut over at stop number 5 on the championship tour. But he is well and truly in the heat now. Riaru, yet to see him take a wave. Alistair Reginato was on his way to a decent start, but fell on his final move. So he's got work to do. Edgar Gragia backed up the 7 with a 5.33, 17 and a half minutes to go. And if you want a little bit of insight into what Brazil is facing at the moment, check out Italo Ferreira's stories. It's devastating. I'm sure Italo at some point will let us know the best place to contribute if you can make a donation to help people out. But yeah, we've had similar floods in New South Wales, northern New South Wales, the Northern Rivers in particular, over the past couple of years, and you know, people are going to need a hand for sure. It's been devastating. 17 minutes remaining here, and this is, you know, the opportunity to break into those head-to-head heats. Take a little bit of the randomness and, you know, luck out of the equation here by giving yourself more opportunities to be selective when you've got priority, to get a little bit more tactical against your opponents, or shouldn't say more tactical. There's tactics for when you're in a four-man heat, but definitely you can narrow your focus in a head-to-head clash.
Oh, completely. I think head-to-head clashes, it's generally, unless you really stuff up and make big mistakes, you know, it generally favours the best surfer or most informed surfer getting through. I think you can really rely on your talent, your skill. You get a lot more opportunity. As long as you're not completely having a meltdown, you know, you should be doing all right. You can rest easy knowing you're going to get opportunities. In these, when we spoke about it earlier, these four people heats, they're difficult. A lot of strategies involved. There's a lot of luck. You're not necessarily in always a first or second priority position. And depending on that, you've got a lot of choices to make, and there's a lot of critical moments in the heat.
So Sammy Pupo, for example, like at the moment, has no priority, has opened with a pretty good score, and we just saw him take off on a wave that, you know, looked like garbage. What's the thought process there?
Oh, he's just trying to back up that 617, and today it's random, right? I mean, when you're basically, before you're sitting out there in fourth priority, you're going to just have a sniff around. He just wants to back up that 617. And knowing that you can get one big score for one big turn, I think that's probably maybe the mindset. I mean, these guys have also, you know, they've got major aerial manoeuvres that they can go to as well. And we know we've seen Sammy do that as well. So I think just trying to back up the 617 and also give everyone else something to think about. He's sharking around. He's trying to get scores, as we see Reginado.
Yeah, Reggie fades on that first section to set up a couple of nice hits here. Moves a lot of water. And if he can finish this one off with a turn down the line, he'll be on his way to a good score. It's a well-timed hit to make something of nothing. He had not a lot of speed there, but had the timing to really bash the oncoming right. So that'll be his best score. And he'll probably pretty comparable to what Sammy Pupo did on his opening ride.
Yeah, that was so hard, that last section. He literally went into that with no speed. And that oncoming section had so much of it. Let's have a look at these first couple of turns. That was so explosive, threw so much spray. Backs it up with a second one here, but this is the moment we're talking about. This is slow. He hasn't got speed. Look at how much speed that oncoming section had. So to ride out of that, he just did such a good job. Just shows how strong he is. We know he's strong. I mean, physically, just look at his frame. He's a big boy. So he's throwing a lot of spray, a lot of power. But yeah, I think you're right. This is going to be comparable to Sammy's 617. So judges will be looking at that. Obviously, Sammy's 617, 3 turns also. But yeah, that was really well done. And a good recover after that first one, after he fell on that second turn.
13.5 minutes to go. Still plenty of time for Alistair Reginado, Riara Itu to mount a bit of a comeback here. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
One of my favourite parts of the Northern Beaches here in New South Wales is it's got that diversity of the landscape. You have some untouched natural beauty mixed with all the enjoyable parts of living in a city. There's amazing restaurants, great coffee culture. Every time that I'm away, I come back, something new's here. So lucky to call this place home, grow up here, and I'll keep coming back for the rest of my life.
Welcome back to the show. Just over 11 minutes remaining. And we are starting to see a little bit of movement now. Alistair Reginato dropped a 6.4 to get himself up in a second place. Really nice wave with 3 turns. A strong finish gets him up in a second position. Sami Pupo now after a 3.24. The Japanese competitor, Ryaru Itu, he dropped a 4.43 in his first wave. So everyone's got a reasonable score on the board. Ryaru with a little bit more work to do at the moment. But it's on here. The race for a spot in the round of 16. As we see, Sami loading up, and he's going to go to the alley-oop. Oh. His board flips in the wind, and he just falls down the mine shaft there.
Oh, that was radical. That was super, super radical. Just fell into a cavern, didn't he?
Oh, just not a clean pocket to launch out of. He's got a little stuck there.
Oh, almost looked like a barrel, and then it was an air, and then it was a down the well.
What an ugly section.
Oh, my goodness. The fact that he even went for that and was like, yeah, all right, why not? Let's go. I mean, it just gives you a good indication of where his mind's at and how willing he is to put his body on the line, I guess. But also, I mean, obviously he's been an informed surfer. We've spoken about it already. He is the informed surfer, but things are tightening up in this heat. I mean, Reggie with the 6.4, Sami's got that 6.1, Edgar with the 7. It's tight between these three at the moment, and obviously just making it through this round, it's just so important that just to make it through to man on man that next round, it's a ninth. It's an equal ninth that next round at the very least if you're not advancing through to the quarters. We'll get back to that.
Edgard here, he wants to keep ahead of the pack here, wants to drop the 5.33, but just loses his footing there. Cool thing about this lineup of competitors, Edgard, Reginato, Sami, we've seen them all execute big airs in competition. It is hard out there, that the wind's pretty strong at this point in time. We saw Sami kind of struggle to stay connected to his equipment, taking flight on his last wave. All willing to try and throw something big, to huck something out there onto the flats. And Ryaru Itu, coming from Japan, is a surfer that's really focused on, gaining a reputation of note in waves of consequence.
Completely. Last year there was a specialty event in Hawaii, December last year, and I was there watching, and I was blown away with what I saw him do out at Pipeline, and he was not scared at all. It was giant on that final day. It was heaving pipe, and he just pulled in some absolute bombs. One, actually, if you go onto his Instagram, you see he almost makes it out of this thing that could have potentially been like the wave of the winter. It was incredible. But yeah, so he's definitely not scared. We know that.
And starting to really collect some solid results on his road to the Challenger Series. This is his first run at it. He did finish second on the Asia regional ranks and got himself a QS victory. First run at a Challenger Series event, though, was just last week and up on the Gold Coast. And he actually, unfortunately, had a first round loss, but got a big future. And looking forward to seeing him come to life in this heat.
Yeah, I mean, it's nervous times. He's got the most work to do, and when all your competitors have over a 6, you kind of need to be scoring there on that next wave just to match it, right? Because you've got to be thinking that these guys, the next time they take off, they're going to be improving on their situation too, which is going to make things harder for Ryaru. So his next wave essentially has to be around that 6.5 mark if he wants to stay at pace with these other guys.
Thinking about the two surfers out here at the moment. Sami Pupo, there's a strong finish. Well, I was about to start talking about the two surfers holding on to number 1 and 2 at the moment, but let's shift the conversation now to Sami Pupo. You know, I don't think you could deny that Sammy Pupo is a stronger surfer than a number of competitors campaigning on the championship tour at the moment. He just had a shocking start to the year. He got on a bad run. He kept collecting 17ths at each of the stops, but performance-wise, this guy is one of the best, and maybe the best not on the CT at the moment, campaigning on this Challenger Series. That was such a strong move in a really hectic section of water.
Oh, I'm blown away. For me, that I'm looking at that and I'm thinking that's better than Edgard's. Bigger section, meatier section. He squared up with that. He went vertical, came down and just rode out with so much control. It was so good. But
and Reginato on the outside, squares up beautifully for the first hit, draws off the bottom, mixing it up with a clean slice, and whips that board through a nice vertical section, and again gets it up there. The hallmark of this guy's approach is absolute precision with his timing, and he just murdered that wave in the best way. Smashed it to bits. So much water coming off the rail.
Wow. Wow, that was a good answer back too, right? Because up until that point, before that last wave of Sammy's, Alistair was in second. Sammy got that score, so Alistair needs to put some work in, and this is beautiful surfing. Just textbook backhand hacks into the lip. Wasn't done yet, gets the fourth belt there, so super impressive. And he's gonna need a score after this next one of Sammy's dropping, so impressive.
Reggie needs a breakthrough moment as a Challenger Series campaigner. Through the QS, he's always looked strong, always had a lot of success, but last year on the Challengers, his best finish was a 9th, but he's a better surfer than what his results put up last year. Finished 41st in his first run at it, but he did get 3rd on the regional QS, and you know, when you look at the depth in the Oceania Asian region, that's impressive in itself. But this guy from Alexandra Headland could go a long way on the Challenger Series this year. We've just seen the number come through for Sammy Pupo, 7.3. He jumps into the lead for a moment. Alistair Reginato, though, drops a 7.33. A pretty similar score, and gets himself up into first. And Edgard all of a sudden is pushed out of the top 2 and in the 3rd position as he takes a wipe out there on the inside.
Wow, big shift in the leaderboard, and what a great answer back from Alistair. That was really beautiful surfing, and he needed something big too. I mean, not only did he jump, I thought he might jump up in a second, but he's actually jumped right up into that 1st position. So it's just really, really big. It's powerful. And, you know, he's pushed Sammy into 2nd, and now Sammy's going to fight for this position because, I mean, Edgard still has that 7. It's within reach for him to jump back up into 2nd place right now. I mean, the surfer with the most work to do is Riaru. I mean, with 3.5 minutes on the clock, and he's chasing a 9. I mean, it's looking like it's really hard. He's sitting right out the back right now. You can see how far out he is. But yeah, he's going to need something big, because right now, I mean, it's almost looking like he's trying to do it in one wave.
He needs a 8-foot first reef bomb to come in, so he can show us all that hard work that he's done at Pipe. But yeah, this is a tough one for him, just to find space if he can chip away at this requirement. To even chase down a 2nd score in 3 minutes is going to be so hard. But you've got to give props here to Alistair Reginato. The Sunshine Coast has always produced, you know, a large volume of world-class surfers, going way back to the great Gary Elkerton, who obviously campaigned for a number of world titles, eventually broke through for a Masters world title, but yeah, he was always a force. But you know, following him, there's just always been great representation on both the women's and men's tour. Serena Brooke campaigned on the championship tour for a long period of time. And more recently, obviously, Isabella Nichols, Keely Andrew, the great Dimity Stoyle. The list goes on, but on the men's side, you know, so much talent has come out of the Sunshine Coast. Thinking back to Mitch Colborne and Wade Goodall. There's a long list. Lee Sedley. But Alistair Reginato, part of a really solid crew of campaigners too. that I think were inspired by the likes of Dean Brady and Julian Wilson in that Coolum area. But yeah, Alistair, his brother Jack's a great surfer. Noah Stocker. And Sasha Stocker was another one from the sunny coast. God, I've got to mention them all. Keep going. We've got a minute and a half here. Anyone you want to add to the mix?
Oh, mate, that was great recall. Every time I thought of someone, you said it, and I was like, oh, if you throw to me, I'm going to have nothing. Wow.
Just over a minute to go here. And it's all eyes on Edgar. And look, two countrymen just forced to hound each other around this lineup.
You can see...
No space given by Sammy.
Oh, not at all. Sammy's sticking to him like glue at the moment. There was one little wave that came through and Edgar was looking at it and Sammy was like, no, mate, I'm sorry. I mean, this is tough, but yeah, Sammy's got to do it if he wants to hold on to that second position. And if you're not in the first or second position, you're not getting through, you're not advancing, there's no repertoire around, there's no second chances.
Well, there'll be no ill feeling from Edgar because they do the same thing to Sammy if the situation was reversed. But 30 seconds to go here. It's over for Riaru Itu. His run is going to come to a close. As we see Edgar just giving it a shot here, but this is a straight closeout. An absolute bomb of a wave. Big set, but no scoring opportunity in it. As on the outside, we see Alistair Reginado looking over his shoulder, just wondering if the situation was going to change at all. But it doesn't appear as though it will. Reginado's going to take a big win here, a confidence-building win over the very informed Sammy Pupo, who's going to survive another round and has likely already taken the lead on the Challenger Series rankings now.
Oh, definitely. I mean, with Mikey out now and he's advancing through, he's at least got a ninth. If he doesn't make it through that next round, it's looking good for Sammy. But super impressed with Alistair Reginado. I mean, that's a big heat win for him right there, coming up against some really tough names. So, yeah, a lot of confidence to take for Alistair from this heat.
He'll already equal his best finish in a Challenger Series event. And with the surfing the way he did then, he might go a little bit further through this draw. We're going to take a quick break. Heat 4 just around the corner. Welcome back to the show, and it's been a show these last few heats. We've seen some impressive moves laid down by these Challenger Series competitors here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, another big one.
Yeah, well, this is another stacked heat right now. Every heat from here on in is stacked, but wow, I mean, I don't even know.
Who are you drawn to here?
I'm gonna. I don't know. I'm gonna say. I honestly don't know. I'm trying to pick someone to be like, okay, let's go. But at the moment, maybe I'm gonna stick with Jet, World Junior Champion, big finish in his last heat, 917. But let's stick with Alejo.
Oh yeah. Don't look past this guy. There's some real hyped names in the mix out there at the moment, but Alejo Munez, the only competitor.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Joel Vaughan. So just getting absolutely gobbled up there. But, yeah, I mean, for me, I think I've got to stick with Jet. Jet, World Junior Champion, and I think it feels like after his last heat, he's just got a lot of momentum. He had that buzzer beater moment, that big air rotation on his backhand. And I think he's got a lot to prove after being up on the Gold Coast. He didn't get a result that he was looking for. And I think he's really hungry, especially after listening to that post-heat interview from his last heat. It sounds like, yeah, he's fired up to get a result. And, yeah, I think look out, because we are going to see those really big sections today where the guys are going to be putting everything on the line. They're going to be putting their body on the line. So, yeah, Jet for sure. I mean, Joel Vaughan, hard to go past him as well. He's had a couple of amazing moments too recently. Big, really, really big results and big heat wins too. Last heat, he got a win. But Alejo had a great result up on the Gold Coast. Well, good result up on the Gold Coast and was starting to string together a number of heats. And then Dimitri Poulos, I mean, he's just so strong, so solid, so powerful. So all four of these guys coming up in this heat, yeah, we've got a show on our hands.
Yeah, the crowd filling in to watch this one unfold as well, despite the weather. As we see some movement, no taker there. But yeah, I'm with you. Dimitri's been super impressive. Rock solid performances from him. It's a reinvigorated Alejo Munez so far on the Challenger Series this year. The World Junior Champ, though, Jet Schilling, giving us one of the highlight moves of the event so far. And Joel Vaughan, you know, for me, has gone to another level this year. Had another magic performance up at Surfest, back-to-back victories for him there. But Joel, last year even, on the Challenger Series, only had one quarterfinal finishes. That was back in 2022. But for me, he's one of the most promising campaigners on the Challenger Series. Has big turns that he'll go to in the jersey, and yeah, it gives him a real edge. It means he's always a threat no matter what the conditions are doing. Can string it together when it's nice and groomed and you've got a long wall running on forever. But if there's a big ramp there, he'll take flight.
100%. I was just going to talk about that. His airs are matched, and to do it in a jersey too is big. But I also feel like he's young, but he's starting to really grow into his body too. You know, especially at that age, the guys are just growing. You know, every month they're going through new surfboards or having to change that. But yeah, I feel like he's someone that's just getting better and better, and he's really entertaining. That's what I've really noticed when I've been watching him recently.
He had a shocker on the Gold Coast, though. He looked so nervous. I thought he'd just go into this year just full of confidence, but yeah, he wasn't at his best, and I think he's aware of it. 33rd there, so fell out of the mix in this round. And yeah, we'll see if he can turn it around. But the 10-point ride last year at Saquarema was unbelievable. He had magic performances in the World Junior Championships, which ultimately was won by Jet Schilling. As we see Alejo up.
Wow.
Knows the importance of a quick start, just couldn't set the rail to get back up there for a final hit.
That looked so challenging. You could just see how much that wave was cupping out. It became so steep so quick, and yeah, exactly like you said, Ron.
Here's Dimitri, nice hit out of the top there. Just doing anything to add to that number by finishing that one off. There won't be a lot of points in what unfolded at the end of that ride, though.
No, it was a bit of a funny finish, a bit of a funky one. Obviously, he wanted to ride out from that, but he didn't really hit the lip. It was kind of like he just placed it there and then sort of tried to ride out. But yeah, I think we're going to see that start happening a lot, that little double up, because yesterday afternoon it was prominent fixture, that little weird double up on the inside. So we see Jet
making his move, chunky section. And just in that white water, trying to hang on for the finish. The 21-year-old, who, like Joel Vaughan, you know, is one of the guys that we probably had highlighted as a major threat on the Challenger Series this year, but didn't have a great showing at stop 1. A 33rd for him there as well. But Jet was strong on the Challenger Series last season, got to 15th, earning a place back on the tour this year, whereas Joel had to go to work on the regional QS. Dimitri on the replay here.
Yeah, let's have a look at Alejo. This first turn, beautiful section, times it well. He tried to set that rail and just couldn't get it in. It was just like so bowled out, that section. It was really difficult. Let's look at Jet. I thought he might have got something done out the back. He tried to hold on to this turn for dear life, but was just sort of bucked off there. That was so challenging. Obviously, looking at that last heat, you know, the boys are probably thinking, okay, like Sammy Pupo, Edgar, Groggy are getting big numbers for singular turns. Oh.
Well, that one just doubles up. How's Jet's wave, though? Went downstairs to the basement. Didn't get a whole lot out of it either. But Joel also finding a wave that, you know, had energy stacking up in front of it. Just sort of zapped all the momentum out of his ride.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think this is going to continually happen throughout the afternoon as the tide gets lower. So much water pushing out, and these waves are just becoming really close together. And I mean, we saw it happen on Dimitri's as well. He sort of went up for that the second turn, the closeout turn, and had to like bunny hop down a couple of sections. So it's going to get tricky.
Yeah, they faced it yesterday in the round of 64, but with the added swell, could be even more difficult. I think the women, the day prior to that, the opening day, they had really tricky low tide conditions to work with. As we see Joel loading up, it's always so exciting when he's eyeing off something down the line, and you can tell that he's almost positioning his feet, but that wave just did not give him any kind of ramp. It was ugly. So he's out of there. Save the body, save the equipment, and try and connect with something else. I can feel a big move coming. A big individual turn with these 4 surfers out here in this lineup.
Definitely. Like I said, they would have watched that last heat. They know the guys are dropping 7s for 1 turn, but I'm feeling air when you've got people like Joel and you've got people like Jet in this heat, that we know they love to do that. We know they're so confident in the air. I'm feeling that. And I think Jet's probably got good feelings from yesterday, getting that buzzer beater, the 917, you know, rolling off with that momentum. I'm feeling it. I think if they get the section, yeah, they might go for it, but I wouldn't be surprised if they try and bank a couple of turns first before really laying it on the line. Could eat my words, but that's my thoughts.
I'm going to agree with you. Just on 19 minutes to go here. Alistair Reginato, impressive in that last heat, overcoming Sammy Pupo. Just not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, Alistair, we like to call him Alfie, actually, amongst our little friend group. You're looking right at home in the beach breaks out here.
Yeah, feeling right at home. It was pretty tricky out there, a couple of heavy sections on the inside, but yeah, it felt good to connect on 1 or 2 waves, and yeah, happy to be making some heats and some better decisions.
I don't know if I'm outing you right now, but you spent a little bit of time out here at Narrabeen, but mostly been training down at Whaley, down at the wedge there on the left. How's that been going for you?
Yeah, it's actually been pretty fun, finally getting a few waves. It's been hard to get too many waves here in the free surfs, but yeah, we went down to Whaley. Jesse probably took all my waves, but we had a fair few, a fun session down there, and yeah, just good to get reps up on a pretty similar sort of setup. So yeah, I feel like that's helped a lot.
In the round of 32, it's always hard to progress through that round, but you did it with pretty much ease. What are you going to change moving into the round of 16?
I definitely felt like I didn't do it with ease. I was under pressure a fair bit, but yeah, that's a huge round, I think. The round of 32 is a huge jump in points, and just like making a few heats, it feels like it's a bit of a next step making it into the 2-man. So not going to change too much in my surfing, but it's kind of nice having only one other guy and hopefully get a few more opportunities, and it should be fun.
And you got a lot of friends and family back home on the sunny coast watching and tuning in. Anyone you want to say hi to?
Yeah, hey to Mum and Dad. I haven't seen them in a while, and I'm sure all my family's watching, and Coral probably watching at work, so g'day, cuz.
Hey, Cos. Well, congratulations. We'll see you in the round of 16. Well done, Alistair.
Thanks, Jesse.
Solid stuff from Reginata there. And, you know, I think anyone at the moment who gets a heat win over Sammy Pupo in his current form is probably getting a lot of confidence out of it. And Reginata moving through to that round of 16. And you heard him say it, massive jump in points when you do get to that those head-to-head matchups, but also it just makes things a little clearer when you're in the lineup with one other person. You know you're going to get those extra opportunities. You only got to worry about one other opponent. Out there at this stage of the game, Alejo Munez and Dimitri Poulos are getting the jump on the Groms. As we see, oh, Joel Vaughan, bit of a wheelie out of this one. Just came down so hard on the tail there. And he's had a couple of rides now, so that was a nice hit, chunky section, and he's got a score on the way.
Yeah, I love that little lip line float. He met that section with the sort of the same speed and power as what it was coming towards him, and just projected out in front of that. Looked really nice, really tidy, really smooth. But I like this intention now of going to the air. It's awesome to see, and just how easy he does it. But yeah, just getting a little bit caught on the back foot there, and big wheelie. But you know, 15 and a half minutes on the clock, and really we haven't seen any score of real substance if we're just going off that last heat. And you know, the first few stages of that, there was just scores flying left, right and centre. So this heat right now, wide open.
It sure is. 15 minutes remaining here, and it is Alejo Munez, the veteran, out in front at this stage as we go to a Bonsoy brew break.
That's all right. I'll tell him, and you can tell him.
Okay, guys, I'm down here at the GWM Activation Centre. Don't be distracted by that beautiful car behind me, because you and a mate could win the ultimate surf trip. All you have to do is come down here, have a surf on the green screen, and scan the QR code for your chance to win.
Nice new car, neighbours think you come far. Posh kids, IBs, car flows a new deal. Hey, 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 hey. We don't need nobody to show that we've done well, 'cause we have got our freedom, and that's something you can't sell.
GWM, and the official automotive partner of the WSL Australia. And yeah, big opportunity there to get yourself into a pretty fun experience, hooting around the coast with your mates in a GWM vehicle. 12 and a half minutes to go here in heat number 4. Alejo Munez and Dimitri Poulos. They're holding on to the top 2 qualifying positions at the moment, but look at the requirements for Joel Vaughan and Jet Schilling. They need nothing to get themselves into the top 2. Joel Vaughan is up at the moment. Great combination there and hangs on. for a finish. Not an easy finish there for the surfer from North Shelley. Just up the coast, not too far away. He's got a lot of hometown support, and obviously a pretty strong pack of Australians campaigning together on this Challenger Series, cheering him on to a big finish in this one. That was impressive.
Oh, this thing was great. And look at this first turn, times it well, jabs it in the pocket, but this was more impressive, the finish on this thing. It was that convergence of whitewater was so evident here. That jab in the pocket was nice, threw a lot of spray, but for me, it's all about this last section. I mean, it doesn't get any better time than what we just saw there. Perfect precision. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say probably the highest score of the heat.
Well, the 20-year-old needs a number. It doesn't need a lot. Probably enough points in just the first turn alone to see him up into the top 2. But at this stage, 11 minutes to go, he wants to drop a big number because he was hanging on to a 3.9 as his highest score prior to that wave. Let's see where he goes. Joel counts a quarterfinal finish on the Challenger Series as his best ever in a CS. But the surfing warrants it warrants more. As we see Dimitri drew off the bottom nicely, but the wave kind of stepped out off the top.
You could just tell when he was taking off, that thing was getting uglier and uglier by the second. But yeah, going for a big one turn there. Not a bad option.
So that one for Dimitri's going to be worried here because Joel Vaughan, he would have heard the cheers from the crowd on the beach here after Joel stopped that finishing turn. He's going to get the score that he needs to jump ahead of Dimitri.
Yeah, Dimitri's got work to do for sure. 10 minutes remaining, and judges probably really reviewing this, just having a good old look. I mean, it was a right. That first turn was really well timed, but for me, it was all about the second turn. A lot of those points are going to be coming from that. I'd say maybe they're having a look at Alejo's 2-turn combo on his right as well. Maybe comparing it to that, the 5, 6, 7. But yeah, Dimitri, you're not safe. You're definitely going to be needing something.
Just under 10 minutes remaining here. Numbers starting to roll through for Joel Vaughan, are looking pretty good. And Felicity was spot on. It is the best number of the heat, 6.33. And he jumps up into the lead. Alejo now after a 4.57. Dimitri a 5.18 to get himself up in a second. Jet Schilling after a 6.17. Just thinking about the last 3 events. You've been lucky enough to live at different stages at each of the locations where these events have unfolded. Margaret River, obviously, growing up there.
Oh, yeah, you have to.
Time on the Gold Coast and spending some time down here on the northern beaches as well. So many little places you can run away and find a wave, and plenty of little corners that on their day with the right sandbar can dish up some pretty fun conditions.
It's true. Woman of the world.
Oh, I love it.
Been all over the place. No, I have been fortunate enough to live here for a little bit, and yeah, actually up in Whale Beach is just honestly still one of my favourite places on the northern beaches of Sydney. It's beautiful, you know, on its day, it's a great wave, and I just love how much foliage and trees there are around here on the northern beaches.
Oh, Jet Schilling just trying to punch his way through a doggy door, which slammed hard on him. Even the little dog couldn't fit out of that one.
But yeah,
he's frustrated at the moment. He just hasn't been able to connect with one. You got to also, you know, we say that you can be out of rhythm or unlucky. You got to kind of just keep searching this lineup, looking for those opportunities. Joel's been the busiest surfer in the lineup, and his approach it paid off. You know, he was all over the place, just never sat still for a moment waiting for something to come to him. He chased down his scores. That's a nice hit from Alejo.
Yeah, just the one turn, but yeah, you can see Jet just sniffing around here. Like you said, couldn't find that exit of doggy door. Slammed in his face. But yeah, I like that. Look, there's 2 different approaches here today. I mean, we even saw, if I think back to the women's round of 32, I mean, I think about Kiala and how patient she was, and she looked like a different day. She just was picking the irons out of it. and she was super selective, and Erin Brooks as well. But then I think about, you know, Joel's approach is so different. He's just definitely just trying to, you know, take off and see what's going to work for him, because there's so many waves coming through, as we see Joel.
Yeah, loading up, goes for the slob grab, gets it, sticks the move. Tricky second turn to ride out of.
Oh, all that water was just working against him. You could see that. It was like he was running on a treadmill right there, but yeah, it just looked so difficult.
Yeah, it's interesting. When you look at the scores and see, you know, where the keeper numbers come for the competitors, you can see how the strategy kind of changes. Dimitri Poulos, Alejo Munez, they got some work done on their first rides. So as a result, they kind of started they were patient with priority and went, okay, I've got an okay number. I'll just sit, I'll be patient and try and connect with a good one now. Whereas Joel Vaughan, Jet Schilling, they had kind of shockers on their first couple of rides. And for Joel, it was 4 reps before he dropped the 3.9. As we see Alejo up, can he ride out of this one? He does. Doing an extremely good job at getting some solid finishes here and letting the judges know that he's happy with it. 5.33 in his previous wave. That's what he's trying to eclipse here. He's already moved back into the lead.
Wow. I mean, there's always some... It always looks amazing when you get completely engulfed by foam and shoot out from the foam. So let's break this down. It was just the one big manoeuvre. He jumps over this little section, eyes it off, engulfed in the foam and comes shooting out in front. So I don't know if this is going to be one of his top 2 waves. It was super hard. There was a lot of water there to contend with, a lot of water moving. He had a great read on that. I'm just not sure if that's... I mean, it was pretty heavy. I think it could be right there as improving on his situation for sure.
You know, I think he liked the feel of that one better than the last. That's what the fist pump suggests to me. So we'll see if the judges agree with him. Got a score still coming through for Joel Vaughan, the little slob. Not his best version of that turn, though, so surprised if he improves on his heat score there. We definitely want to acknowledge the traditional custodians and their country on which we gather here today, and the waterways. By these words, we show our respect to Aboriginal people. We acknowledge elders past, present and emerging, and the spirits and ancestors of the clans that lived in this area. And what a beautiful area it is. Surrounded by National Park, like you said, even in the more condensed suburban areas here, there's still beautiful trees, amazing bird life. You know, not unusual to have a sulphur-crested cockatoo wake you up in the morning with just a powerful screech, a scream, or a kookaburra.
Wow.
As we see Dimitri there with a nice backhand blast. Alejo's about to drop a good score, but have a look at this replay. Jet Schilling on a good-sized wave, big floating re-entry, and tries to add some extras down the line, but really didn't have the speed to get over that section and back in front of that wave.
Wow, well, I think Dimitri's done a really good job. That turn for me was seriously powerful. Big fin release, major section. I mean, he's chasing at this stage that 5.81, and like you said, Ron, you thought that Alejo was going to improve on his situation. He did.
Yeah, 6.93. Actually the best wave of the heat. So you're getting a lot of credit for that one. Dimitri here, a really good chance at getting the score that he needs, 5.81.
Yeah, I think it's nervous times for Joel right now. He really needs to get rid of that 3.97, because I am going to say that this could be the score, 5.81. For me, it was strong. Big fin release and rode out with ease.
It's looking like a really solid score here. This is a heat that hasn't come to life. We've seen some decent numbers thrown out here for, you know, strong floating end section hits from Alejo Munez, and as a result, if someone's going to square up and throw the fins, they're probably going to get a really big number for it. And it feels like Dimitri's going to not just jump up into a qualifying position, he's going to get himself into the #1 spot. 8.67 for Dimitri Poulos, and Joel Vaughan now has work to do to get ahead of Alejo Munez to stay alive. Jet Schilling is after a 9.1, the score that he got in the previous round with one turn. So Jet's going to be up to the challenge. Joel Vaughan needs a 6.28. Will they get the opportunity here in the last couple of minutes?
Well, you can also just feel and see that that wind's just clicked around and just changed direction. Definitely feeling a different sort of breeze right here in the host end.
Well, you were right about the airs. We were going to see an air, but I feel like that wind, you know, was already making it kind of difficult to maintain control of your equipment through the airs, and now it's kicked up a notch. So, you know, an air might not be the best way to go about chasing down the required score for Joel Vaughan. For Jet Schilling, it might be his only hope as we get now down to the NRMA Parks and Resorts 2-minute warning.
Yeah, condition change like this throughout a heat too. I mean, you're just going to be able to be so adaptable, and this is going to change things completely. I mean, it's a different sort of, it's a different ocean right now as to what they started with.
Jet Schilling's just put up a 4.77, so chipped away at the requirement. 7.83, much more attainable. I guess what the other competitors maybe won't know is what Dimitri did on his wave to get that excellent score. Here goes Joel, taking a chance on a wave that's got a couple of sections in it. Couple of nice hits, but that wave half the size of what we saw Dimitri turn in an 8.67 on. Joel doesn't need a number that big. He needs a 6.28. Was that it?
Look, for me, my instant thought is no, but they were two really well-timed turns on the backhand. He did surf that wave to the best that he could. They're really well-timed. Let's have another look. Here we go. I mean, it was perfectly timed, and he goes straight up into that section. Look, I think it's going to be it's going to be there, or it's just going to be just under. The fact that I'm not sold on it initially makes me think no. But I've also been wrong before.
I think we've seen some pretty big individual hits and some high impact end sections. And that wave didn't have that kind of drama in it. So let's see where the judges' number falls as we see Big Peak standing up on the outside of Alejo. Oh my God. Talk about commitment.
Stop it.
Just got absolutely compressed like a risshole on a barbecue.
How's that board in one piece? That's what I want to know.
Mate, got the full squeeze then.
It's gnarly.
Numbers rolling through for Joel Vaughan. Doesn't look like it is going to be enough. He's going to fall short here. And it was Dimitri and Alejo splitting the peak on that final wave. And that would suggest that it's job done for Alejo. Oh, he knows the importance of it. Says his thank yous as he looks up to the heavens. He's moving on through in second position. Dimitri with a huge backhand hanger turns in an 8.67 and gets himself the victory. We're going to take a break. Another big clash with the local boy out in the lineup coming up next. And we'll bring in a couple of locals for the call. Stay with us. The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. And by Destination New South Wales, strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Yes, welcome back. We are here for Heat 5 of the round 32. Stop number 2 on the Challenger Series. We're at North Narrabeen. And this is the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. Out in the water, Luel Felipe from Brazil. Jordan Lawler, the local boy. Cal Robson and Eli Hanneman from Lahaina, Maui in the booth. I'm Matt Chinosky, joined by Laura Enova and Richie Lovett on the call. Temperatures dropped a few degrees, but we've got our By-Kobe coats on. Rich, feeling very warm.
Oh, nice and toasty. Yeah, great new company by Kobe, and they're producing the goods on a wild and windy day down here at North Narrabeen.
The wind just kicked up about 10 knots then, I swear, and it's, you know, they're still, look, you can see everyone, there you go, all on the beach still, absolute weapons. Sorry about the weather, everyone, but next couple of days will be good.
Yeah, and the surfers battling the elements here today, and, well, it's a pretty odd forecast. This is autumn in Sydney. It's meant to be offshore. It's meant to have ground swell, but instead, we have side shore and we have wind swell. Very unusual, but it's cooking. Look at that for a ramp. I'm glad we're sitting here in the commentators' chairs as these surfers, the athletes, they're going to put on a show for us. And the fans at home, sitting at work, sitting by the campfire, or just having a sit back, having a beer or coffee, depending on what time of the day it is around the world. You guys are being blessed with some of the world's best, and we have Luel Felipe out there, put on a great show yesterday to earn his way a spot into the round of 32. And up and riding now is Eli Hanneman, the powerhouse out of Maui. He's had a good win last year in the Challenger Series over in the US Open. And he earned his credited spot onto the championship tour, but he's back fighting for a spot on the coveted tour now. Fell off in the mid-season cut, Rich.
Yeah, unfortunately, just left his run a little bit too late to make the cut. And there's a good view of this northeasterly, you know, just squall that's coming to us from the north. That wind has picked up to about 30 to 40 odd knots.
Oh, commentary booth is about to take flight.
It sure is. You may even hear a few echoes in the background, and that's situated right by Narrabeen Lake, so open to the weather systems. And Geordie Lawler, he knows this spot well. He's surfed it like this many times, and that just jumping out of that one. Just good for the single turn. The experienced goofy footer, 29 years of age. He's had victories on the QS and the Challenger Series. Well, just before it was the Challenger Series in 2019 at Manly. And Felipe, getting guillotined by the lip on that wave. Absolutely brutal wipeout, Laura.
Oh, love to see it. Look, he's going to check his board and make sure everything's intact, and obviously hoping he is intact. But that is the surfing that has got Luel some really good scores, good to excellent scores in the last couple of rounds. He has been finding those sections and just putting power to power, really.
And up now, this is Cal Robson out of Evans Head on the north coast of New South Wales. Wow, that thing just absolutely conversing over the top of him, and he had to pull out the doggy door. So this wind swell ramping up with the wind. It's a low period swell right now. It's very susceptible to change. And here goes Geordie up and over the section, looking for some clean water. He's got it here. Bang! Oh my gosh! Wow! Geordie Lawler, the crowd go wild as he rides through the froth on that wave. Well done, Jordan Lawler.
Oh, that was absolutely amazing. You can hear the cheers from the North Narrabeen board riders. I saw just groups and groups of people just coming on down, weathering this storm to watch their local boy. And you can tell he's surfed out here a million times. He's surfed these lefts pretty much every day since he started surfing. And the way he attacked this end section, he just got that little extra bit of projection. There was so much froth on the face. He got up there, and then you could tell the way he just pushed his arms out to make sure he could land in the flats and get away from that wild section.
And straight behind him, that is Luel Felipe taking off where he left us yesterday, and he gets a completion. And Dimitri Poulos is down there, another man who got a completion. He's with True Starling on the glass.
Jesse, please. No, Dimitri, so gnarly out there. How was that heat?
Yeah, it was fun. It was a little stressful. It was felt like everyone kind of had a slowish start, and it was just, I don't know, a lot of potential watching it, and it was really hard to find them out there. So it was a little stressful, but happy to sneak a couple.
You managed to get an excellent score in that heat, more than what your competitors were able to do out there. How did you navigate the lineup?
I kind of just got a lucky wave that bowled up and let me hit it, and I was kind of seeing all day like one big turn people are getting rewarded for, so that's kind of what I was looking for, and was able to come up with a wave that allowed it, so I was stoked.
And the weather has changed on us a little bit. The waves are still super fun though. What do you plan on doing for the rest of the afternoon?
Probably gonna hide from the rain and go watch a movie or something.
Amazing. Is there anyone you want to say thanks to back home?
Yeah, just shout out to my friends and family, parents, my coach Mike Lamb back home if you're watching. Yeah.
Awesome, congratulations. We'll see you in the next round. Well done again. Thanks guys, back to you.
Thank you, Jesse and Dimitri. These guys about to get blown away from the changing conditions. Winning on a Timmy Patterson board, and that's what Geordie's riding out there too. So it's nice to see some Timmy Paddos under the feet of the surfers.
Oh, hold on, Jesse. Take cover.
Talk us through this one, Rich.
Yeah, so not a bad wave here. Quick snap to start things off. Then he gets that final rebound off the closeout, and had to pat the kitty a little bit here just to show the judges that he'd made it. Or fist pump. And then Eli Hanneman out behind him. You could feel Eli gets a really good close out there, but you could feel that he was looking for an air section.
Yeah.
You know, no stranger to windy conditions, this guy.
Totally. Maui boy from the island of wind over there.
It's a calm day on Maui.
Yeah, totally. This is Maui glass.
Yeah, there was an arvo there over at Margaret River, which was, it's really, it got windy, and Ian Gentile made it through a heat. Emad Kalani DeVault also said it's pretty standard Maui, and here goes, Robson hits the air, wow! And he spins it, and he's in the foam, and he can't ride out, but great effort from Callum Robson, the Bonsoy team rider. Looking strong on that DHD, but wasn't able to ride out of that. We've got scores still to drop. Luel Felipe, a 5.83 on his last wave, so he's in second spot. But Geordie Lawler, the local boy, locking in a 6.83 for that dynamic wave that he caught with a sketchy end turn. Actually, when he took off, I said that's a clean wave, but it certainly wasn't. And Laura, this is Cal's air.
Yeah, love seeing him go for the air, pull up these amazing progressive turns. I mean, manoeuvres, but unfortunately couldn't hold on to that one. Felt like he had it. You could see the frustration just as he was spinning around. But I love that approach from Cal. You know, we've just seen such incredible highlights from his surfing over the last few years. He's just been a standout on tour, and I know this was a tough pill for him to swallow, jumping back on the challenges, and he's looking for a big result here in Narrabeen just to climb his way back up those rankings.
Well, you did correct yourself. You said turns, because that's something we've expected from Cal over the years, but bringing his air game over there in on the Gold Coast as well, and that's something we haven't seen too much of him express there on the championship tour. Rich, you've commentated a lot of those events as well. It's cool to see Cal working on that aspect of his surfing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, his bread and butter is just that powerful rail game. We've seen him apply it to bells and all around the world. Of course, getting that amazing barrel in Portugal, that 10-point ride at Peniche. So Cal, he's pretty versed in all conditions, and I do like it when he leans into that air game, because he has got it. May not have, you know, the highest strike rate as, say, an Eli Hanneman, and I'm sure he'd admit that as well. But, you know, he has got it in him, and just sort of reserving that for those critical moments. It's a little weapon that he's got in there.
Yeah, I feel like when you do keep those weapons in the arsenal and you pull them out when it's least expected, you'll get those clutch scores. You see some waves going unridden. As we approach the 18-minute mark, it's the local boy out in the lead from the Brazilian, Felipe, the journeyman, 33 years of age, from the north of Brazil, Porto de Galinhas, and they'll be all tuning in right now. There's a lot of Brazilians here on the northern beaches. Obviously, we've got our Oakberry Asahi there, but we've got the largest contingent in Sydney of Brazilians down there in DY. And we've said it before, but often named DY de Janeiro. They've become an integral part of Australian surf culture, and Hawaii as well. Jiu-jitsu gyms, they're a big part of our
our surf lifestyle. Jiu-jitsu is just one of those cross-training exercises that every second surfer seems to dive into, and they're a valued part of our surf culture as well.
Yeah, it was a happy day when Acai came to Australia. I absolutely cannot get enough of oakberries. Delicious.
Team rider as well, or just a fan of both?
Both.
Yeah.
But I love them.
Me too.
My first ever sponsor, though, can't go past it. Pies R Us. Across the road from the Northie car park. Sticker on the nose, pies every day after school.
Kidding me?
Wow. In between.
That is a beauty.
Yeah, it was just a dream.
And this is our cow here, and you know, another post-surf food that gets everyone's stomach rumbling is tacos, and one of the best tacos in Northern Beaches is Mexicano. One of the infamous restaurant located on the corner here of North Narrabeen Beach. And Geordie Lawler is a team rider. He's out there now. He's, I think he's done some shifts there behind the counter, and he doesn't get paid, just gets paid in tacos. He loves the place that much, Rich.
Well, I'd do that too if I was getting free tacos. But yeah, Kieran looking after all the local crew, and big supporter of the event down here.
Kieran's got a margarita called the Coco Ho.
He does too. Yeah, his margaritas are phenomenal.
Coconut margie.
And a great food foray, and that's, I mean, yeah, everyone tuning in who is a surfer, we know. You're out there in the water, you're dueling in a heat, you can't wait to tuck into a pie and a acai bowl or a taco, but getting the heat back on track, Callum Robson, he is in 4th priority, and he's needing a 5.24 to advance, hasn't really got connected on this heat. If he was right out of those turns of that aerial, he'd be up there. But all eyes are on the man with priority, Geordie Lawler, looking to drop a low of a 3.5, carrying great momentum through this leg of the tour. He's a wild card in its event. He didn't re-qualify for the Challenger Series, although he's a stalwart. He's been competing for a long time, 29 years of age, 12 years competing professionally, came through the junior ranks. We're going to catch up with Eli Hanneman. Beautiful carve, gets started, low center of gravity, loading up for this turn, and a great fan of spray, and taps that one off the whitewash too. A very strong, completed wave there from Eli, and at this point needing a marginal 2.41. That one will be a very healthy addition to his scoreline, Laura.
Yeah, no, that's a nice way for him to get it back up, or maybe even go higher than that 4.33, but I'm just looking at these conditions right now. It's super tricky to find something with a corner, something with just a bit of power or a pocket at the moment. So these guys doing really, really awesome. Just finding those diamonds in the rough right now.
Yeah. And we saw Eli with a fantastic campaign last year. He had a first in the US Open, finished off with a 3rd, which was enough to get him onto the championship tour, and some mixed results. He didn't compete in Africa, but he had a 49th in Ericeira. While waiting for some sets to come, we're going to go to Bonsoy brew break and be back for the second half of this heat very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by NRMA Parks and Resorts, the official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back. Some cooking waves here at North Narrabeen. Doesn't look too inviting, but the surfers are putting together a show reel for us. Sitting there at home or tuning in at work, wherever you are right now. We are into Heat 5 of the men. And a great day of surfing. Starting off the women this morning. Some excellent scores throughout the day. A lot of bowls for these surfers to play with. And this is the local boy, Geordie Lawler, current heat leader. A nice snap that gets things started. Just a single turn on that wave. He punches out the back and will make his way into the lineup. In the foamy, frothy lineup here. It's a variable wind swell. And Laura, you spent plenty of time surfing waves like this. Geordie, who'd be stoked, just like another day.
Absolutely. Geordie, he's one of those kids that, ever since I first started seeing him surf out here and, his family from Narrabeen, he's first out every morning. He absolutely just loves surfing and he's here in the dark every day, wakes up, he doesn't need an alarm. He's just up out there every day and putting in the time and the work, and he knows this wave better than anyone.
And Rich, this is Felipe's wave.
Yeah, Felipe just attacks that oncoming section. A little scrappy coming down, but he got it done. And then outside, Callum Robson, beautiful carve off the backhand. And then a quicker, tighter snap to finish off. So not a bad wave there for him. And then Eli Hanneman outside, looking for these rights, gets that flare. Big wrapping cutback, check turn, looking for something more down the line. He's happy with that one, so he's really starting to build into this heat. And then outside again, Luel Felipe, just a big rooster tail coming off the back of the board, signifying a lot of power in that opening turn.
Yeah, displacing a lot of water there. It's enough to put him in the lead temporarily. A pair of fives. And he's looking super strong, the Brazilian. He's got a great roll through this event, connected to his equipment. And his success ratio really high. And that's been a rarity throughout this event. Geordie Lawler pulls into a thick barrel. Maybe one of the thickest of the event so far. Not so deep, but a gnarly takeoff there, Rich.
Oh, that was such a little bomb. Just, a cute little nugget, really. And he didn't get overly deep, but geez, he would have had some beautiful vision in there.
And Robbo, not be left out of the equation. Oh my gosh. And whitewash converters over the top of his board, tombstoning. And North Narrabeen serving up a myriad of peaks here. A lot of variety. What happened here, Laura?
Oh, just, sorry, Laura, go.
No, that's all good, Richie. That was that was sick. I was just about to say, what is Geordie going to do under priority here? Because that's when he's so dangerous. This isn't going to go too high, but it's going to better his 3.5, which is, he only needs a 4.23 to get back in the lead.
Yeah.
We'll see where the judges go with it. It wasn't very deep, like you said, but the crowd bloody loved it.
They love the barrel.
Oh, they do. Would have been, see, that with a little end turn or a big end turn, and he was on his way to something excellent. But I think the barrel alone can't, won't go too high. But, Geordie's second priority now, just love watching what he does, like I said before, under priority, because he, when I surf with him, he catches about 150 waves a session, I swear. He's on everything.
Oh, here he goes. Under priority again. Second priority here. Bowley wave cups out. He goes to the lip and he hammers that one. And he's good for the one turn. And just putting together some amazing photos, but it's a little too wet, you'd think, for the photographers. And these guys scurrying around in this wind swell. It's really brewing up here at North Narrabeen. And the scores, they're being locked in. We're going to see a bit of a change around. That's solid Felipe at the moment. Oh, look at these rights. Just refracting back into alley. This is the in-between spot. We're going to catch up with Luca. Oh my gosh, he pulls into a right. And that thing just detonates on top of him. Those photographers, I think of Ian Bird, Mark Honorati. Who else? Who are the local photogs here?
Oh, so many absolute legends. Well, Simon Anderson loves to take photos now.
Matty Dunbar as well.
Oh, Matty Dunbar. I've seen him running around today. There's a bunch of guys.
Kat Myers on. She's in town getting some photos as well. But that southern camera angle shooting into the barrel, it's just such a photogenic wave, North Narrabeen, and there's been some phenomenal events surfed here, but the free surfs, they're the ones. You know, we think of the cyclone swells in the 2016 and through the 80s, and of course there was one day in 1964 that was referred to as a 63 actually. It was a lookalike of Pipeline. It really put Narrabeen on the map, mentioned by the Beach Boys in the song, and North Narrabeen, been famous ever since, well-known surf destination. Scores locked in. Geordie Lawler's single turn still to be locked in, but Felipe still holding the lead, a 5.83 and a 5.23. Eli Hanneman chasing a 6.01, but he's got priority.
Yeah, some of my earliest memories are, you know, Mark Honorati messaging me to come and pull into some closeouts down at car parks, and like, they were my first ever barrel shots, and I remember him like sending the photos, and I was like, oh my gosh.
Doesn't matter if you make it.
Yeah, but my mouth was just wide open, like that big, like, and I was like, okay, you got to really fix that barrel face.
Yeah, I used to shoot down here a lot, or up here a lot from when I was coming out from Manly with Nate Smith.
Yeah, Nate Smith, legend.
Yeah, we connected, got a couple of great shots out there.
Andrew Christie as well.
Yeah.
Chronicles of Christie. Scores in, 5.57 for Geordie Lawler. Another score to drop, keeping so busy. He's back up into the lead, and Luel Felipe needing a 6.58. Some solid surfing so far. Eli Hanneman searching for the 6.73. His last exchange of 4.33. You get the feeling Geordie a bit intuitive out there, surfing what's in front of him. And Eli, he's getting the work done, but the waves aren't coming naturally to him.
No, he's not. He's just struggling to find one of those waves that just offer him up that one big section. But Geordie just, his heat management in this particular heat is on point. You know, he doesn't look overly pressed. He's just composed, going about his business, knowing exactly which waves to catch. And that's just a little bit of local knowledge and experience showing out here. You know, it is a tricky lineup, but there are nuggets out there, and he seems to be finding them.
Yeah, and I do feel like, you know, with the rights, you have to do something absolutely outrageous for the judges to take note. It looks like the whale's paddling into a bomb down the beach right now.
How is this thing? Just apexing a peak. Oh, so thick. And not allowing any scoring potential. But there is opportunity there, and if you can get a section like that, or a barrel, or a huge air, you'll get rewarded. And that's what Felipe needs right now to jump into the lead. A 6.58. He's looking good. He's built a nice heat. But yeah, as you said before, Rich, Hanneman, he hasn't had that wave to come back at him with a vengeance. He's had some great moments, but he's got priority. He'll be looking for one of those meaty sections and trying to really create some extravagance and get those excellent scores to secure him into those top two spots.
Yeah, the scary thing for Luel and even perhaps Geordie is that you know, Eli doesn't need much. You know, he just finds that one section and he can take to the air and drop a hammer. You know, similar to what Jet Schilling did yesterday. He just needs to find that little ramp.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, Eli loved that right that he got before, but the judges, you know, not really pushing it, I guess, as high as what he's probably thinking. And I just think the judges are not rewarding the rights anywhere near as much as they want to see people going the lefts, just because the way they fizzle out and go small at the end, it's not visually pleasing for them to, doesn't grab their attention, you know. But Cal in fourth right now, he's got second priority. He actually needs a small score of 6.29 to advance, get into second position. So Cal still in the hunt, you know. He's probably thinking what's happened in this heat so far, but he's still right there.
We've lost a few of the CT contenders. We lost Freddie Marias early in the draw. Jacob Wilcox as well falling out. And we still have Ian Gentile coming up next. Kyle Abelli as well. They got relegated back to the championship tour, but in 22, Hanneman suffered a horrific injury at Pipeline, a lacerated pancreas and a concussion, 8 staples in the head, and he earned his spot as a replacement surfer in 23 on the Challenger Series, and that was enough. He surfed great, won the US Open, as he said, came home strong in Portugal, and that was enough to get him on the tour. Put in some great moments, but it's where he belongs. He knows it. He feels comfortable there. The San Clemente crew adopted him as one of his own. He rolls with them, and they've got a good squad. They're there supporting. They're stoked. They're smiles. You know, they've got a great entourage, and all the countrymen are supporting each other. And it's a good vibe for the majority of the nations in the competitive area, and it must feel good to come in from a win or a lose and know you've got people
that have got your back, Rich.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, you're obviously doing this for yourself, but you can't help but you know, feel you're carrying your country along with you, and all your friends and family and mates and everyone that is along for the ride and invested in what you're doing. So yeah, these guys have got a good thing going. I noticed they've been getting ready for their heats by playing a bit of Fortnite.
No way.
Yeah,
I saw that they hit the rental that lottery.
I know.
Airbnb lottery to get some Fortnite going on.
Keeping the mind sharp, perhaps.
Yeah, cold, wet day down here, and it's not deterring any of the spectators, but a lot of the surfers is bunking down at home and coming down for their heats and supporting those in their team. But often you'll see there's the crew hanging out. A lot of the North Narrabeen board riders there to support Geordie Lawler. We've got the Bonsoy board caddy. Not really keeping his eye on the prize out there.
That was little Ryder Northey, one of the local Groms. His mum, Elle Northey. She's an absolute legend. It was her birthday yesterday.
Oh,
Used
happy
to do
birthday,
the
Elle.
QS for years. Yeah, some amazing women in the club. We always looked up to Elle Northey, Belle Hardwick, and yeah, all the Groms coming through the club now, all the little, you know, all the little young shredders, and then also the girls. There's so many girls in the club. It's epic.
The NRMA 2-minute warning. Not a lot of action in the last 5 minutes, but you see Hanneman having a look at this. Callum Robson, both surfers searching for a mid-six. It's a tricky predicament. It's going to have to be something big, Rich, maybe with a meaty end section.
Yeah, I feel like it needs to be a 1-2 combo for Callum, or just an extraordinary single turn to get to that 6. But all three surfers having an opportunity here in the 6 range. Llewellyn could even jump into first place. But this is a big one for Callum Robson and Eli. Here we go, Cal.
Robson pulls into the barrel. It's a sweet-looking tube, and that's all it's got on it. He comes out. But we always knew he's going to come out. When you see the surfer travel right through the barrel, the judges don't usually go too deep with that score. But a nice moment in that final 40 seconds. You see Llewellyn coming to sit on Callum. You see him in red, the red singlet. He's just trawling around, trying to protect that second spot. And Geordie Lawler. Oh, airdrop. Layback barrel, spits, and he comes out. And the boys like it. The North Narrabeen board riders, Matty Cattle down there, they're cheering, they're stoked.
Oh, what a show.
He's come out of, we've seen 4 barrel rides in this heat so far.
All pretty short, but just so fun to watch, so entertaining.
And here it is, Eli Hanneman. He goes up, he's inverted, and he rides out, does he? He gets clear of the whitewash, and he did everything he could on that wave. It didn't offer much, but whatever section was there, he went up, he went over, he went inverted, and he's ridden out of it. Where's it going to go, Rich?
Oh
Wow.
my goodness.
That was an absolute death section. It had like steps in it. Was he at Shippies, but like a left?
I don't know. You tell us, Laura. You tell us.
He literally went over like no business on that thing.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah. As Derek Hine once said to a guy coming out of a barrel, he had no right to make that.
that I cannot wait to watch this. I was just thinking, okay, he's got to snap his board here, but look at this. There's a step in that he goes down, up over the lip, and he did it with power and speed. He didn't just hit the lip, he absolutely belted it. Far out. You'd have to think that if that's going to, like that could be...
Could be the score.
It could be the score.
It could be the score. It was incredibly critical. The way he got down and just got straight onto that bottom turn, slingshot himself back up into the lip, kind of carved off the closeout somehow, manufactured a landing.
We've seen people do, you know, that type of turn, but kind of just be going horizontal along the wave and then hit the lip and do a lip line float. But the way that he actually, like you said, Rich, went to the bottom, the deepest bottom, so clean, so smooth, and just belted that section. He wasn't just riding it, he actually flogged that. Whoa.
Well, they didn't just like it, they loved it.
That is shades of Jet Shilling yesterday.
Yeah. But that was one of the gnarliest, meatiest waves that we've seen come through all heat, and the judges rewarding accordingly.
They're only needing a 6.73.
Well, we know he's going to go rocketing up into the advancement here. He will possibly take the first place.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Vycobi, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia. And by Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back. Heat 6 continues after the fireworks of that last heat. Another clutch victory there for Eli Hanneman, and in this heat, we're expecting more of it. Ian Gentile from Hawaii, Joan Daru from France, Levi Slawson, and Maxime Hussenot, the other Frenchman. So, I mean, on paper, all these are tough. No easy heats here in the Challenger Series. Top 2 on the tour. Richie, how are you feeling after that last heat?
Oh, man, I'm just trying to get my breath back. That was an incredible clutch finish from Eli Hanneman. And here we go, we got action.
Conditions turning on here. This is Levi Slawson, Encinitas, California. Goes up and over. Can he ride out? Oh, my gosh.
Great surfing.
Just phenomenal surfing. I mean, these are low percentage plays these guys are teeing off on, and that's why they're some of the best in the world, Rich.
Yeah, conversion rate is getting pretty high at the moment, and that was a great wave for Levi Slawson. This guy is on the rise. You know, he just seems to be improving with every single heat. Just a full chip shot into this thing. Look at it standing up in front of him. Gets a beautiful carve on the backhand. Comes to this oncoming section, intimidating, but clips it right at the perfect moment. Gets down, even gets a little grab on the bottom turn there. driving up through it. You can see accelerating as he carves off the top. It's back down into the trough. Eyes off the perfect little spot on the lip. Carves down, hops down, and rides free from that avalanche behind him.
Yeah, at only 5'7", 140 pounds. The guy, there's not much of him, but he is so active on his board, throwing so much power. We're expecting that one to be a big score. But there's a lot of powerhouse surfers in this heat. Joan Daru, he's out to an early lead with a 5'5". Ian Gentile from Hawaii, we know what he's capable of in waves of consequence. As we see the Phil New Sydney flight cam showing us the lineup. And chopped up, you see the bathymetry of the Bommy out to the right. It's the wrong swell direction for that to really hook up. You can see the swell lines a couple of 100 metres offshore, and that's Long Reef in the distance. We've got an east swell though, not the south that we saw a bit of yesterday. So it's coming across the point and unloading into the northern end of Narrabeen Beach, giving these surfers an amazing canvas, Rich. It's just been a phenomenal day of competition. And the best thing is we still have 2 more heats after this.
Yeah, it hasn't been straightforward either. You know, these surfers have really had to work for it and find those little moments. Out there in a jumbled lineup. This is live action of Ian Gentile, just a quick one down and out. So a waste of priority there, unfortunately, for Ian Gentile. 3 former championship tour surfers in this heat, up against Levi Slawson.
We're going to go catch up in the moment with Eli Hanneman, who's on the glass with Jesse Starling.
Eli, that last wave had all of our spectators watching replay, just questioning how the hell you rode out of that last turn. How'd you do it?
It was not me, it was all God. I felt Jesus out there, and I just felt like, you know, at that last, like, there was 30 seconds left, and I just, for some reason, I had this, like, deep sense of, like, calmness and just, like, relaxed, no nerves, and I was like, if it comes, it comes. If not, then it is what it is. But, yeah, I felt some divine touch out there.
You're a passionate surfer. You always surf through your heart. It's pretty easy to see when you're competing. Yesterday we saw Jet get a pretty clutch moment in his heat too. You're traveling with him. Did you draw inspiration from that as well?
Yeah, we have a really good crew. We always draw inspiration from each other. We had a pretty good year last year, and I feel like that's solely because of our teamwork and just, you know, support and love for each other. And we have a good vibe going at the house. And yeah, I just felt good to go out there and get, you know, to show my surfing. I've been asking God every day, just give me an opportunity to go out and just like show my surfing, because I just fell off the CT and I felt like I never really got a chance to like shine through. And after losing so early at Snapper, I was like, all right, I just gotta like stop expecting results and just go out there and just do Eli.
Yeah, well, it seemed to work for you in that last heat. You just touched on it. You fell off the tour. You're back on the Challenger Series. It's a pretty dream tour, though, being on the Challenger Series. What's it going to take to get you back to the CT?
I just think a lot of faith and a lot of hard work, and you know, just not really putting too much pressure on myself. I do that a lot, just because I know what I'm capable of. So I think just having fun with my friends, supporting my friends, and just pushing each other and having a good time.
And I know you've got a lot of friends and family back at home in Hawaii, probably tuning in right now. Anything you want to say?
Yeah, hi to my fiance, Paloma, my mom and my dad, everyone out in Lahaina, everyone out there watching, or whoever's watching, my sponsor, Sean Ward, everyone out there. Yeah, this is for you.
Awesome. Congratulations. We'll see you in the round of 16. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jesse. And Eli, pretty humble after that amazing wave. And in the inset of that interview, we saw Levi Slawson with phenomenal backup and Maxime Husinot with his own moment of brilliance on the end section of that. So let's have a look at this replay of Levi.
Yeah, so Levi, he started well in this heat, fades and then hits that oncoming section. And he's really got this finishing move on lockdown. Just the timing is perfect. And each and every time we see these waves cup out, bottom out, and basically the surfer is airdropping from the lip. And it's just whether you can negotiate that little moment where you're weightless. Just a replay of Maxime. And another big strong turn from the big Frenchman.
I expect that one to be a solid score for Maxime as well, and Levi. I mean, the energy levels that us as commentators have. I mean, it's the best job in the world to sit here and watch these guys go absolutely crazy. It's like a video edit today. And this whole comp, there's so many moments that have just been phenomenal, and these guys are all reposting on their social media. So you know that they're feeling it as well. You can see the passion come through. And if you're going to watch surfing as a sport, this is how you want to do it. This is the action. And we're seeing some big scores locked in. That 8.6 for Levi's first wave. So goes absolutely excellent on the first wave of the heat, and the judges leaving just a little bit of room.
Yeah, that was a great way to start the heat. That's the strongest start to a heat we've seen in a long time, actually. And Levi head of the pack at the moment, and you can see the wind has just laid down a little bit now. Almost a bit of glass texture on the water, so just oiling things a little bit, breaking the clouds. Had a lot of rain this morning. There's a good shot there of the peak at North Narrabeen. That's where we're focusing all the action here. Famous pool at Northie, and right at the river mouth of the lagoon. So an extraordinary piece of landscape here, and it produces one of the best, funnest and most consistent beach breaks well, on the New South Wales coast, in my opinion.
Scores starting to drop. As you see Narrabeen Lagoon in the background, it spreads right behind the peninsula here and all the way up into Oxford Falls, Eleanor Heights, and the back of Cromer. There's a series of lagoons here. We have Pittwater, and we even have Manly Dam, Kelkel Lagoon as well, DY Lagoon. It's making these amazing beach breaks that we have here, and scores are in a 6.17 for this man. Levi Slawson up again, under priority. Wow, just about to say he couldn't put a foot wrong, Rich, but...
yeah, he's staying busy though, isn't he? Just keeping that momentum going. Waves coming through here. Looks like it might see Maxime. Oh no.
Joan. Wow. This one's got a nice bowl to it, nice carved start. Hits the lip line, and he rides down. So a completed wave there again for Joan Daru, the experienced veteran. Goofy footer, he feels very comfortable in beach breaks, knows his France beach breaks very well. Ian Gentile, smooth opening carve, good pace on this one. He ramps up to the inside and whacks that as well. A big fan of spray, and that Mayhem board is looking very spicy under his feet the last few events.
Yeah, it's looking really good, and Ian was clearly not feeling good about dropping off the championship tour, and he's really getting to work here. I think about this guy surfing, he just draws a really smooth and interesting line, always keeps you guessing. But surfs with a lot of power, a little bit more upright in his stance, quite tall. And, we'll check the replay here of Joan Daru. Comes around this section, beautiful carve. Hits this second part of the wave as it doubles up. And manages to steer over that little wobbly section. Very tricky. He's a wily competitor. Joan Daru had many years on the championship tour. Very unfazed. He seems to always have a cool, calm and collected head on his shoulders, and love this finishing turn here from Ian Gentile. Look at the leverage. It's that upper body really talking out. Rotating those shoulders, the lower body following, and it's all connected.
It's 6'1" and 77 kilos. And he's got a phenomenal technique. He's got a relaxed style and a cruisy upper body. He locks in a 4.5 for his wave. Now netting a 5.9. Approaching the halfway mark of this heat. Levi consolidating that lead. That 8.6 at the beginning of the heat. The best wave of the heat so far. Setting the tone. Joan Daru. He locks in a 4.9 for his second wave, so that completion was enough just to consolidate his second spot. Maxime Hussenot, he's looking good, a 6.17, the equal second best wave of the heat, needing a marginal backup. So Joan really needs to get rid of that 4.9, secure his spot. But Ian Gentile, we know what he's capable of. We're gonna, no doubt going to come right to the end again. But let's go to a Bonsoy brew break and come back for the second part of this heat very shortly.
For me, coming home, spending time with the family and getting away and seeing Australia, for me, that's what it's all about. Staying at NRMA Parks and Resorts, it's always fun. The facilities are second to none, from basic camping into the cabins, or glamping might be your thing. There's just so much to do. We can go for a surf, we can go for a bike ride, we could even go for a skate. Perfect opportunity to disconnect from those things that hold you at home. That's the stuff that memories are made of.
An epic part of the coast here at Narrabeen, and so many of these caravan parks that we have up and down. What do you like best about this one?
Oh, mate, this one here at Narrabeen, well, it's got it all. The lagoon right at the doorstep. Run over the sand dune, you're at one of the best beach breaks, and there's so many cafes and restaurants, things to do. Putt-putt just over the back there in the driving range. Golf courses littered up and down this peninsula, and it really is central to all the action here on the northern beaches. But it's not just this one. These parks are littered up and down the coast and all around Australia. So get to know it. It's a great affordable holiday. Get into it.
Oh no! Maxime on a beautiful looking wave. Unfortunately just digs his rail in. And the inner surfer and everybody, as he feels that, you can see how slow he is. Get back on the board. Missed opportunity there. The crucial time in this heat, only needing a 4.23. With the completion of a turn like that, you'd have to say it was going to be a healthy score. One of the better looking waves of the heat in comparison to Eli's
monster. Monster of a
monstrosity in the last wave of that previous heat. What happened here, Rich?
Let's have a look. So Maxime Husino, big wave here. Comes around the section, just catches that toe side edge. Just maybe leant in a little bit hard, didn't have enough pressure on the back foot. Was just driving off that front foot, maybe a little bit too hard. These waves are moving with such pace. You've got to make sure that you're moving along with it. And, you know, carving is not really the order of the day. It's a slopier, slower wave where you tend to start really using that rail at elongating the turn. Everything's happening faster at acute angles in this sort of in these sort of conditions.
So I guess that one cupped out on top of him. If he was anticipating the airdrop just moments in a second after that, but just got a little bit early to the party. But he won't make the same mistake, you'd have to say, on the next wave. 11 minutes remaining. It is Levi Slauson out in the lead. 3-wave surf. All the surfers are pretty low heat total right now. I mean, not a heat total, I should say wave total. Just 3 waves apiece for these surfers. And there's the Sydney flight cam. You can see the lagoon punching out. It's coming across the inside of the river after all that rain we've had, Rich.
Yeah, it sort of broke its banks in 2 spots. There's always a continual flow of water coming out of the lagoon, but we've got a new little sort of arm or estuary to it. And, you know, as a result, this peak is normally really well defined. You know, it sort of stretches out 100 yards off the beach here. But at the moment, it's a bit disjointed, but still really super fun. Setting up well for this real mix of swells that we have in the water at the moment. And, you know, today's our weather day. We're really asking all our competitors to really test themselves in figuring out this lineup. And I think from here on in, the days proceeding, we're going to have smooth sailing.
Yeah, great waves. We've had good conditions. I mean, challenging conditions, you'd have to say, but the waves hanging in there. And that the waves courtesy of this sand movement up and down that lagoon, creating that river mouth setup. And the engine tail, he's chasing a 5.9. So his work cut out for him, though. And surfers with a connection to nature. All these surfers at one point in their life would have come across some pollution. And, you know, it's disheartening for us surfers to be able to see that, Rich. But we'll catch up in a moment. And this is Maxime again. And he gets the completion, needing a 4.23. That was a strong turn. And he rides out. He didn't make the same error as he did previous. See the board tombstoning. An exclamation of how powerful it is out there.
Yeah, there's a lot of energy in the ocean today. And it's really packing a punch on this sandbar. Maxime, he was able to get the completion on that one. Looking for that 4.23. It'll be right there. You know, a lot for the judges to deal with today. You know, we've had moments where we've had excellent score, but there hasn't been many. Normally only 1 or 2, you know, excellent scores per heat, but then a lot of sort of mid-range and above mid-range scores. So you'd have to think that Levi Slauson with that 8.6, he's already backed it up with a 6. So, you know, going off the numbers for today, he's looking good. Obviously not a guarantee at this point, but you know, he'd be feeling confident in his position. But second place in this heat, it's still wide open.
Big old peak rolling in right now. Let's see if there's any takers. And Levi, the 21-year-old, made a semi-final appearance at the World Junior Titles at the beginning of the year over there in Oceanside. Was the form surfer throughout the regional QS, and he got some fantastic victories. One over there at Morro Bay, challenging conditions. Actually looked a little like this at some point. So he's got experience, but Joan Daru feeling good. He's got that second score. Maxime Hussenot, we're yet to lock in that wave of significance. And he's looking back at the judges, trying to get that call. I think it's going to be right there. Usually when they take their time, they're going to be looking over those replays. And here he goes. Ian, fourth, needs a 5.9. Oh, gets it up and over here. Wow.
Oh, no. He was on his way.
Yep. Nice opening turn there, and he hit a cross chop. Identifying that next section, you could see his eyes gaze up and just lost the fins on the inside section. So easy to do. But we don't see it too often at this level. It's once again, difficult, challenging waves for these surfers, but lots of opportunities.
Yeah, Ian unfortunately just didn't get to that finishing turn. Sort of get the thought that if he'd made that, he would have improved his position, maybe eclipsed that 4.5 and replaced his high number. But he can't leave his run too much longer here. This is live action with Joan.
Yeah, protecting his second place. He goes up and hits the lip. A nice re-entry, identifies something down the line, and a nice ending to that one. Finishes controlled, and his fellow countryman didn't get the previous score. A 4-point ride, it's flat. And it evened out because Joan Daru, he'll hear that come through now. He's protected his second spot. Whether or not that eclipses his 4.9, we'll have to wait and see. But job well done. What happened on this one, Rich?
Let's have a look here. So Joan gets a nice smooth roll in, comes off the bottom, tags the lip, drifts the fins, almost lost it. His front foot just coming off the board just for a moment. He was able to get that reconnection with the board, tidy himself up and get to that final turn. I feel like it's going to be better than the 4.9. And he might make the requirement just a little bit harder for Maxime and Ian Gentile.
The turbulence out there, we saw Ian lose his fins just before, and you saw solid Joan Daru, who's surfed some of the heaviest waves in the world. He's a gun-out pipeline, and when surfers like that have got their cautious hands out, and Ian, you know, it's tricky out there with that rip running through the lineup. You see some mixed peaks coming into the 5-minute mark. Scores dropping. And a well-surfed heat for the Californian. Levi Slauson out in the lead. First started surfing on a longboard and switched in his early days to shortboards, and he's got a brother that had surfs longboards as well. But that's just part of the parcel. All boards in California, it's a very common circumstance. Fishers, longboards, shortboards. Joan Daru, a 5.9, cements his second spot. Meaning Maxime Hussenot needs a 5.23, and Ian Gentile pushes it out to a 6.9.
Yeah, that's a critical moment in this heat. Joan Daru, just so clever. Just heat management. He's got so much experience and dependable when it comes to situations like this. He's a real workhorse. Always has been, and just he gets it done. You know, he might not always drop the really high numbers, but he drops good numbers all the time consistently. Here we go. This is live action with Maxime.
Yeah, needing a score of 5.23, pumping down the line. Oh,
missed it.
Yeah, missed the turn, but the good news, Rich, 4 minutes left. We give him enough time for another chance. And Ian Gentile moves up the priority board. Levi, current heat leader, holding priority in white.
Yeah, the good news is that you know, the swell is broken up enough that you can be within a 100-yard area of your other competitors and be picking waves off, and those guys aren't anywhere to be seen. So it does give these guys an opportunity in these final moments. We're not seeing too much blocking going on. We're just seeing a lot of surfers ride a lot of waves. It's been a great day of surfing so far. Started off with the women. And we've got a couple more heats of the men's to go before we wrap it up.
Now, as a competitor right now, you're in the water, Rich. Say you're in Ian's spot, waiting for a 6.9. You've watched a couple of the heats, if not all of them, throughout the day. You know the order of the day. What's the wave looking like that you're going to turn for?
You know, you'll know it when you see it. These guys have been competing at this level for so long. You know how the ocean works. You've got a good read. Even not having surfed here much, you've still got enough of experience to understand, you know, swell lines and waves when they come at you, and you instantly identify whether that wave has points on it. So with each swell line that moves closer, Ian's going, okay, has it got a 6, has it got a 5? You know, if we get another 30 seconds down the track, it's all going to come down to one wave. You know, given that these waves are so short, he could perhaps do it in 2 waves in under 2.5 minutes, but it's going to be a tall ask. So now he's looking for a special kind of wave that has 2 good sections. Or he does the big Hail Mary like Eli Hanneman did.
Yeah, goes against the grain and gets one of the best waves of the day, and that's, well, the best wave of the day. I mean, it's happened throughout this event dozens of times so far. These surfers exceptional in skill. That's not the question. It's if they can time the ocean, if they can work with it and try and channel one of those good waves. We're inside the NRMA 2-minute warning right now. You can see the beach announcer relay that. So tense times for these surfers. Ian's come from Bells Beach over to Margaret River and then made his way over the Gold Coast. We didn't have a great result, and now Narrabeen, the next stop over there in Bolito. So around a 32, it's not a keeper result. Maxime Hussenot just looking to chip away. Here he goes. This is Ian Gentile needing a score. He gets a little chandelier head dip, and that's not going to open up for him. Had potential. But yeah, as we said earlier with Laura, the right's not always offering up a great deal of scoring potential throughout the day. No, they're really short and sharp, and they taper off really quickly, whereas these left-handers, they tend to layer up. Got a lot of power on that end section, but there are a couple out here. Maxime takes off on the right, but gets blocked. And Joan Daru uses his priority, a big backhand hack. And, well, they've just cemented his second spot. Yeah, well, that's an interesting situation there because Maxime actually crossed in front of the path of Joan Daru. So the priority situation is, as we think we know it, Joan Daru had priority over Maxime Hussenot, and he will probably incur an interference here. Yeah, it is. It's an interference. He's lost his second score there. He crosses the path. And if Maxime had got on his heel side and just straightened out and gone nowhere near him, he wouldn't have incurred this penalty. But, you know, Joan Daru within his right took off on that wave. It was his wave. Maxime, because he cut in front of him and Joan had to go over his path, and it is officially an interference. 10 seconds remaining, and Hussenot ruled out of this battle. It's great surfing, good signs, but tough way to fall out of a heat, man. You never want to lose with an interference. You know, he was down in third anyway, but this guy, the star of the show, leading from the opening minute with his coach Matt Myers clapping along as he makes his way in. The fans down at Cardiff by the Sea, they'll be cheering his family, his friends, his girlfriend. They're stoked. And Levi is on an absolute heater, one of the standouts of the Challenger Series so far here at Narrabeen, at least. He's come raging through the regional quals, and a well-deserved rest for that man who put on an absolute show for ladies and gentlemen at home, winning from Joan Daru and a great heat total there with an 8.6 to go the 617. So he's continuing his role. Unfortunately, Ian and Maxime not able to capitalise. We'll round this one out, but Heat 7 coming up next, and it's stacked. We're going to bring in Ronnie Blakey and Felicity Palmetier coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGland, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by NRMA Parks and Resorts, the official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We're setting up the round of 16 for the men now into heat number 7 in the round of 32 on a grey old day here at North Narrabeen for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Ronnie Blakey joined by Felicity Parmentier. Flick, there's been some big moves laid down today. These surfers are really letting it all hang out and risking their bodies, risking their equipment, trying to stick some moves on some chunky sections.
They are. They're risking it for the biscuit. And the most impressive performance this afternoon has to go to Eli Hanneman. 6 seconds left on the clock. That big backhand lip line floater was really impressive. Levi Slawson had some great moments in that last heat as well, just continuing on that dominant, powerful performance. But we've got another big heat on our hands here.
We sure do. From Peru, Luca Macinas is going to be in the red. Cody Young, the Hawaiian alternate, getting the call up to compete here at the Sydney Surf Pro, is in the blue. Gassion Delahaye of France via Guadeloupe. He's going to be out there in the white. And Taro Watanabe in the green. And Taro just getting things started pretty quickly here. Loved his surfing so far in this event, but we'll see what Gassion got done early here. A 3.5 for this one.
Yeah, this is a bit of a slower start, but he gets a couple of cracks on the end section there of that wave. And then behind him was Taro, and he is flying down the line there. Big layback hack. Does he stick it? I'm going to say he probably does end up riding out in front of this. But yeah, pretty healthy score there for that first wave of Taro, as we see Cody
driving off the bottom into the section. Wants to make the use of this opportunity. Finished 6th on the Hawaii Tahiti Nui regional ranks. So didn't make the grade to compete in the challenges. Was at home judging an event and got word that he might be an opportunity to get in this contest, and quickly got himself on a flight and made the jump over here. Staying alive so far. Had a good performance in the last round. We'll see how he fares here.
Yeah, he really impressed me in that opening round. It just really, really dynamic, and some really crazy finishes to some of his waves. I mean, the way he was tackling the end section, I think it was yesterday, I mean, he was going up, that lip was already halfway broken and just absolutely projecting out over it. So I haven't seen too much of him surf just yet, and I mean, already I'm really, really impressed.
Yeah, strong unit. Just a 3.93 for him on that first ride. Taro turns in the best of it so far, 5.67. Gassion, he gets himself a 3.5. Luca yet to put a number up. Luca with some championship tour experience. He's the only surfer out there who's made the grade on the CT before. As we see Taro up again. Smaller wave. Just love the way this guy throws his board around. Unique, opens his wings and just really extends beautifully. Just a different style to anyone on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, definitely different sort of style, and that's just going to back up his 5.67 really nicely. So let's have a look here. Smaller start to this wave, but nice little crack in the pocket there, and he gets a finishing turn, which was pretty dynamic. I think he realised that, okay, this first section, this was a bit slower. I've only got one more section here. Let's really put it all on the line. And he did. He went completely vertical up into the lip, and it was really impressive. Someone who also was good to watch yesterday was Luca Macinas. I thought he did a really, really good job at identifying waves that actually gave him open space on the wave, and yeah, therefore he could just surf at a good pace. So yeah, I was impressed then. I feel like I hadn't seen him really click into gear just yet up on the Gold Coast, but yeah, yesterday he looked really good.
Sure did. So Taro with another score on the way here. And we've just seen this lineup go from blue to semi-brown to, well, pretty muddy now. It's been a solid couple of days of rain here. on Sydney's northern beaches. There's going to be a little bit more weather coming over the weekend. But we're less concerned about that and more worried about what kind of swell we've got, and we'll take this. Seen some real standout moments. You mentioned Eli Hanneman earlier on. They're the ones that are impressive for me when you've got someone like Eli who possesses so much talent above the lip. For him to stick a big power move to get himself a 9-point ride is solid.
Yeah, that was completely clutch. I just, you know, to be able to have the ability and the self-belief with 6 seconds on the clock. I think he was chasing a mid-range 6 and turned in a 9. I mean, it's incredible. It's one of the highest scores we've seen all day. And was the biggest section I've seen, the meatiest section. That thing was an absolute beast. And yeah, I mean, theatrics too. He came blasting out from the foam and looked really good, and yeah, rewarded for it. But I mean, we just know he's an exciting surfer to watch. We've seen him so many clips on social media, in the air. He's exciting, and to be able to do it in a jersey is a different thing. So hats off.
Here goes Taro again, having his first real crack at the Challenger Series and always throwing something different at us. Can he hang on for the finish? He does. Unbelievable. Just surfs with so much freedom out of the pocket.
Yeah, that was...
Love that. Big recovery, but still, credit where credit's due. Like, you just do not see moves like that very often.
Nah, that was a different sort of move. We haven't seen one like that really today. It was explosive. The only thing for me in the back of my mind you mentioned is just how long that recovery was to get to ride out in front of that foam, but...
Who cares?
It was really... Yeah, right,
Who cares? No, I know the judges care, but like at some point you got to say to yourself, well, you're just doing something so different.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was great.
That is wild. I loved it. I mean, for me, that goes into a video part every day of the week.
Completely. I think it's going to be his best score yet. But
it's all about entertainment, isn't it, with this guy?
Wow. I mean, his front foot there, you could just see how far forward it went, and it travelled right up the nose of the board there. As he's spinning around in the foam, he is doing a great job to negotiate this section. I mean, look how turbulent that water is. I mean, it has to be his best score. I mean, I'm just being hypercritical, I guess. I mean, imagine if he'd rode out completely clean, but I mean, wow. And on a right, when we've seen a few rights ridden today, but I mean, obviously predominantly left, so it was impressive.
Yeah, it's an amazing turn. You know, we talk about progression a lot. There's your aerialists that they give you impressive moments. We see so much of the air reverse though, so
yeah,
a big old blowtail that's completely inverted like that is just such a welcome just change up. And the judges ate it up. 7.33, solid score. Really hard to do a typical manoeuvre that we see all the time and have that much recovery and turn in a number that good. So, you know, I'm glad they gave him credit for it, because it's a move that only maybe he's capable of doing in this draw.
Yeah, I definitely believe that. We know what I think is, I think you nailed it, is that we see just so much of the air reverse these days. And yeah, I love that variety. I love that, you know, he's putting a point of difference in there, and he's sort of bringing his brand of surfing to this heat. And yeah, I really like it. I agree with that.
And you just brought up a great point. He's bringing his brand of surfing to this Challenger Series, and you know, there's been a number of surfers that we've watched try and crack the code to get to the championship tour, and a lot of them have an almost, you know, homogenized kind of approach to surfing heats, that they look to unlock the keys to this criteria the same way. So when someone comes along and gives you something so refreshing, you know, you should reward it, because you want to see more people taking on that same approach. Even the judges almost letting Eli Hanneman know early, hey, you're not just going to get big numbers with an air reverse. And he did something that, you know, was unpredictable for him and got himself a 9 earlier on. And this heater has really come to life. Cody Young with a really strong finish there. You know, a bit more of that kind of typical work, but still impressive and super powerful.
Yeah, that was a great two-turn combo there. Bit of a sticky finish on that second turn. But back to Tara, I also just love that his style is so different too. And it's sort of just, sort of hitting home that point you were talking about, but so many surfers these days just end up looking very, very similar. But this is, have a look at this wave. So big section. Does he get the completion and the nod here? I mean, it looks to me that he does, but then he kind of falls off a little bit awkwardly there. So let's leave that one in the hands of the judges. But yeah, everyone, a lot of people these days, I mean, people, you know, who are coming up through the ranks, qualifying series, challenger series, analysing videos of their heroes, their idols, people they want to emulate, right? And those same few names always keep coming up, and therefore surfing does look very similar. But I do really appreciate the uniqueness of his style, because it just is, it's exciting to watch. I mean, but I know I might have said this might sound bad, but it's just, you know, not that it becomes boring, but everyone does become very similar in a way, and it's really refreshing's the right word. It's just refreshing to watch someone who's got, yeah, their own brand of surfing.
He's out in front at the moment. Cody Young still waiting on the number to drop for his last ride. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat with Jess Starling.
Levi, we've gone 3 for 3. 3 heats, 3 heat wins. How was that last one?
Yeah, it's pretty wild out there. Kind of knew that, like going out, that it's going to be tricky to stay on my board. The sections are really big, but I'm not too scared to hit those sections. That was kind of my plan with my coach, was just complete commitment. I think I'm just in that mode now of just going for it. And yeah, I had fun. I got lucky on a good wave, and then yeah, my board feels good, my mindset's good. So yeah, I'm just keep rolling.
And I've recently been told you've got a lucky board caddy, which I actually know him quite well, Young Jai, and I don't know if you know, but he was actually over at Rat Park playing a football game, found out what time he was surfing, left his footy game halfway through just to come back here and be your board caddy again.
No way. Yeah, little Jai has been with me throughout the week. Little legend right there. Yeah, so he's been cruising with me, and yeah, he's going to be by me for the rest of the week. So stoked that they have the little kids down here. It's awesome. It's pouring rain down here, and yeah, everybody's still supporting. So yeah, it's just fun to be a part of it. I'm just grateful to be here.
Yeah, we love that you're taking on one of our Narrabeen members as part of your team too. Anyone you want to say hi to back home?
Yeah, I want to say hi to my parents and my family and friends back in Encinitas. I know that they're probably all watching and probably all super stoked. Yeah, I just want to thank all my sponsors and everybody who supports me, and yeah, looking forward to the rest of the week. Just keep the momentum rolling. Looking good. That Aussie Sharp Eye looking good too. Best of luck in the round of 16. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jess.
Thank you.
And we've got Taro Apa again on the outside. But yeah, Levi's had those World Junior Championships, that title event at his home break before, and he did surf his way to the final a couple of years back, but knows what it's like to perform in front of a hometown crowd and feel that love. And he hosted that event beautifully. He really welcomed all the surfers that came to the area, and he's getting that love in return now, as we see Gassion looking to get himself out of third position here. We're looking at some replays at the moment. Luca Messinez tapping into a pretty decent one here.
God. What?
Great combo.
Oh, every time someone does that and they just go up, is so incredibly late. It's just beautiful to watch. I mean, it's acrobatic. It shows, you know, great awareness and body awareness, spatial awareness. It's all so entertaining. But yeah, when it's conditions like this, I just love it. It just brings out, it just really shows you who's ready to really put themselves on the line, who's ready to really push it. When that section approaches, who's going to back down, or who's going to, you know, front up to the challenge. And I mean, we've seen it, a lot of people and a lot of surfers really step up to the challenge today. So yeah, I love conditions like this.
Yeah, it's been fun. That's for sure. Got a good mix of competitors, some long-time campaigners here on the Challenger Series, others having their first shot at it. Luca Messinez, I mentioned before, he's got some CT experience. Taro, well, he's just having his first crack at it. And have a look at this! Unbelievable finish to the ride. The first turn again, just a unique brand of surfing, but the rotation for the second move, he's just whip fast, just whip crack out of the lip there. Love it. He's going to get rid of the 5.67 as we see Cody just slightly mistiming the hit there on the backhand. But he's only after a 4.41 to get himself back up in the second spot. 13 minutes to go. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break and check out some replays right after this. Welcome back. Big numbers starting to drop here in Heat 7 with 11 minutes to go. Taro Watanabe, he already had a 7.33. We saw his last ride. Can't wait to see the replay of it. Really nice cut down snap into just a hyperspeed air reverse to earn himself an excellent score and increase his heat score total, one of the biggest heat score totals all day now, 15.33. As we take a trip toward the southern end of the beach here, looking down to Southie and Collaroy. But let's have another look at it. An 8 for this one, Flick.
Yeah, big snap up in the lip here, but that manoeuvre there, even the air reverse, it's just different to anyone else's. It was so fast, it was so whippy. This is Cody. Like you said, Ron, slightly mistimed turn there. He'll know that for sure. And then Gaston on the backhand, carving through that first section. And he gets a finish there, blew the fins out on that lip line as well, and he loves it. So scores to drop now for a few of the surfers. So we're waiting on that and then can get a better idea. But at the moment, I feel that Gaston's going to do a good job at improving his situation. But Tara is absolutely running away with this one.
He sure is. First run at the Challenger Series, he did fall out of the mix pretty early up at stop 1, had a 33rd there. But there's been some real positive signs re his form, featuring in a new edit called Zipper with Chipper Wilson, Felipe Toledo, Bobby Martinez, Dion Agius and Harry Bryant, and holding his own there. But his personal drops have been impressive too. Back and forth was one that stood out for me. He's been doing work with Brad Gerlach and doing Brad's wave key since he was about 11. So, you know, Brad's really helped him to develop this unique style. And Brad definitely had sounds weird saying Brad, Ger had a really unique style of his own. You know, an awesome frontside attack, unbelievable barrel rider, had a foray into big wave riding as well. But, you know, he's all about the performance before the strategy. Really, it's all about improving your surfing, and I think it's that focus has really worked out for Taro.
Oh.
And I love bringing up that little tidbit about Taro. His middle name is Kelly Slater.
That's so good when you brought that up on the Goldie. I was like, no way, that is the best fun fact I've heard in a long time. So good. But here we go. Let's have a look. Luca Macinas.
Yeah, so still waiting on the score to come through for this one, and we knew it was impressive. As you said, great awareness in just where he cut out of that first move to get himself back up into the pocket for another hit.
I feel like, yeah, great awareness. I'm assuming that, and assuming is not the best, but judges taking a while to deliberate there, because was it a clean make or ride out of that last turn? I mean, are you second guessing that, or am I just looking into this too much?
Oh, I think there's been a lot of over scrutinising finishes. You know, you can tell when someone's got control. I don't know. It's sort of like you don't want to leave any grey area there as a competitor. You know, you got to show that you fully have control. But I always come back to free surfs, and you know, you don't just keep riding a wave and battling the whitewater after you've done a big hit. But the judges clearly didn't give him any credit for that finish there. 2.33. So Luca's got work to do here. But yeah, that's just a personal thing for me. I understand it, because you know, there can't be grey area. You can't give someone credit and then have someone else take off and nearly get there and not get it. But no doubt about it, that's a make. Taro Watanabe, it's not going to go into his top 2, but I just hope he keeps riding waves.
Same, it's been exciting. Been super exciting. You know, one thing I've noticed now in the last sort of hour is that wind has completely backed off to what we saw. I mean, we saw it absolutely blowing a Megan gale before. It was so windy. It was crazy.
Yeah,
that wind kicked up so many knots. And right now, I mean, it's so different. It's a different story. It almost seems a little bit glassy. Sort of in like a little purple patch right now.
Yeah, it's settled. As Gassion gets up into the section. Nice hit there. Impressive stuff. This guy's been campaigning for a while, the 27-year-old. His best finish coming in 2022. He had a 14th place finish on the Challenger Series that year, and it was all built around his only finals appearance. And he got all the way to the final, finished runner-up to Rio Aida at Bolito in 2022. It's the only time he's cracked the quarters even. So, you know, he's just got to find some consistency. That was a really nice ride for him. It's going to help hold off the late charge from Cody Young and Luca Messinas here.
Yeah, let's have a look at it again. This one cupping out nicely.
Oh.
Big finner there to start. Little carving transitional turn here as he brings it through to the inside. Waiting for this one, waiting for that perfect moment, and great little lip line there and great read, but all the points I feel like are, oh, wow.
Love it.
It sort of reminded me of a smaller version of Dimitri Poulis's one turn, that big backhand finner. Obviously not as big a section and, yeah, not as dramatic, but similar sort of turn, you know, on the backhand, completely blowing out the fins and really putting it on the line for that first turn.
Waiting on the numbers to come through, expecting something pretty decent. He'll get rid of the 4.83 and potentially drop his best number here. Working with the French coach, Alain Rioux, and has got him well primed for a big finish with a couple of his surfers already falling out of the mix. Gassion, let's see where this number goes. Meanwhile, Jesse's starting, just out there, just working the crowd and working away around the comp site here.
Yeah, guys, I'm at the Bailey Ladders leaderboard and I'm just having a look at who's filling up our men's round of 16. It's looking pretty healthy. I'm excited to see who's going to take on the local boy, Geordie Lawler, and whether or not we might see another local boy in these last two heats, but plenty of action coming up over the next few days. The ladies' side is filling up as well, and yeah, the ladders are looking pretty good too.
Yeah, those matchups looking impressive in that top half of the round of 16. Thank you, Jess. It's always starts to get real. The winners start to reveal themselves in those head-to-head clashes. The focus becomes performance. There's a little less desperation out in the lineup as far as just tracking down opportunities, especially in a shifty beach break situation. So there's a bit more order to it.
For sure. He's going again. Get to see more surfing. Let's go.
Yeah, Taro, he wants nothing to do with that one. Just a big chunky section, and he's just in such a position of power now. Even with Gassion dropping the 6.03, he's still almost out of reach as we see Luca there. Just nothing standing up for him as he drew off the bottom.
Yeah, that wave was a bit of a nothing wave, and you can see the frustration there from him. I mean, he's only got a couple of really small scores right now, 3.47 and a 2.33. And he kind of needs a big score right now to advance. So 8.39. Look, right now you're thinking, okay, I've got to do this in two waves. It's possible to do it in one. We've seen people drop big scores. I mean, Eli comes to mind. And it's really, really, really not over until the end. Eli did it with 6 seconds to go. Perfect demonstration. So don't give up just yet, Luca, because there's still time left. And it's so achievable.
What was Laura's call? Wide and inside, moving down the line here of the sandbar and finding some space here. That's where Luca is, but charging down the line to try and get to him. Here's the Frenchman, but he does find a section and serves up a pretty decent turn. He is after a huge score, so he has been punished for not getting the completion earlier on a wave that would have taken him into the sevens most likely. He's got to find more now. Likely this one goes into his top two.
Oh, I think so for sure. I mean, this is exactly it. Wide and inside, and wham bam, thank you, ma'am. That was super quick. One big turn, he gets to go out the back. He gets to improve on his situation and make that requirement a little bit less. The 8.39, that's pretty hefty right now. He's going to do a good job at breaking that down. He's going to need less now. So, and that last wave coming in. So, yeah, he's done exactly that, Ron.
Yeah, decent score, 4.13 for a single turn. The requirement now to get to second place for Luca is 7.73. Just a little more attainable. Dilla is going to let him go here.
Wow.
And let's see what he can do with it. Well, that's the reason he let him go. It just looked like rapids. An ugly section, a big rip tearing through it. And Luca doesn't get the opportunity to square up. Just under a minute remaining here. Gassion's got to be really careful here. He's got to cover Luca. He's deadly. He's championship tour caliber material, and he's given him a bit of space. Look at Luca just creeping down the line.
It's hard right now for Gassion, though, because Cody and Luca both kind of need similar scores. And, I mean, who do you choose to sit on? You can't cover both people, so... I mean, he can't... I mean, obviously, Cody can go. He's got priority over him, but...
He's covering no one at the moment.
Yeah, I know. He really needs to...
He should be on Luca because he can't do anything about Cody.
Yeah, he should.
Time ticking by, though, and Luca's, you know, he might even need a hand to get out of the rip.
Oh...
A tough finish for him, and again, you know, a cruel reminder to all the competitors in the field that if you get the work done and you get through a tricky section, get low, hang on, get well clear of that whitewater, and demonstrate that you've gotten that finish, because it can cost you a heat.
Well, 100%. I feel like that's what happened to Luca. I think he would have thought he would have been rewarded for that two-turn combo. Obviously not. So, yeah, definitely make sure you're running out in front of that foam. But Taro...
Oh, man, Taro. Likely we'll see a bit of his surfing in the highlights package on this afternoon's WSL post-show. He's powering his way through the draw here as we take a break and gear up to see the last heat of the day. Kate Matson, Michael Rodriguez, the local boy Dylan Moffat, and the former CT surfer Kai Oabelli are out there next.
One of my favourite parts of the Northern Beaches here in New South Wales is it's got that diversity of the landscape. You have some untouched natural beauty mixed with all the enjoyable parts of living in a city. There's amazing restaurants, great coffee culture. Every time that I'm away, I come back, something new's here. So lucky to call this place home, grow up here, and I'll keep coming back for the rest of my life.
Welcome back. It's time for the last heat of the day, and then we'll be able to establish our head-to-head matchups in the round of 16 for the men. And it is a heavily stacked heat. Cade Matson, recently relegated from the championship tour. He'll be out there in the red. Michael Rodriguez just set Snapper Rocks on fire at stop number 1 of the Challenger Series. He's been looking sharp here too. He's in the blue. Dylan Moffat, the local boy. He'll have the hometown crowd cheering on the beach here at North Narrabeen. And Kai Oabelli, who, you know, obviously has done a number of years campaigning at the top end, wants to get back there, and he's going to get things started this wave during the break flick.
Oofed. Went up there for that late hit and just got absolutely gobbled, but first turn there was pretty impressive, and straight away you can just see the calibre of surfer that's in this heat. Gives a great indication, a little insight onto what we're going to see. Just powerful, strong surfing. And this is a cracker of a heat. I mean, all of these guys here, obviously Cade, Michael Rodriguez, Kaio been on tour, Dylan's had experience up there, you know, competing as a wild card and here as well. This is a really stacked heat. And for me, when I think back to that last event up on the Gold Coast too, I think we've already spoken about it, but Emrob was definitely, you know, probably the second most informed surfer coming up against Sammy Pupo. And so I'm just interested to see, you know, obviously got to start yesterday, but here we go, Dill.
Yeah, has an amazing backhand and really can mix things up nicely with some nice swooping turns. He can round that carve out, but squares up with the best of them. Can really throw a mean backhand vert. So 25.5 minutes to go. Get his first number up. Kyle Belly dished up a 4.5 and a quick 1-point ride to take the early lead here on the scoreboard, but Dylan Moffat might just better that. And we'll see how Michael Rodriguez and Cade Matson respond here. But the story of the day has been sending it on big, chunky sections. And that's been fetching the biggest scores out there. So this looks like a mid-ranger to me.
I agree. You know what's pretty impressive for me, though, is that on a day where everything felt very condensed, very fast, he did a great job at slowing everything down in a good way. Just slowed everything down, great pace to that wave, beautiful start to the heat. Managed to find 3 turns, but I understand what you're saying. It didn't have that full exclamation mark, that explosive moment, but it was still 3 beautifully timed turns. And yeah, I just loved the space he was able to find, and great wave selection, as you know, would be to be expected of him out here.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Kaio really a couple of years ago came in reinvigorated. He made some huge statements about where he wanted to be. Started to really commit himself as an athlete, and I think just reset his sights on some bigger goals. But you know, that the expectation of those bigger goals seemed to kind of take away a bit of this. Just the absolute intuitive magic, and yeah, he's found a nice little pit here to back up that 4.5. But yeah, he seemed really cool after his last heat win. In his post-heat interview, he just said he felt relaxed to be back here, and he should. I mean, the guy's so accomplished. He's cracked a couple of CT finals. He should feel like he's got an edge over these grommets.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you just look at the stats, you look at it on paper, you look at years on tour. I mean, all that knowledge and experience is just coming down here as we look at Cade, sorry, out the back.
And see how Cade answers. Been a couple of numbers thrown down already. Mid-range scores, and Cade, he wanted to bank hard off the bottom there. Just lost it. So nothing for him in the opening 7 minutes of this heat. He's got to get back into the order of things and get himself back in this heat.
Here we go. Let's look at what Kaio got done here. I thought this was pretty impressive. Good little read on this section. Took the high line through that barrel too, and then wasn't done yet. Cheeky little floater there at the end. He loved it. Gave it a good old claim. I liked what I saw, and I think, you know, that was a really great read for what that wave had on offer. I feel like if he went to hit that, he probably would have been too late, too left behind. So good read. Cheeky little barrel. Not going to be a huge score, but good backup.
Kaio really, he got to a CT final at Bells Beach with big rail turns, but for me, where he's been most impressive the last couple of years is at Pipe. His performances in the Pipe Pro have been awesome. Backdoor, he'll fall out of the sky, he'll take on the biggest sets that come in there. You know, he probably doesn't get enough credit for how well he surfs that place.
Oh, completely. That was something that came to mind with this heat when I saw it on paper, and we'll get back to that in a sec. It looks like Cade's up.
Oh, I love the bottom turn there from Cade. Really leaned into it. And straight away, he's corrected that mistake, you know, just the way things panned out. Everyone kind of getting the quick start, him falling on his first ride. and waiting 7 minutes to get there. Instantly on the back foot, quickly gets back on the front foot and finds a big section to lay into there to get himself right in this mix.
Yeah, that was so epic. I loved that. He just got so low on that bottom turn. He realised, oh, yeah, this identifies it. It's only one turn. It's one big one. And he was just so low. I can't wait to watch that again. And just, to me, it even looked like he might have almost touched the rail. I don't know, I need to have a little analyse. Let's break it down. And he does touch that rail and completely cracks it off the top. But yeah, super, and by touching that rail, it just allows him to get so low, so compressed, gives so much more extension as he, you know, powers up through that lip. So really well done, and that's actually one of my favourite manoeuvres to watch, is that backhand grab rail bottom turn, and I don't see it enough. It's my favourite, one of them.
20.5 minutes to go. Numbers coming through for Kate are going to be pretty decent. Going to be on par with the rest of the field. But he's you know, we've been seeing Cade since he was a tiny grom around events. But he's a big unit. You know, I've said it a couple of times. So much hype around the size of Cole Hauschman, but Cade is 6'3" and has plenty of power.
Yeah, the Great Dane puppy.
Yeah, exactly. He just kind of has such a baby face, but you know, he's got a lot of potential. Definitely sort of shook off the disappointment. You know, we saw that at stop 5. He came out, he gave it a really good nudge in the heat that he was eliminated in, and he threw his board on the stairs. He was devastated, and it hurt. But yeah, just quickly reset his focus. I think has a deep appreciation for just being in this position. Had back surgery not too long ago, and wondered if he'd ever get to realise his dream of it cracking the championship tour. Well, not just that, but just even getting back out into the water and surfing to his full potential. He's done that. He's in attack mode. He just had a 5.83. Equalled the best number of the heat so far with Kaio. So Michael Rodriguez is now the surfer who's got to get things going. Hasn't got a score just yet. Well, let's hear from Taro. What a performance, Jesse. Some of our favourite surfing today.
Taro, I'm not sure if you were surfing a heat or like shooting a part for your recent movie Zipper.
No, yeah, that was so fun. I just got the first couple waves and I don't know, I just felt super comfortable out there, and then I got a couple scores, and then yeah, the rights were like wind into the right, so super rippable, and yeah, just went my way. Really happy.
In my opinion, you're definitely the surfer today that was surfing with the most ease and freedom. Do you think that's your edge against your competitors?
Yeah, I mean, that heat was just, sometimes it just goes your way and the waves were just coming to me, and yeah, just, you know, looked super tricky before my heat, and I wasn't too sure about how it was gonna go, but I just knew I had to ride waves, and yeah, it worked out. Super.
Yeah, that type of surfing definitely, I mean, paved a way for you to make that heat really convincingly too. Round of 16 coming up potentially tomorrow. Are we going to see the same kind of thing from you? Because I really hope so.
Yeah, let's hope so. I think it's man on man now, so that's, you know, always, that was my goal for this event, try to make the man on man, and yeah, I'm super happy. I just want to say hi to my mom and my dad probably watching, and my uncle AC and Laura. I just want to say hi to them.
Of course. Well, round of 16 coming up. Goal achieved, man-on-man surfing. We're really looking forward to seeing you in the next round. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Jess. Yeah, just a brilliant performance. Heat score total of 15.33. Just giving us something a little different. And, yeah, I'm sure he'll be leaning into, you know, his mentor, Brad Gerlach, and probably resetting his goals for this event, because, you know, he's got to look beyond that head-to-head heat now and potentially cracking the finals here as Cade Matson finishes off another wave. Was only looking to get rid of a 1.93. Job done there. And he'll extend and push the requirement up for Dylan Moffat. Mike Rodriguez, as we see, Kaio Abelli, best tube on the rights here that we've seen through the whole contest.
What a little tube pig.
Just absolutely rutting around in it out there at the moment. As we see Michael Rodriguez come to life. Just absolutely bounces out of the pocket there. Impressive stuff. So a great exchange. Number on the way for Michael Rodriguez finally. Kai Albelli's going to easily improve on his 4.5 and extend this lead. And we do still have a wave on the way for Kate Matson.
Wow, I was so impressed with Kai. He's found 2 tubes out there today in this heat and successfully rode out of them. That right, probably my longest barrel for sure, I'd say, so far that I've seen in competition.
He's a really well-rounded surfer, Kaio, isn't he? We were talking about his performances at Pipe, backdoor in particular. He's a great tube rider, clearly. Mentioned that he made the final at Bells with just full, big, drawn-out rail turns on sizey conditions at the bowl, but also handy in the air. And he used his airs to good effect to get himself a World Junior title. But here's Cade on the replay.
Yeah,
wow, fast out of the top.
Super fast. There was a lot of energy travelling with him and momentum on that wave. Let's look at this little tube pig, Kaio, getting coned on that one. I almost thought he was maybe going to go to the air there on that little end section, but I think he was like, hang on, let's just be smart here. Let's finish her off. But yeah, perfect little tube. Comes flying out, and yeah, I think he just readjusted halfway through that bottom turn and was like, hang on, let's just definitely get the finish.
Really hard to pop the air on a section like that and project forward and find that little transition to land on. Michael Rodriguez, though, took a while to get going, but did exactly what we did expect him to, and that is explode out of the pocket of a little right here.
Wow.
Cade continues to just put the numbers up. So we've got a couple of scores on the way here. Things are going to get interesting for the local boy, Dylan Moffat, who's been pretty quiet since dropping a 5 on his first wave.
It's just non-stop waves.
Here he goes now. Wow, moves a lot of water. Oh, and just gets completely smoked on the final section there. Wow, he sent a huge spray off the rail through that first turn.
Holy moly, judges got their work cut out for him right now. There's a lot of waves that need to be scored right now. A lot of waves that need to be compared to each other. I mean,
I can't even remember what we're waiting for.
No, I don't either. I don't even know who's had how many waves. It's been a wave fest out there. But for me, yeah, Kaio stands out. We've got so many waves on the way. So many waves.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of comparable numbers still in each competitive scoreline. I think we'll see a lot of numbers in that 5-point range, mid 5 to sort of 6s. I think Kaio can expect to get a pretty good reward for his wave. That was not just a little shampoo. He was well behind the section. It was almost a backdoor entry. And I think, you know, if he knew the wave was going to hold as open as it did, he might have even stuffed himself a little deeper in the thing.
Yeah, that thing was very open. It stayed open the whole way. He had a great read on it and rewarded.
7.4. And that's tidy. 5.83, 7.4, keeps him out in front at the moment. Cade, though, has a couple of numbers on the way, and they might help him elevate his position. Sitting there in second, needs a 7.41, but with 2 scores on the way, there's a chance that he gets himself in front here. Now, unfortunate for Dylan Moffat, unable to stick the float after the big hit out of the top.
Oh.
And then he goes over the handlebars on that one. Kate Matson wants to know what his numbers are.
Yeah, he does.
He wants an update now because he's kind of out there with that second priority, and his decisions are all going to be based around what's unfolding here with the previous exchanges. Still a bit to tabulate for the panel. 12 minutes to go. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. It's Heat 8, it's out in the water. Local boy Dylan Moffat is out there, so it's perfect time for a Bonsoy Locals report. And no better person to do it than my big sister True. True, Dill's out there. We're down here with North Narrabeen. How's it all going?
Yeah, really nervous times here right now. Everyone wants Dylan to get through. He's got a good first wave, but he hasn't really backed it up just yet. So, I don't know, it's really amazing to have the support of the Board Riders Club here. Everyone is here supporting Dill, and everyone was down supporting Geordie as well. So, yeah, it's really cool, and it's so special to have the event here at North Narrabeen as well. It's so cool to be a part of it.
I mean, this event, it's so important to our community coming into town. It brings so much business, but so much happiness to our local community. How good is it to see smiles on everyone's faces here?
I know, we're all a little bit nervous right now. There's nervous moments. Dill, he needs a score. He's sitting in third. So, yeah, we're all a bit nervous, but we definitely want to have smiles by the end of this heat. And regardless, we know he's giving it his best shot. So it's really cool.
All right, guys, that is our Bonsoy Locals report. And, yeah, it's nice to bump into my sister True. Back to you guys.
We love it, the Super Starlings. And, yeah, commentated with both of them now, and both really keen competitors, really savvy, know a lot about all these surfers who they've travelled the world campaigning with. And, yeah, Dylan Moffat does have work to do and has had a couple of mistakes in this heat too. We'll see if he can clean it up in the final 9 minutes for the hometown crowd. But Michael Rodriguez back to 6.57 on his first wave. Cade Matson, he's built pretty nicely in this heat. Got a 6.63, needs a 6.61 to get himself into the lead. Just over 8.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, things are tightening right on up, and it's nervous times right now because, yeah, Rob's locked in this 6.57, right? It's the second highest score of the heat, and here he goes.
Yeah, he's got a nice looking little wall here. Wow, clean swoops off the top, gets through to the inside and unloads vertically, gets his board back up there for another one. And, you know, his tactics were so interesting in the previous round. He got himself through the heat, but at different stages, you were just scratching your head, just going, what are you doing? Get on the predominant bank. And, you know, he survived that round. And for a moment here, I was kind of going, is he looking for rights again?
Oh, well,
but obviously he's not.
We were both in there just scratching our heads, thinking, hang on a sec. He was taking off on anything that was moving. Anything that was moving, he's like, right, I'm going. And I'm wondering, obviously, he would know himself, but he's been very selective, the opposite in this heat, taking off on the second wave here. And great pace. I thought he almost lost it there for a second, but great. He just did that with ease and surfed this so well. Like, he created space for himself on a wave. The waves that we've seen today have been so short, so punchy, and he's just had great timing, yeah, great precision.
Yeah, needed that real exclamation mark turn. And like you said, there was a little catch coming out of it.
Oh, but he recovered.
Exactly. And he cleaned it up, almost hit it. You know, he hit the little mistake by just driving through the bog and getting himself up onto that final section.
Oh, my.
As Kaio looks to get things going once again here. He had a really strong start. Only looking to improve on a 5.83. Seemed like he stepped things up speed-wise on that ride.
Yeah, definitely. That was 2 quick turns in succession. I mean, right before that, with Emrod's last wave, I was thinking, okay, Emrod can move up into the lead here, but I think Kaio's done a good job at trying to improve on that 5.83. So, looking forward to seeing both of these scores.
The Brazilian boys are not sure what the order's going to be, but they're going to be sitting in first and second when these numbers come through. Rodriguez having a look at that Apple Watch, just wanting to get the situation. Waiting on those numbers to drop here. Cade Matson, Dylan Moffat, I think they're probably aware that they've got work to do. Cade in particular, you know, hanging on to those numbers. He was never going to be safe with Michael Rodriguez hanging on to a 6.57. So he's just trying to make the right selection with priority and give himself a good opportunity.
Yeah, but both Dill and Cade are going to need numbers right now, and yeah, I'm just looking forward. Here we go, Kaio again.
Yeah, wasting no time, setting up the tube once again, and it's another punchy little nugget for the veteran. Kyle Belly just having a field day out here, finding some cover, and the 30-year-old is going to drop another good score, you'd think. Kate Matson goes big out of the top, but the wave gets a little stepped out and hideous on the end section. 5 minutes to go. Wow, this... You know, it's funny looking at the numbers here. All the competitors have had kind of, you know, around 4 waves. And it just feels like they've had a lot more because it's all been separated. Each person's kind of had their go at it. But this was cool.
Oh, just finding little gems, finding a little nugget out there. Again, he's just had such an eye for the tube. And this is Cade behind him. Big crack there, but this wave just gets super ugly on the inside, so he's going to need to be looking for more for sure.
Yeah, I love how coiled up he is getting off the bottom, but the wave then just sort of had some lumps in it when he got to the top, and as a result wasn't able to really ride out clean. So Kate Matson with some work to do, being pushed back into 3rd position now. Michael Rodriguez up in the 2nd. Kyle Belly still with numbers on the way. He's got a couple to come, but he's already sitting in that #1 spot.
Yeah, Kaya's been so impressive here. I mean, that last number starting to drop through, and just like we thought, Ron.
Yeah, 6.37 for Kayo, and he extends, adds to that heat score tally.
Yeah, he's doing such a good job out here, and just so well-rounded. I mean, we've seen lots of all carving maneuvers from him. He's gone to the backhand. He's found 3 different tubes. He's looking like he's found some great form here at Narrabeen, and he's adapted well to this beach break.
And he just had a 5.93 as well. You know, so it's sort of one of those situations where you're like, this guy hasn't had priority the entire time, and even his throwaways are bigger than what Dylan Moffat's tallied up so far. So, you know, Dylan's he's trying to be ultra selective, obviously chasing a pretty big score now, but that requirement just continues to grow, especially with Michael Rodriguez hanging on to solid numbers too.
Yeah, it's really tough right now. 3 minutes, still can do it in one. I just keep going back to the same old thing. I just sound like a broken record. You can do it in 1 turn. We've seen it time and time again already throughout this heat, on the women's side, on the men's side. Best example is Eli Hanneman, 6 seconds left on the clock, and I mean, it's just not over until it's over. And Dill, it's totally achievable. He's got priority too.
He's been working with Damien Hardman, the 2-time world champ, on screen there, watching on closely, standing alongside that Aussie pack, willing him on to a big number here as Cade Matson looks to chase down one of those top 2 spots after a 6.31. Might be on his way as he rides out of this one. Pumps the fist. He's happy with it. 6.3 to get ahead of Michael Rodriguez here with 2 minutes to go.
Oof, I think this is going to be touch and go. He absolutely loved it. Wants to put his best salesman hat on too. But yeah, here we go. Emrod.
Yeah, Michael, just so much speed here, loading up for the big finish. Oh, he threw everything at it. Well, the landing pad was ugly, and he couldn't quite stick it, as we see Dylan just getting a little sticky out of that top turn there. And he knew straight away that that wasn't the one that's going to get him into a qualifying position. 1.5 minutes to go. Let's have a look at this wave for Cade. Is it going to be the 6.31 that he needs?
Oh, first turn there. The first turn was a little bit sticky at the end, but the last one was beautiful. He thinks it's definitely the score. He's pumped on it. I mean, you've got to be making comparisons right now to, you know, even his other 6.63. It was 3 beautifully timed turns.
Oh, I'm just thinking about the 6.37.
Yeah, from Kaya, right?
From Michael Rodriguez.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because it was a left 2.
Had an extra
turn in it. But I don't know. I like Cade's wave. I think Michael Rodriguez on his one was more of a flowing approach. It's going to be so close.
I think it's going to be close.
But like you said, you know, if you really dive into the details, that first turn just had a slight moment where he was on top of the wave.
If you're being hypercritical, yeah, but it was 3 well-timed turns.
The finish was strong,
yeah,
no doubt about it. And the numbers coming through, looking pretty good for Cade Matson. He turns in a 6.57, jumps up into second place, and he pumps the fist, but this heat's not over. Where is Michael Rodriguez? He's in the sky. He's going to complete the rotation here. As they count this one down, it comes to a close, and we have to see what kind of work Rodriguez got done at the start of that wave. But we know that he did stomp an air reverse. Cade's still pumping his fist, so, you know, he was watching on. He didn't see it. Hard to judge a ride from out the back, but these competitors often do it.
Oh, wow. Emerald literally took off on that wave with basically about 6 seconds to go. Let's have a look.
Oh, it's a smaller one. And it's flat for a moment. I mean, gets the tail high, but lands on the white water. He's after a 6.63.
It was a great air. It was a smaller section. It was a great air. He got the tail really, really high. It was lofty. Oh, I don't know where I sit with this one.
Yeah, in the moment, it's so impressive. But some of the moves that he laid down earlier, he had an air reverse on his very first wave. It was a 6.57. For me, it was better, the first one that he did. And he needs a bigger score out of that last ride. The Groms are straight on to Cade Matson. And he's just learning that he got the job done. Numbers coming through for Michael Rodriguez at the end. And it wasn't enough, and we kind of had that feeling. 4.87 for the Brazilian at the end, and Cade Matson's going to hang on for that second spot, turning it in the later stages of the heat. Kyle Belly, though, gets himself a few nice barrels out here at North Narrabeen in the last heat of the day to earn his place in the round of 16, and he'll be thrilled about that.
Wow, good surfing by Kyo. Really, really impressive. I feel like he's clicked into some beautiful momentum out here.
Well, don't go anywhere. Some big heats today, some huge moments from these Challenger Series competitors, and we're going to break it all down in the WSL Post Show. Welcome to the WSL Post Show here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Day 3 in the bag, and we had more highlight moments, big turns laid down, some great wipeouts. Always a fantastic feature for me. Some people falling out of the mix with poor results, and some people stepping up in a big way after sad starts at stop number 1 on the Challenger Series. Ronnie Blakey joined by Felicity Parmentier and Richie Lovett. What'd you make of it all, Rich?
It was a testing day for sure, and it was a testing day for the cameraman, for everyone on the beach, for the surfers. We had wild weather, but in between it all, there was really contestable waves, super fun, and some banging scores throughout the day. We saw some big moves. It was the one big banger turn that got people out of trouble all day long.
Most definitely. That last heat was an impressive one. Impressive one on paper, Flick, but it really delivered and went right down to the wire.
Oh, it completely did. I was so impressed with Kaio's performance and his ability to just be an absolute tube pig out there and find 3 barrels. It was really incredible. But for me, Rich, you took the words out of my mouth. It was a day of the one-turn wonder. Just great performances, big backhand hangers on really critical sections. And yeah, I'm excited to dive into this post show.
Let's do it. Starting with the last heat of the day because, as we mentioned, super impressive one. Michael Rodriguez just looks so deadly up at snapper. But Kaio Abelli, Rich.
Oh, this guy, if there's a barrel on offer, he'll find it. And Kaio just completely covered in that tube. And then Michael Rodriguez here, we've just gone so accustomed to this guy flying through the air, flaring all over the place. And he didn't disappoint. But Kaio, rock solid.
Yeah, Kaio, I mean, with turns like that, it was just really good to watch. And Cade throughout this heat, he kept good pace the whole way through. But, I mean, it wasn't until the dying seconds that he sort of found this wave and got the score he needed. He was pumped about it. And then dying seconds, Emerald actually took off on a wave, did an air. He didn't know if he'd gotten it, found out on the beach, but you could just see how much it meant to him to advance through this round and, you know, on his way to more of a keeper result here in Sydney.
Yeah, unfortunately for Dylan Moffat, it was really a 3-man heat. He never really kind of got going, but Michael Rodriguez, look how close the numbers were between Michael and Cade there. Unbelievable. But Michael Rodriguez was one of the stars of this Australian Challenger Series, despite the fact he's fallen short of the round of 16 here.
Yeah, unfortunately, was looking for a good result here. Would have, you know, liked his chances in these type of conditions as well. But, well, that's the nature of the Challenger Series. It's so competitive. It's so cutthroat. Big names in the draw, and we got to get rid of some of them.
Yeah, and also we're seeing, you know, Michael's obviously trying to campaign via the Challenger Series to get himself back onto the CT, but those relegated surfers, Cade in particular, had a shocker at the first stop. And he's rebounded pretty nicely here. Yeah, exactly. And another one, Eli Hanneman, sort of had a buzzer beater moment as well with that crazy up under the lip hit that he did. You know, and again, it's that little crew together. They're feeding off each other. You know, one little guy, one big guy. They're both through. For sure. Well, it was Kaio Abelli, though, that owned that last heat of the day. He's with Jess Starling.
Kaio, I had to stop you up the beach from signing all a bunch of Grom shirts. That heat, it was close, but you managed to get the win.
Yes, it was really fun. It felt like a long time like that on a CT, you're just getting smashed. Everybody, like, it's so good. The waves are good, and you're always overthinking and trying to be better and do better. And it just feels like things are just falling into place, and I feel like the old Kaio, where things just happens, and I surf calmly, I think about it, and I have fun. I think on tour I just forgot a lot of times to have fun, and yeah, it's been fun. I want to stay.
That's an incredible headspace to be in, and to find yourself in that must be a pretty humbling moment. What did it take to get you here?
Yeah, it's just so hard for you to actually like step down and be like, okay, let's go back on the QS and try again. Yeah, I was on tour for 9 years, and it was just way too long. And for a lot of times, I thought about like maybe if I fall off, I'm not gonna come back. I don't want to go through that path again. But I'm here now, and so far I'm having fun. So as long as I'm having fun, I'm staying. And apparently tomorrow I'm gonna be pumping, barreling, and this is the place to be. And I'm not leaving.
Well, Kaio, we're so glad you came back. I think we'd all be pretty sad if you didn't come back. Yesterday you mentioned you didn't have any nerves for your heat. Still feeling the same way?
Yeah, I was quite calm for like the situation. There was a lot of waves. Everybody was surfing so good. And the conditions are like, it's it's anyone's game. Like it could be on anytime. So yeah, I was just having fun, and I wasn't really pressuring anybody in the heat. I was just trying to find my waves, and it's like this kind of conditions I like to surf. And it's been a long time since I surfed like a beach break, a fun beach break like this, and this, it kind of reminds me a little bit of Rio, and yeah, I'm psyched. This is fun.
Amazing. We're stoked for you. We're psyched for you too. Best of luck in the next round. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jess. Great job. And yeah, Kaio just getting philosophical out there. And you can tell that he's kind of trying to process what's happened here. It's been a bit of a backward step for him getting back onto the Challenger Series. But yeah, seems to be kind of buzzing around this event and the Challenger Series with a pretty big smile on his face.
Yeah, I think one thing that stuck out to me was he said the old Kaio's back.
Yeah.
I'm not thinking too much about what to do, it's just things are happening. And I feel like once you click into that headspace or that mindset, it's evident. I said it in that last heat. He's just found this momentum. Things are clicking for him. And yeah, the old Kaio's back, and the old Kaio is looking deadly.
He sure is. Well, let's have a chat about the women's event today. We got through the round of 32, established some great head-to-head heats, but heat 8 on the women's side was an interesting one too. We had last year's event champion out there just looking every bit the event winner once again, but Yolanda Hopkins continues to just attack out here at North Narrabeen.
Yeah, she's starting to unlock the riddle of North Narra, and so is this lady here, Isabella Nichols. She's got good memories coming in as the defending champion, but this heat was really stacked, and it had some good waves as well, really competitive. The women were absolutely tearing.
Yeah, they were. I mean, Amura put up a good fight here. She had that one moment, the 683, she couldn't find a backup, but yeah, it was Isabel Nichols just sort of channeling similar vibes from finals day. Not quite as big, but just relying on that strong backhand hit and powering through that heat. I mean, it was a stacked heat, all women surfing really well. Yolanda also progressing through that heat. So yeah, excited to see Bella continue on her campaign here, and she had a good result up on the Gold Coast, and she's continuing on her way to have another good result here down in Sydney.
Yeah, props to the Groms too, who were just down there in the rain, just eating sand when the wind gales picked up, and they were down there just really getting behind our competitors all day. So a big shout out to all of them. But yeah, impressive heat score totals throughout the day. So some really close matchups, some that were a little bit more one-sided. But let's have a look now at the Boost Mobile heat of the day. And, honestly, it's been the same story throughout the contest. It could have been any number of heats just based on how it fell and how exciting the clashes were. But we picked heat 4 today.
Yeah, Joel Vaughan got things started there, belting that oncoming section. And he's looking really good. And, well, it was a stacked heat. There's Alejo Moniz, the veteran, and he's got unfinished business here. An exciting heat, and you can just see today was full of that one punch rule. Oh. And wow, hitting off the top big time.
Yeah, that was a major turn by Dimitri. Fetched him an 8.67 and powered himself all the way up to that first place. Advanced through with Alejo, but yeah, I mean, for me, this heat, this was a stacked heat. I felt for Joel because, I mean, he has been, he's given us really exciting moments, but yeah, he just kind of let that one slip through the cracks. Couldn't find a backup, and that 397 just not good enough.
Yeah, it was a close one for sure, but that big move from Dimitri Poulos is the move that changed up the order of things, and those big turns have kind of been getting credit from the judges throughout the contest. If you're willing to throw yourself into those big, meaty sections, you're going to get a big, meaty score.
There's so much energy in that final hit too. The sandbar is really shallow. It's not just a little wind swell. There's some period behind it, which means it's got a lot of energy. It's come from far away, and those waves, they're packing a big punch, and it's those surfers that can kind of harness that and go with it. They're the ones that are converting.
Well, we heard Kaio saying that things are looking pretty good over the next couple of days. Let's have a look at the Surfline forecast, and Richie can break it down for us.
Sure, mate. No worries. Well, we had a horrible day weather-wise today, but the waves hung in there. Fun size of... There was a definite mix of swells in there. East-southeast, a solid east, even a bit of north wind swell on occasion. But we're going to get this larger mix of east and south swell all the way through into tomorrow as well. It's going to kick a little bit. We're going to have light variable winds from offshore tomorrow in the morning. It'll creep around to the side shore in the afternoon, but you know, we're fairly well protected here at North Narrabeen. Anything out of the sort of north, the wind is basically offshore once it wraps around in the cove. And swell all the way through into Monday and Tuesday. They are looking like the maybe finals day at this point. Wednesday, Thursday, not looking too good. So I feel like we're going to just keep running this thing.
How's
How about that?
Oh, that sounds exhausting, but let's do it.
Mate, well...
Sorry, don't lay those at this point.
If we're exhausted, you can only imagine how some of those competitors feel because they've been getting mashed into that sandbar, attempting those big turns, and we're looking forward to seeing more of it. But today, it did give us some unbelievable turns. Let's have a look at the BioGlen Daily Dose, our top 5 moments, and see who stood up and really put on a fantastic show. Coming in at number 5, Erin Brooks stays on top. Her first wave almost went excellent, Rick.
Yeah, it sure did. Just picking up where she left off, but going the other way. Just finding some of these little left-handers. Gee, she's just such a good talent. And, you know, just in the post-heat interview, she's getting the rewards too. So just snapping cleanly off the lip there, just finding these little gems.
Only had 2 waves, Flicker. That's all she needed. Impressive stuff. Levi Slauson, impressive. Absolutely hammering the end section here.
Oh, he has been absolute standout all event, not just even today. Someone, for me, that's just come from those early rounds and powered through every heat. He's looked so dominant. He's looked strong too. Like, nothing's going to buck him off his board. He's hit some meaty sections and just absolutely sent it. He just looks powerful. He looks strong, and yeah, good sign of things to come. And if he can continue that momentum, look out.
Yeah, it looks hard to beat. Coming in at number 3, Nadia Eristrabe. Very impressive performance from her. A healthy heat score total. She performed well at Snapper and doing more of the same here.
Oh, solid as a rock, surfing under difficult circumstances. And Nadia stoked to move through.
Coming in at number 2, we love this performance. So unique. This guy just always gives you something different.
This was super exciting, and I just love that Tara just brought his absolute brand of surfing to this heat. And you know what? It made me sit up a bit straighter in my chair because I was just excited to watch it. And yeah, just something different. I mean, he bracked this little one up with this really, really fast air here. So much whip through that turn, but yeah, I just love it. Just something different. It's exciting, and bring it on. I want to see more.
Full spaghetti legs. Coming in at number 1, Eli Hanneman's Hail Mary on an ugly end section here, Rich. This was amazing. Just before the hooter sounded.
He had no business attacking this wave, but he just went, you know what, I'm going to do it anyway. And got up under the thing somehow, stayed on his feet, and right at the clutch moment, there was seconds left in that heat. He had to perform, and it was a miraculous turn, that one.
Full Mighty Mouse.
Oh, my goodness. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, that was huge. And you know, to do it in that moment, as the hooter's sounding, he was landing that turn.
I think he loves those moments. I think he kind of feeds on that sort of stuff. You know, he likes being up against it, and he fights his way out, and he's a true fighter. Credit to him, man.
Yeah, it's going to be fun just watching now as we move into those head-to-head heats, those battles unfold.
Oh, and there's some great battles coming up on the women's side and on the men's side. But the thing that I'm looking forward to seeing tomorrow is the surf, because everyone just keeps talking about tomorrow's the day, tomorrow's the day. I mean, we heard Laura talk about it, obviously local here. She kept saying, yes, Sunday's the day. And we heard Kaio say it too in his post-interview. I just want to surf more. Tomorrow's supposed to be pumping and more barrels. So, yeah, let's bring it on.
Legends Heat tomorrow?
Hey.
Is it on?
Apparently,
yeah, we could be seeing our legends out there, and that is another stacked field. So we've got a lot to look forward to. Tomorrow morning, 7:15 a.m, we'll be making the call. Right now, enjoy the highlights. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.